Chapter 41. Zhang Fengao lost his voice instantly, looking back at Wang Wei with red eyes. Wang Yue's expression remained calm, even indifferent. She reached out and pulled Zhang Fengao aside. My business has nothing to do with you. But, Zhang Fengao choked up. You only met her today for the first time. Are you so confident in going with her? What if she's a bad person and wants to hurt you? Zhang Fengao grew increasingly agitated. You don't know her. I have supernatural powers. Wang Wei looked at Zhang Fengao calmly. They're more accurate than your perception. Are your supernatural powers always accurate? Zhang Fengao was devastated. What if they lose their effectiveness? Anyway, I don't care. She can't take you away, and I won't let you leave with her. Zhang Fengao began to act like a child. Song Fuguang involuntarily turned to Tu Jing, who simply watched the show with a nonchalant expression. Wang Wei was adept at dealing with Zhang Fengao. With a simple, understated remark, she broke down his defenses. You're not qualified. Zhang Fengao suddenly fell silent. Yes, she wasn't qualified. She was merely the daughter of her mother's murderer. What right did she have to interfere with her decision, to decide whether she stayed or went? Zhang Fengao finally stopped fussing. She lowered her head and stared at her toes. After a moment, she slowly retreated, heartbroken, and returned to Song Fuguang's side. Qin Mian waited patiently for the farce to end. Without hesitation, he led Wang Wei through the portal. Wait here for me. Don't leave. I'll be back soon. As her words drifted past, the two figures vanished in an instant. And Zhang Fengao's distraught expression. The old fox looked at her with concern, wanting to speak but hesitant. She feared being too abrupt, so she hesitated to act rashly. But Song Fuguang was different. She and Zhang Fengao were used to bickering, so she sat down directly. You experienced firsthand how accurate Wang Yue's abilities are. She must have anticipated this day. Song Fuguang shoved a bowl of iced mung bean soup at her. She made her decision long ago. I know I'm just. Zhang Fengao cupped the mung bean soup. I'm just too scared of losing her. Zhang Fengao bit his lip hard, trying not to let the tears fall, to show others his vulnerability and helplessness. It's okay, I understand. I should respect Sister Wang Yue's choice. Yes, Sister Wang Wei is only leaving temporarily. It's not like she won't be back. Seeing the atmosphere ease, the old fox quickly soothed Qin. Teacher Mian seems very capable, and has a formidable background. With her planning and consideration for Sister Wang Wei, she surely become a very capable person when they meet again. Zhang Fengao couldn't help but laugh. That makes sense. I was being unreasonable just now. She quickly calmed herself down. It's okay. I'll be able to meet her soon, and then we can still team up like we do now, and fight side by side. Old fox, well, don't be sad. I still have some chocolate. She offered the chocolate to Zhang Fengao, but Song Fuguang snatched it away. Heartbroken puppies can't eat chocolate. Zhang Fengao? ? The old fox couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Fengao instantly became angry, and lunged at Song Fuguang with his teeth bared. You dare call me a puppy? I fight you. Song Fuguang easily stopped her, then casually stuffed the freshly opened chocolate into Zhang Fengao's mouth. What's your relationship with Wang Wei? When Zhang Fengao had previously added Wang Wei through Song Fuguang, she had assumed he was a fangirl of hers. But judging by the subtle atmosphere between them today, that assumption was clearly wrong. At this point, Zhang Fengao fell silent. Not really. We're relatives, right? A little blood, but not much. Song Fuguang raised an eyebrow, but Zhang Fengao was reluctant to discuss further, so she didn't press the issue. She fell silent, but Luo Jinchun, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. Are they half-sisters? Or half-sisters? Or sisters with the same father and mother, but not the same mother? Zhang Fengao, How can half-sisters be called sisters? Her melancholy was successfully soothed by Luo Jinchun. Oh, I won't tell you. Stop guessing. Luo Jinchun shrugged. Then it seems to be the first two. Luo Jinchun was too perceptive, and Zhang Fengao immediately shut herself down. She angrily picked up the mung bean soup, and began to drink it roughly. Song Fuguang looked at her for a moment, confirming that she was alright for the time being, and then gave a bowl to Tu Jing and the others. Soon, the only sound at the scene was the sound of 5 people drinking mung bean soup, with no other movement. To say she wasn't sad would be a lie. Zhang Fengao lowered his eyelashes. Wang Yue's words stung her deeply, but she also knew she deserved it. After all, she was just an illegitimate child, despised by everyone. Wang Yue's biological father had cheated on her with Zhang Fengao's mother, Wang Shuyu, and successfully got her pregnant. Wang Shuyu was beautiful, patient, ambitious, and a highly skilled hunter. So, in front of Wang Yue's mother, she threatened her child to force the scumbag to divorce her, and she succeeded. At first, because he didn't know the sex of the unborn child, the scumbag was quite friendly to his second wife. But soon, after the doctor discovered the sex of the fetus, the man's attitude suddenly changed. He began to ignore Wang Shuyu, and stayed out all night. Zhang Fengao had been an unwelcome prospect since birth, but Wang Shuyu had only him at the time, so she devoted herself to his education, truly devoting herself to him. Sadly, this didn't last long, as Wang Shuyu became pregnant again. This time, it was a boy. Wang Shuyu began to focus all her attention on her unborn son, naturally neglecting Zhang Fengao. Later, because Zhang Fengao was an eyesore, Wang Shuyu even abandoned her daughter and the nanny to another house, leaving Zhang Fengao to fend for himself. Zhang Fengao was young and didn't understand why her mother had suddenly abandoned her. She cried and wailed all day, until even the nanny grew tired of her and started slacking off, neglecting Zhang Fengao's needs. Tu Jing had visited Zhang Fengao once, but soon after she returned, the nanny who had been acting dishonestly with Zhang Fengao was replaced. She was puzzled, believing Wang Shuyu had finally had a change of heart and remembered her daughter. It was only later that she learned the new nanny was Wang Yue's. Zhang Fengao didn't have to think too much about the details. She stubbornly believed that Wang Yue loved and cared about her younger sister, which was why she offered her help and helped her get rid of the incompetent servant. She refused to admit that he pitied her, feeling helpless and helpless, living a life of parentlessness at such a young age. So Zhang Fengao always remembered Wang Yue's kindness and always wanted to follow him, running after him. In fact, their relationship wasn't so strained at first, as Wang Yue's behavior suggested. But soon, after Zhang Fengao's younger brother was born, Wang Shuyu, seeking to secure more benefits for his newborn son, began to escalate his harassment of his first wife. Unable to bear the harassment, his first wife's health deteriorated rapidly. Until one sunny spring day, Wang Shuyu once again visited Wang Yue's mother and verbally abused her. She finally broke down, her suppressed emotions unleashing in that moment. She jumped from the building, her eyes wide open. From then on, Zhang Fengao never saw Wang Yue again. It was as if he had vanished from the face of the earth, never to return to her life. Later, when Zhang Fengao grew up, got his own phone, and learned to use the internet, he began to use it to keep track of Wang Yue's progress. She didn't dare approach him directly, only quietly following him. When Wang Yue got a promotion, Zhang Fengao would be genuinely happy for her, buying her flowers and gifts, and sending them to her under the guise of a mysterious person. When Wang Yue fell on hard times, Zhang Fengao was more worried than anyone else, even secretly using his family connections to help her solve her problems, just to make her happy again. Sometimes, Zhang Fengao felt like a pervert, like a cockroach hiding in the sewer, despicable and dark. But Wang Yue was the purest warmth she had ever felt, and she refused to give up. And so, the days continued, until the survival game suddenly arrived. At that time, Zhang Fengao was ecstatic, believing that if she could become strong enough, she could protect Wang Yue and earn her forgiveness. But now it seemed that she had been delusional. Zhang Fengao ate the mung bean soup, only to find it particularly bitter and difficult to swallow. Qin Mian left quickly and returned just as quickly. She had only been away for about half an hour. Her gaze lingered on Zhang Fengao, whose eyes were red, for a moment, then she quickly looked away, turning to ask Song Fuguang, "What about you? What's your superpower?" "Heavenly Eye." Song Fuguang wiped his mouth. "I can detect energy fluctuations." Qin Mian pondered for a moment. "Tell me more." This really stumped Song Fuguang. He didn't want to reveal all the information about his superpowers, so she rolled her eyes, and finally lied without hesitation. "Within a certain range, I can sense the energy fluctuations when others use their superpowers. Including pollutants," she added. If Qin Mian had been monitoring their performance, Song Fuguang's lie would have been easily discovered. In fact, Song Fuguang could not only sense whether someone had awakened their superpowers and the energy fluctuations within them, but she could also sense the specific distribution of energy within their bodies. This was incredible. It's like when Tu Jing uses her supernatural power, Song Fuguang can clearly tell where the energy within her body originates, and from which hand she strike the target. Mastering this, Song Fuguang can directly interrupt the opponent's spell casting, leaving them with no place to direct their energy. Such extraordinary abilities often gave Song Fuguang the illusion of being a god, capable of controlling everything around him. Qin Mian, sounds good. Song Fuguang gave a fake smile, then asked, "Teacher, given my situation, how can I improve faster?" "Don't panic," Qin Mian replied calmly. then carefully inquired about the abilities of the remaining 4 people. Song Fuguang didn't know if they were hiding anything. They all sounded impressive. Especially the old fox. Song Fuguang clearly saw Qin Mian's eyes light up, clearly pleased with him. Song Fuguang discreetly observed Qin Mian's shifting expression. Qin Mian noticed her subtle movements but ignored them. Instead, she stood up and said, "It's getting late, so let's practice a little longer. I've been busy lately, and don't have time. I try to let you know in advance of the next class. Also," Qin Mian raised a finger. "I don't care what method you use, stealing or robbing, everyone must increase 2 attribute points to 50. Qin Mian's expression was serious. "Do you understand?" "I understand." From the looks of it, Qin Mian intended to stay and teach Class A. Zhang Fengao, whose heart was solely focused on Wang Wei, clenched his fists tightly. He must become very strong. So strong that Wang Wei would be willing to abandon their hatred and make peace with him. And now, Qin Mian was the perfect way for her to achieve this. Zhang Fengao's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Fueled by his high emotions, his back and legs no longer ached. "Let's begin, Teacher Qin." Before she could finish her words, she was already airborne. A sensation of weightlessness gripped her, and before she could react, her body had already slammed heavily to the ground. "Ouch!" Zhang Fengao cried out in agony. It hurt so much. She wanted to accuse Qin Mian, but as soon as she looked up, she saw several of her classmates scrambling to fall from the air like dumplings. "Too weak." Qin Mian clapped his hands. "You can't even dodge." Zhang Fengao, It seemed she had been boasting a little too early. "Come on." Qin Mian looked coldly at the student sprawled on the ground. "Tu Jing, you have the highest starting points. Come fight me, and show them how to do it." "Tu Jing?" Tu Jing didn't move. Qin Mian sneered, then strode over, lifted her up, and attacked without hesitation. Tu Jing had no choice but to desperately dodge, lest the opponent's fists, harder than steel, rained down like rapid raindrops. Qin Mian was incredibly strong. A single blow from her would leave her swollen and sore for days. Song Fuguang grimaced, clutching her butt. Why did she have to spank someone on the butt? If it weren't for her tough, sturdy butt, she would have been like the old fox, nearly dying on the spot. Song Fuguang watched the show silently, observing Tu Jing's dodging and Qin Mian's attack rhythm. Finally, feeling confident, she launched a sudden, sneak attack. A bit clever, Qin Mian praised her generously, but not much. Because in the face of absolute strength, any cleverness is just a paper tiger. Qin Mian used only one move, not even using his full strength, to send Song Fuguang flying twice. Song Fuguang half knelt on the ground, clutching his other buttock. "Teacher, can't you move to another position?" "Sure." Qin Mian gave a deathly smile. "But I'm worried you won't be able to walk tomorrow." Song Fuguang was speechless. "Forget it. What are you all doing lying on the ground? Pretending to be dead? Come and attack me." Qin Mian shouted sternly, "Each of you must hit me 100 times. You won't be allowed back." Qin Mian's tone was so stern that the few people dared not disobey and resorted to all their might. When their bare hands didn't work, they resorted to weapons. When weapons didn't work, they resorted to supernatural powers. But Qin Mian was too powerful, too cunning a loach. In the end, after the class, the 5 people were left with nothing but wounds. Zhang Fengao howled in pain. She was already injured, and now her condition was even worse. "Teacher, will I die?" "No." Qin Mian was happy to explain. "Awakened people don't die so easily, whether they're human or pollutants." She seemed to be hinting at something. Song Fuguang frowned, unable to help but wonder if Lu Fuxue was still alive. That's why she could shock him at will when he left the base. Zhang Fengao had obviously thought of this, and she and Song Fuguang exchanged wide glances, but neither spoke a word at that moment. Okay, that's all for today. Qin Mian was incredibly busy all day, yet he still had to find time to discipline these brats. His patience was running thin. Remember what I just said? Next time in class, I won't be as lenient as I was today. The 5 people suddenly felt as if the sky was falling. Even Tu Jing was no exception. It had been a long time since she'd been beaten, and today, Qin Mian had made her clearly feel what a complete childhood was like. Qin Mian's mission complete, she opened the portal and prepared to leave. She had already stepped inside when she suddenly stopped. The 5 people tensed instantly, their muscles unconsciously tensing. "Wang Wei asked me to tell you something." Qin Mian turned around, gazing sharply at the old fox. "She told you to remember, no matter what, at any time, they will be there. You must learn to trust them." After conveying Wang Yue's message, Qin Mian disappeared through the portal without hesitation. Song Fuguang instinctively glanced at the old fox. The old fox's expression was bewildered, yet he seemed to understand what Wang Wei was saying. Song Fuguang didn't have time to think before the Wang Wei toxic fan rushed over to the old fox, his defenses broken. Why? Why did sister only send you a message? When did you become so close to her, so deeply attached to her, behind my back? The old fox unconsciously took 2 steps back and opened his mouth to defend himself. But Zhang Fengao suddenly changed his demeanor and muttered to himself, "No, no. Sister isn't the type to talk nonsense." The old fox was even more bewildered, while Zhang Fengao had now realized what was happening. She eagerly grabbed the old fox. "Did something happen to you?" The old fox pursed his lips, his eyes flickering slightly. "No. If you encounter any difficulties, be sure to tell us. We are all your friends." Zhang Fengao said seriously, "Although we haven't known each other long, we fought side by side so many times. You've long been an indispensable teammate in our hearts. Fox, you must open your heart to us and be honest. We will all help you." The old fox smiled, a slight warmth in her heart. Okay. Without Wang Wei, Song Fuguang couldn't have guessed what the old fox had encountered. Was Wang Wei deliberately leaving such a suggestive sentence, hoping to encourage everyone to care for the old fox? While Song Fuguang was still pondering this question, the system's voice rang out. "Get out of class is over, and players will be sent back to their original locations." Without allowing the players to say a few more goodbyes, the system quickly sent them back to their previous locations. Song Fuguang stood in the pitch darkness, and there seemed to be rustling sounds around her. Without time to think, she quickly retrieved her vehicle, plopped in, and quickly launched it into the air. Using the solar-powered light on her tricycle, Song Fuguang could see the countless pollutants around her. Not wanting to be careless, she quickly drove the tricycle away, keeping her vehicle as close to the road as possible. The nighttime pollutant army was active, but Song Fuguang was exhausted and had no energy to continue fighting. So, after finding a relatively safe spot, she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't long before, around 3 in the morning, Song Fuguang was suddenly awakened by a thunderclap. She sat up straight and instinctively looked around. Across the sky, purple lightning streaked menacingly, as if ripping the sky apart. The scene was terrifying. Song Fuguang's consciousness gradually returned, and she immediately opened the game panel. "Want to eat hot pot? Oh my god! Did you all hear that thunder just now? It was so scary. Please cool down, please cool down, please cool down. I heard it. It's not only thundering here, but it's also raining. It's pouring." The owner Aimee said, "Oh no! I'm outside the service area, and I don't have an umbrella." Seeing this, Song Fuguang immediately pulled out the awning from his backpack and installed it on the tricycle. The rain hadn't reached the Renai's service area yet, but it would probably arrive soon. Sure enough, within 3 minutes of Song Fuguang installing the awning, bean-sized raindrops fell like jade beads, hammering down on Song Fuguang's tricycle with a clanging sound. Song Fuguang didn't go to the back of the car. She hid in the cab and looked around. The surroundings were pitch black except for the area illuminated by the solar lights. All around her car, raindrops splashed onto the road, quickly soaking the pavement. As the rain intensified, visibility decreased. Even with the help of the electric lights, she couldn't see more than a meter away. Tonight wasn't a good night for traveling, and Song Fuguang leaned back in her chair, but it wasn't a good night for sleeping either. She listened to the thunder that seemed to explode right beside her ears, watched as lightning bolts as thick as elephant legs struck the trees ahead, her heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably. Even with supernatural powers, players were still weak and powerless against nature. Song Fuguang was terribly sleepy, but couldn't fall asleep. He kept the game panel open to peek at the chats of the players, who had also been awakened. Luckily, this rain didn't come during the day, otherwise it would have been boiling water. "I want to be rich and strong. Will the temperature drop after this rain? I really can't stand this awful weather. AAA delicious mushroom wholesale. Who knows? Maybe it get even hotter. I just want to go back to Blue Planet. What's the purpose of this game? What good does it do them to torture us to death? Biology teacher, survival of the fittest. Those who survive will receive a 100 million yuan reward." Ababa, really? The chat channel was buzzing with chatter, so Song Fuguang turned to the forum. Before she could even take a closer look at the players' posts, yesterday's earnings were already visible. Day 14 of the survival calendar. Your total forum earnings are 130,283 survival coins. Chapter 42. I made a fortune. Song Fuguang's sleepiness vanished instantly. The forum could bring in 130,000 survival coins a day, so wouldn't that mean nearly 4 million a month? That's a huge sum. Song Fuguang couldn't help but smile. Even the flickering lightning in front of her eyes looked adorable. But she also understood that the forum's huge revenue yesterday was probably due to the players' novelty. After the initial excitement, unless there was particularly important news, players probably wouldn't spend survival coins on casual chatting. After all, there was a free chat channel right next door. Nevertheless, Song Fuguang was satisfied. The forum was a very stable and long-term source of additional income. As long as the forum survived, Song Fuguang could make a small profit every day, which was just right for her current poverty. She clicked on several major sections and took a quick look at the players' posts. The most common ones were those seeking family. People believe in returning to one's roots, and wherever one's parents and relatives are, that's where home is. Song Fuguang had no family. Her mother had passed away, and her mother's parents had also tragically passed away a few years earlier. As for her other relatives, she wasn't familiar with them, so she didn't have much affection for them. Switching to the forum, she found a number of paid posts in the expert tips section. Song Fuguang clicked on one and found it quite informative. From general knowledge on the classification of pollutants, their weaknesses, how to more effectively eliminate them, and their movement patterns, to details like scavenging for food in the wild, how to avoid extreme heat and prevent heat stroke, and how to better modify props, there was everything. During the time Song Fuguang wasn't paying close attention, the players had quietly grown stronger, with a trend of the strong leading the weaker ones. The fundamental reason for this was still due to Song Fuguang's influence. The actions of the strongest players easily became examples, models for others to emulate. Song Fuguang had previously been willing to share important survival information for a small fee, so the players who benefited from her were also willing to help others. Humans are not solitary creatures, many hands make light work, and only by working together can we survive longer and go further. Song Fuguang was very pleased. She also learned a lot of new things from these posts, such as that pollutants stronger than players would not enter the road at night and attack them. For example, pollutants spawned irregularly in the forests along the road. Clearing out their nests not only brought temporary peace, but also offered a chance to receive a treasure chest as a bonus from the game system. For example, in today's extremely hot weather, there's a tree in the wild that produces sap. This sap not only cools and quenches thirst, but also provides certain nutrients. Posts like these abound, at least hundreds of them, truly maximizing the forum's usefulness. After carefully browsing each helpful post, Song Fuguang clicked on the base-related section. Currently, there are only 4 bases in the survival game: Lu Fushua, Lu Dishao, Huaqiao, and Chinda. Therefore, this section is mostly filled with posts recruiting players and sharing base benefits. The Lu Fushua base's biggest advantage is that it can be displayed on the map. Coupled with Song Fuguang's position as the server's top commander and the promise of getting rich picking up trash, many players are rushing to the base. However, few players chose to become official members, so Song Fuguang had to keep working. Never mind, let's just get them here first. The 3-day fee for temporary members is a hefty sum. The base hasn't been fully developed yet, so let's just leave it at that. Song Fuguang didn't bother browsing the chat section. She wasn't particularly interested. Turning to the dating section, Song Fuguang had initially thought it would be a haven for lonely men to find relief, but the reality was quite the opposite. She casually glanced at the homepage, only to see job postings like these. Lu Fushua Base is hiring male players who can do laundry, cook, be gentle and considerate, and provide massage services, providing emotional value. Ages 18 to 35. Huaqiao Base is hiring attractive male players. Requirements: excellent, exceptional work. 500 survival coins per month for pocket money. Lu Dishao Base is hiring 3 partners for monster slaying trips. Requirements: combat power 10,000 or higher, attribute points 10 or higher each. Supplies to be shared equally. Chinda Base is hiring 3 female nannies. Song Fuguang looked puzzled. Shouldn't this be categorized as a base-related section? She scrolled down the screen, even clicking into the post to read the replies. Finally, she understood why these people had settled into the dating section. 13th floor. A lonely little wolf cub, the lightning-avoiding player, is having affairs with 5 women and 3 men at once. 14th floor. No, this guy is just really hungry. 15th floor. He's found a bug with his part-time job. He's earning survival coins from 8 employers simultaneously. and his weekly earnings are higher than what I earn from working tirelessly picking up trash at Lu Fushua's base. 16th floor, online recruitment. Everyone, be careful not to fall for scams. 17th floor, is anyone interested in an online romance with me? 18th floor, I'm looking for a young man to babysit my child. 200 survival coins per month. Requirements, good character, gentle personality, and considerate work. Please discuss other details. Song Fuguang was amazed. After surfing for most of the day, she discovered that the female players in the Huachao base were the most free-spirited, those in the Lu Dingxiao base were the most pragmatic and assertive, and those in the Lu Fushua base were obsessed with money. Aside from money, they seemed to have no room for anything else. Not only that, the female players in the bases possessed an exceptionally strong sense of agency. Because they had high combat power and a certain amount of savings, they were completely confident in themselves. They cared little for others' opinions. Whether it was booze or applause, to them, it was essentially noise. They always knew exactly what they wanted and where they were headed, so they never allowed anyone, especially men, to slow them down or hinder their plans. The female players in Lu Fushua's base were incredibly independent and busy, so they were the group most likely to hire nannies or male nannies. They needed help with the chores of life. Song Fuguang stared at the screen, lost in thought. Could this service be provided by the base itself? That way, the money would go into the base's pockets, not those of outsiders. Song Fuguang thought the plan was feasible and sent a message to his housekeeper. The housekeeper was still awake, and she replied immediately, "How do you plan to implement it?" First, appoint a few general managers, then recruit female players from within the base who have relevant experience or are interested in pursuing related work, train them, and then put them on the job. This will not only solve the employment problems of some female players, helping them escape poverty and balancing the development of all members, but will also strengthen everyone's loyalty to the base. Song Fuguang's inspiration continued to flow. Implement an assessment system to control female players in this position, and establish a two-way channel for customer and professional evaluation. She offered some suggestions, and the housekeeper addressed any deficiencies, and the plan was quickly implemented. Song Fuguang didn't usually manage the base much. It was the housekeeper who dedicatedly helped her develop. Feeling bad for her, Song Fuguang gave the housekeeper a portion of all the new things in his backpack. The housekeeper stared at the pile of snacks and drinks on the desk in front of her. Was the base commander trying to coax a child? The corners of her lips curled up. Although the base commander's methods were clumsy and immature, it had to be said that sincerity always made people feel more comfortable and more willing to accept. In the second half of the night, the thunder gradually subsided, and all the players were finally able to get a good night's sleep. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the system's announcement sounded, "Attention, all players. Extreme weather will occur over the next week. Please return to the base as soon as possible and seek shelter in the service area. Do not linger outdoors. Otherwise, the consequences will be at your own risk. Attention, all players. Extreme weather will occur over the next week. Please return to the base as soon as possible and seek shelter in the service area. Do not linger outdoors. Otherwise, the consequences will be at your own risk. Attention, all players. Extreme weather will occur over the next week. Please return to the base as soon as possible and seek shelter in the service area. Do not linger outdoors. Otherwise, the consequences will be at your own risk." The system repeated this message 3 times. Song Fuguang lay bleary-eyed on the mattress in the back of the car and sighed slowly. The pollution problem hasn't been resolved, and now another natural disaster is about to strike. She rose to her feet, aching all over, feeling completely powerless. Although Qin Mian had shown mercy, their stats weren't high, and they never suffered much before, leaving them delicate and tender. Therefore, the after-effects of the training were particularly noticeable. It wasn't just Song Fuguang. Zhang Fengao had already been complaining in the group chat. "Oh my god. Oh my god. I feel like I'm dying. Want some Hulua oil?" The old fox said, "Just bought it." Zhang Fengao replied, "Yes, yes, yes, put some on me." "Thank you." The old fox traded the Hulua oil to Zhang Fengao. As Zhang Fengao applied it, he said, "Sister Wangwei has practically vanished from the face of the earth. I sent her messages, but she didn't reply. Without her around, I don't know what to do next. Go to the nearby service area first." Tu Jing appeared and warned, "Natural disasters are no joke. Don't underestimate them." Luo Jinchun, "I seem to have arrived." Qigang's service area. She sat uncertainly in her Land Rover, staring at the sign in front of her that read Qigang's service area. "Fuguang, Your base is near the Qi service area, right? Yes. Song Fuguang was a little surprised. First, go to the Qi service area to buy attribute point boosting cards and increase your stats. Then, if possible, make some minor modifications to your vehicle and stock up on weapons, food, and other supplies. If you don't want to stay in the Qi service area, follow the map instructions to Lu Fushua's base. Song Fuguang began recruiting talent. Join my base, and the system will automatically increase your mental power by 10%. The system panel doesn't display specific values for mental power right now, but I suspect it's closely related to the speed of late-stage superpower development and its ultimate potential. In reality, Luo Jinchun would have joined Lu Fushua's base without Song Fuguang's words. It was Song Fuguang who fundamentally helped Luo Jinchun out of his predicament. She killed Luo Jigang for him, and Luo Haotian wasn't a threat, so Luo Jinchun could easily defeat him, eliminating any future trouble. Luo Jinchun had gained his freedom, and since he liked Song Fuguang's personality, he naturally wanted to follow him. Whether they teamed up or simply became acquaintances, Luo Jinchun would benefit greatly. I will, she replied to Song Fuguang. I restock my supplies at the Qi service area and head over there. Okay. Zhang Fengao, who loved the hustle and bustle, immediately exclaimed happily, great. Once we become players in the same base, we can see each other every day. But the reality was that they were randomly assigned to different game maps. Aside from attending classes, it was unclear when they would be able to reunite. There's a lot of contaminants near the base. You can go there to gain combat power first, if you don't plan on continuing to explore the rest of the map, Song Fuguang suggested. Luo Jinchun truly had no plans to advance. She was now a top-tier player on the server leaderboard, and she had pinned her post looking for her mother in the forum's missing person section, just waiting for her mother to see it and contact her. So, there was no need to frequently change maps. Lu Fushua's base was large. Perhaps her mother was on her way, having heard of it. Instead of running around like a headless chicken, it was better to stay put and wait patiently, strengthening herself along the way. I really want to go back to the base, Zhang Fengao lamented melancholy. Sleeping out in the open isn't as good as the base. If I could rent a small house inside the base, and spend my free time getting together with friends and chatting, life would be so wonderful. Tu Jing, that's a good idea. Let's finish Qin Mian's class first. Zhang Fengao, Zhang Fengao was suddenly overwhelmed by the thought. She no longer dared to hope for any teacher to appear. She wished she could take back everything she had said. Luo Jinchun was relatively safe now, and Song Fuguang should continue on his journey, reaching the next service area as quickly as possible. After the rain last night, the temperature had changed significantly this morning, and Song Fuguang felt a rare coolness. She pulled the warm rice cakes from her backpack and opened a can of meat, filling her stomach in a hurry and setting off on her journey. The tricycle moved steadily along the road. Song Fuguang glanced around, intently searching for any sign of a treasure chest. Treasure chests had been appearing less and less frequently lately, and Song Fuguang was muttering to himself when he suddenly spotted a house in the woods to his left. House? Song Fuguang slammed on the brakes. How could there be a house in the wilderness? Something was wrong. Something was terribly wrong. Song Fuguang cautiously took out his dark light and stuffed the tricycle into the vehicle storage card, stopping there and observing it carefully for a few minutes. Could it be a dungeon? There seemed to be no other explanation. But she hadn't used her dungeon ticket. Had she stumbled upon it by accident? Song Fuguang considered for a moment, then decided to go over and take a look. If anything was amiss, she would turn and run. With a flying tricycle in hand, Song Fuguang felt at least 50% confident of successfully escaping the pollutant's pursuit. Slowing down his pace, Song Fuguang stealthily approached the two-story building. The house looked a bit old, but the materials were clearly good and sturdy. Its style resembled the buildings built on Blue Planet in the 1970s and 1980s. Song Fuguang tilted his head and tooted, feeling an inexplicable strange feeling. The outermost part of the house was a small courtyard, filled with flowers and plants. Roses and Chinese roses entwined themselves and climbed the fence, vying to bloom their most vibrant and delicate blossoms. Is anyone there? Song Fuguang knocked on the door politely. No one answered, so Song Fuguang knocked twice more. Finally, on the third knock, the door automatically opened for her, signaling her to enter. There was no need to guess. This house was definitely inhabited by a high-level pollutant. Without Wangwe, Song Fuguang had no idea how difficult this dungeon would be. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he realized he unknowingly become overly reliant on Wangwe and her abilities. Particularly Wang Yue's abilities. As long as Wanwe nodded, she seemed to be free to do anything without worrying about any risks. This wouldn't do. Song Fuguang felt a slight start. Over-reliance on others wasn't a good thing. What are you doing standing at the door? Come in. A young woman's voice rang out from inside, bringing Song Fuguang back to his senses and gripping the dark light even tighter. I'll be right there, she replied, then stepped into the courtyard and slowly moved toward the gate. The dark light was too long and conspicuous, so as he neared the door, Song Fuguang, after careful consideration, she put it away and switched to the musket, holding it in his right hand and hiding it behind his back. If the contaminants inside were particularly aggressive, Song Fuguang could respond quickly. The door was ajar, and through the crack, Song Fuguang caught a glimpse of a figure both strange and familiar. She stared at it in amazement. Even though she knew full well that it was a contaminant impersonating her, she couldn't help but call out Mom. In her mind. Yes, the contaminant looked exactly like the photo of Song Fuguang's mother. Song Fuguang's mother had died early, leaving her with few memories or recollections. However, when her stepfather had committed her to a mental hospital, she had secretly hidden a photo of her mother and stepfather at their wedding. Therefore, the high-level contaminant before her eyes was her mother's most beautiful appearance at that time. Song Fuguang felt mixed emotions. She had never imagined that her next encounter with mother would be under these circumstances. She raised her left hand gently, then, with a slight effort, opened the door. Why are you here? I'm not here. Where should I be? The woman inside raised her head, her gaze stern. Despite her delicately made-up face and fierce expression, Song Fuguang couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness. Under the car? With these words, Song Fuguang's complex emotions instantly dissipated. This pollutant's internet speed is quite fast. It knows all those old jokes. Song Fuguang shook his head. I'm just surprised. She licked her lips. But I also don't understand why you're pretending to be my mother. Do you know you're a pollutant? After saying this, Song Fuguang held his breath, quietly awaiting her reaction. What do you mean by pretending? What do you mean by pollutant? I'm your mother. The woman stood up, grabbed a feather duster from the side, and stalked towards Song Fuguang, looking ready to give her a good beating. Who have you been hanging out with to learn bad things? You don't pay attention in class, and your grades are terrible. How could I have given birth to a daughter like you? As the woman approached, the feather duster quickly landed on Song Fuguang. Song Fuguang tried to dodge, but she couldn't. This seemed to be the rule of the dungeon. Players entering this building must play the role of daughter, playing the tiger mom's parenting game with this pollutant. It hurts. Song Fuguang couldn't help but cry out. He'd barely recovered from Qin Mian's beating yesterday, and now he was being beaten again by the contaminant pretending to be his mother. What was she asking? You still feel pain? Then why don't you study hard? The woman's expression was one of disappointment. Look at you, you idiot. You didn't even dodge when I hit you. Song Fuguang was speechless. I wanted to, but the system wouldn't let me. You're too weak. The woman grabbed a feather duster and, the next second, suddenly attacked Song Fuguang, grabbing for his neck. Song Fuguang quickly dodged to the side and deflected a second attack from the feather duster with her musket. So your mission is to ambush players and make them suffer? How do you clear this dungeon? Song Fuguang tried to pry information from Pollutant. If you tell me, I'll... Before she finished her words, Pollutant suddenly stopped and stared at her intently. You? You called me you? Song Fuguang? Question mark. What else? Call me Mom. The Pollutant was furious that his daughter hadn't shown him respect or shown him any affection. You have no manners at all. Are you pissing me off again? Song Fuguang remained silent. She couldn't bring herself to say no to such a fickle pollutant. Song Fuguang said firmly, You're not my mom. Just because you were my mom's skin doesn't mean you can be my mom. Her stubbornness didn't last long. Under the pollutant's barrage of attacks, Song Fuguang was left with a grimacing pain. The pollutant raged, Call me? Yes, I will. The pollutant showed no mercy. Song Fuguang suspected that if he continued to attack her like this, she would die in the dungeon today. So, no longer caring about truth or falsehood, she quickly surrendered and begged for mercy. Mom, stop hitting me. Isn't it okay for me to scream? The pollutant was finally satisfied. That's good enough. Wouldn't you have been so obedient earlier? You've been beaten for nothing. Song Fuguang's expression was expressionless. Are you the only pollutant in this instance? Or are there other pollutants pretending to be my relatives and asking me to play along? This time, the pollutant didn't evade Song Fuguang's question and answered directly, It's just me. There's no one else here except me. Baby, you're my good child. You're all I have. The pollutant suddenly became sentimental, and Song Fuguang's scalp tingled. Really? You? Don't worry, Mom won't hurt you. Since you were able to stumble into this place by chance, it proves that we are destined to be together, so... A bright smile suddenly appeared on Pollution's pretty face. Mom will teach you new things, and give you the most important lesson in life. Song Fuguang was skeptical. Like, how to better avoid Pollution Mom's feather duster. No, not really. Pollution shook his head. You guessed wrong. Today I'm going to teach you how to better deal with pollution and kill it. Song Fuguang? Question mark. Pollution teaches players to kill pollution? Are there traitors among them? Chapter 43. Song Fuguang's facial muscles twitched slightly. She wanted to laugh, but felt it would be inappropriate. She was also afraid of angering the pollutants, so she struggled to hold it in. Really? Song Fuguang asked peculiarly. Can you? Of course. The pollutant displayed a haughty expression. After acknowledging Song Fuguang's question, she elegantly pulled over a nearby chair and slowly sat down, her feather duster in hand. Pollutants are essentially no different from players. We're all flesh and blood, and there are ordinary people and awakened ones. Besides the names, what else is different? Song Fuguang pondered. Yes. The pollutant glanced over, and Song Fuguang replied politely, primary and intermediate pollutants are rather unsightly. They're not considered pollutants. The woman didn't react much. In our eyes, they're just a bunch of mindless things. Intermediate pollutants are fine, but primary pollutants don't even have a shape. She paused. That's not important. Then what's more important? The pollutant seemed serious, so Song Fuguang put aside his indifference and listened intently. Pollutant smiled. How to distinguish them is more important. The woman said in a gloomy voice, high-level pollutants are indistinguishable from ordinary people. Do you understand what this means? Her expression was inexplicably twisted, revealing a chilling madness. The two can produce hybrids. When a hybrid is born, the bloodline of a normal person is tainted. Who would have the heart to kill their own flesh and blood? Pollutant stared at Song Fuguang, as if to see through him completely. So, who is the true master of this world? Pollutant murmured softly, those noble humans, who claim to be perfect will eventually be infiltrated by us, pollutants. Song Fuguang listened intently. After the other person calmed down a little, Song Fuguang asked curiously, Mom, am I also mixed race? Pollutant, question mark. Actually, you didn't die before, but returned to the survival game world early to continue your training, correct? Song Fuguang's imagination grew. You were simply after my biological father's good looks, or perhaps his good genes. Finally, you succeeded, and then you left without a second thought, leaving me alone and helpless in a mental hospital for over a decade, starving and cold, worse than a roadside weed. Pollution, question mark. She paused, then forced a sympathetic expression. So your life story is so tragic. Though I feel deeply for you, it's a shame. Pollution remained expressionless. You're just a normal human being. I remember your presence even after I die. Song Fuguang. Okay. It's a shame. She pulled a stool over and sat down. I thought I was the legendary protagonist of Dragon Altian, blessed with a powerful bloodline, destined to one day suddenly become a sensation and slap everyone in the face. Pollution was speechless. Can you be a little more normal? Song Fuguang smiled, and Pollution continued to rant. If you could devote the time and energy you spend reading online novels to studying, you wouldn't be in such a mess. Do you think I understand what I read in online novels? Song Fuguang crossed his legs and answered himself, not at all. Pollution, She suddenly lost interest in communicating with Song Fuguang, so she attacked him right there, and then, grabbing him by the neck. Always be wary of outsiders. I'm a pollutant, not a human, not of my kind. Someone's heart must be different, and I could take your life at any moment. If I had any intention of killing you, you would have died 800 times already. The other person's force was so strong that Song Fuguang's face flushed red. What's your taste? You could kill me directly, but you resorted to a sneak attack. Hit! A dark light suddenly flashed, piercing the pollutant with lightning speed. The pollutant dodged in panic, the hand gripping Song Fuguang's neck quickly loosening. The pollutants have countless ways to torture you, just like you humans have countless ways to dissect them for research. Hey. Song Fuguang quickly distanced himself from the matter. I have nothing to do with it. Those noble yet vicious humans you speak of have done me no good, so I bear no responsibility for their sins. Song Fuguang said seriously, strictly speaking, we players are victims just like you pollutants. What do you think? Song Fuguang began to brainwash the high-level pollutant. We used to live peacefully in our own world, but because they possess more advanced technology, we become their playthings for their amusement. Who can guarantee we won't be the next to fall victim to their cruelty? The little human's words made some sense. Pollutant was stunned for a moment, then his gaze shifted slightly, as he looked at Song Fuguang. Indeed, you're so weak, even I could easily crush you. Song Fuguang, In fact, he didn't need to say that last sentence. Perhaps Song Fuguang's words convinced Pollutant, and his attitude softened somewhat. Song Fuguang even felt that his expression had softened. Regardless, we are currently on opposite sides. In a while, your people will go on a rampage and slaughter my people, and my people will do the same. Then you teach me how to deal with you better. Song Fuguang's expression was bewildered. Did the system force you to do that? Pollutant didn't respond, but instead launched another sneak attack. Our physiques and strength are similar. The only difference is our awakened superpowers. The innate level of superpowers determines the ultimate outcome of their development, so... Pollutant suddenly laughed and launched a burst of energy at Song Fuguang, freezing her solid from the neck down in the blink of an eye. To win, you must constantly upgrade your abilities. I understand, Mom. Song Fuguang sighed, but I'm struggling. Not only do I have to survive natural disasters, I also have to study and attend classes, and I have to keep driving to avoid being overtaken by the pollution behind me. I'm exhausted. 24 hours in a day isn't enough time for me. Pollution frowned. Everyone's gone through this? How much intensity is too much for you to handle? She suddenly disliked Song Fuguang and became even more determined to train his mind. So, without hesitation, she released the ability that had frozen Song Fuguang and attacked him again. Song Fuguang dodged hastily, his form in disarray. This high-level contaminant was formidable. Song Fuguang secretly observed its moves. Not only was its supernatural power impressive, but its combat awareness and skills were also impressive, rivaling Qin Mian's. But it seemed less formidable than Qin Mian's. Song Fuguang quietly compared the two. Qin Mian's aura was restrained when he appeared, yet his every move still exuded a suffocating pressure. This contaminant, however, was different. She didn't carry Qin Mian's bloodthirsty, menacing aura. Song Fuguang momentarily lost herself, then whipped out her musket. Just as the other party mistakenly thought she was about to fire, she instantly sheathed it, grasped Nguang, and decisively lunged at him. And Nguang was easily trapped, unable to move an inch. The woman raised her lips, with a mixture of elegance and disdain. Cheating? You're still a little immature. Stop trying to be clever. Just fighting me honestly is better than anything else. Even after failing to hit him once, Song Fuguang remained undeterred. My current attribute points are only 20. Only 20? Pollution was surprised. That's very low, almost like a child's. She looked Song Fuguang up and down. But it doesn't look like it on the surface. How did you do it? I don't know. Song Fuguang gave her a half-hearted look. Are your attribute points high? Pollution narrowed his eyes at her. Song Fuguang remained expressionless, his face innocent. Finally, Pollution stared at her for a moment and replied vaguely, a few tens of thousands. A few tens of thousands? Song Fuguang was utterly shocked. Qin Mian must have had over 100,000. Her class didn't even have a fraction of Qin Mian's attribute points. No wonder she said yesterday that this was the worst class she ever taught. Song Fuguang was a little anxious. How did you earn enough survival coins to buy attribute point boosting cards? Or did you increase your points in some other way? Can you tell me, Mom? Now you're willing to call me that. Pollution sneered. It's simple. Just clear dungeons. Keep clearing dungeons. If you're lucky, you get attribute points as rewards. Song Fuguang, then after I clear your dungeons, can you reward me with attribute points, my dear mother? She enthusiastically pulled sour plum and mung bean soup from her backpack and offered them to him. Mom, are you tired? Are you thirsty? Have some. No. Pollution coldly rejected her. I'm afraid you poison me. You humans are the most treacherous and cunning. Song Fuguang was speechless. I'm not that kind of person. Pollution didn't care if she was that kind of person or not. Her ace addiction went wild, and she caught Song Fuguang and beat her up. Song Fuguang tried to resist, but was outmatched. His hands were practically a shadow. 2 hours later, Song Fuguang panted, I can't do this anymore. I need to rest. Even so, her right hand struck without warning, seizing the woman's moment of letdown. Mom, I got you. The pollutant was surprised. What's your superpower? I haven't awakened any. Song Fuguang released her and sighed softly. That's why I'm feeling so bad. I had a bad fate. I lost my parents when I was young, and then I entered the survival game world with low starting points, so I haven't awakened any superpowers yet. Song Fuguang shed 2 fake crocodile tears. If I weren't so strong, I would have wanted to die long ago. Pollution watched her performance expressionlessly. Oh! She remained indifferent. After a while, Song Fuguang grew bored and gave up. How long will I stay here? I don't know. The woman sipped her tea slowly. Do you really want to leave? Don't you want to stay with me forever? Yes, I really do. Song Fuguang lied freely. I wish I could stay with you until the end of the world and the survival game ends, but... Song Fuguang said regretfully, I have to accept reality. Mom, you've been dead for so many years. Although I miss you very much, we didn't have much emotional foundation. Song Fuguang grinned. So, I won't be very immersed in the story. Isn't the ultimate purpose of this dungeon to make players indulge in past memories? Song Fuguang boldly speculated, what will happen to players who can't break free? The woman didn't tell her, simply saying, 10 minutes rest. Song Fuguang couldn't fathom Pollutant's thoughts. She took a few gulps from the bottle of water and then continued to harass Pollutant, asking, can I share the address of this dungeon? Will you always be there? Or will you randomly appear somewhere on the map? You can share it. The Pollutant said meaningfully, if any players come, I won't leave. The Pollutant suddenly smiled a creepy smile. Share the dungeon information. Song Fuguang nodded. Okay. She opened the game panel in front of the other person, then went to the forum's expert tips section and created a post. Player Song Fuguang has shared a dungeon address with you. After posting the address to the main thread, Song Fuguang briefly summarized, be careful. This high-level pollutant will disguise itself as the person you most desire, yearn for, or love. After editing the post, she set it to require 100 survival coins to view. 100 survival coins isn't a lot, and players with a little savings and a need for dungeons will be happy to pay. Even if they don't need it now, they can resell the address to recoup their investment, so the loss rate is not high. After Song Fuguang's post went live, someone quickly spent survival coins to unlock the address. Second floor. I'm right in my neighborhood. Has the boss successfully completed the level and left? If I rush over now, is there any hope of running into him? Third floor. Are you her illegitimate fan? Don't be too outrageous. This address is so far from me. Fourth floor. It's quite far from me too, but based on the previous top-ranked player's activity trajectory, it should be near the Reneai's service area. Fifth floor. I'm right at the Reneai's service area. Ladies, do you think I'd be brave enough to give it a try? Or should I wait for more detailed guides? 6th floor. Players nearby are so lucky. I envy you. Song Fuguang wasn't sure if the other players were lucky. Her rest period was over, and she was plucked up by the pollutants just in time to continue training. Song Fuguang ate a candy bar, feeling that Mercury had been quite retrograde for the past 2 days. How could one person endure 2 beatings from 2 people within 24 hours? She dodged with despair. Although her body was in severe pain, she felt she had made considerable progress after the woman's devilish training. All right. Pollution glanced at the sky outside. That's it. Song Fuguang sighed. How long has it been? It was just a little training. Pollution clapped his hands in boredom. You're not obsessed with me, and all you can think about is progress. What else can I do? Most high-level pollutants can detect the obsessions of normal people, which is a significant reason why human society can be infiltrated by pollutants. This is their innate skill, inherited from the first generation of high-level pollutants, and has never disappeared. Song Fuguang was simple-minded, not deeply attached to her family, and she didn't have many friends. The pollutant sensed most in her mind that she was getting stronger. Besides this, she had few distractions, so the pollutant had no power over Song Fuguang. She already spent most of the day training with Song Fuguang. This player was truly boring, and pollutant's patience was running out. She simply gave Song Fuguang the reward early, telling him to leave quickly, and free up her spot for the next, more interesting player. But Song Fuguang refused. No, I don't agree. Paulette, ? You're my mother. You have to keep teaching me more skills to survive in this survival game. What's it to me? I'm not your real mother. Paulette, realizing Song Fuguang was a tough nut to crack, didn't hesitate, and kicked her out of the dungeon. I taught you so much today. You should be content. Congratulations on successfully resisting the temptation of high-level pollutants and completing the dungeon. You receive rewards from the dungeon owner, plus 10 spiritual power, plus 10 strength, and plus 10 constitution. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Song Fuguang for completing a B-level outdoor dungeon. It's still a B-level dungeon, but this time, there are attribute point bonuses, especially spiritual power. Song Fuguang opened his profile, which had been updated to ID 44409091241888. Nickname, Song Fuguang. Vehicle, Electric Tricycle, Level 3 Power, SSS Level Clairvoyance, Current Level 1, Current Level Proficiency 2.69%, Skill 1, Insight, able to see through everything. Skill 2, Prohibition, temporarily disables other players' powers. Strength, 30, plus 3, Const, 30, plus 3, Health, 100. Comprehensive Combat Power, 310038. The spiritual power attribute is still hidden and not displayed. Song Fuguang stood outside the cabin, unwillingly trying to re-enter, only to be greeted by a system message. Sorry, the dungeon owner has blocked you. Song Fuguang, ? If you don't love me, please don't hurt me. Song Fuguang couldn't help but scream at the top of his lungs. Mom, you're so cruel. Are you planning to never have anything to do with me again? I was planning to come back to see you soon. Get lost. A woman's voice rang out from inside. No need, stay away from me. Song Fuguang couldn't help but touch his nose. He hadn't done anything. This morning had been quite fruitful, and Song Fuguang was in a very good mood. She left a pile of snacks and 2 cold drinks in the courtyard. Thanks, Mom. I always be grateful to you. Regardless, the pollutant had indeed taught Song Fuguang a lot and revealed a lot of information, so it was only right that she thanked him. However, she didn't have much in her pocket, so she could only offer a few kind words. The pollutant didn't react. Song Fuguang put the things away, bowed deeply, and then took out his tricycle, got in, and continued on his way to the next service area. After she left, the woman still sat in the chair, bearing the appearance of Song Fuguang's mother. TSK. The woman laughed, her expression unreadable, but eventually, she slowly stood up, opened the door, picked up the snacks and cold drinks Song Fuguang had left, and took them back home. She could barely call it her own mental compensation. As the sun rose, the midday temperature gradually rose. It seemed as if the storm last night had been an illusion, having no effect at all. Song Fuguang wiped the sweat from her face, unsure how long this damned extreme weather would last. After a while of sprinting, she was completely sunburned and quickly retreated to the nearby woods for some cool air. Song Fuguang hadn't ventured deep into the forest in ages. Taking advantage of the relatively normal daytime weather today, she folded up her tricycle and re-entered the forest, ready to pick up delicious mushrooms and treasure chests. The forest and the road seemed like 2 different worlds. The heat there was unbearable, while the coolness here was even eerily chilly. Unlike the steaming road, the ground here was moist and mossy, indicating a healthy ecosystem. After observing for a few seconds, Song Fuguang quickly spotted a bunch of mushrooms, each as large as a pig's ear, nestled on a fallen tree. After painstakingly plucking a nest of mushrooms, Song Fuguang traded them to Qin Runhua for processing, paying a fee. Qin Runhua didn't refuse the business that came his way and immediately went to work for Song Fuguang. Song Fuguang wanted to recruit Qin Runhua into the base. People die for money, and birds die for food. Qin Runhua's craftsmanship was excellent, and if he opened a shop, he would attract many customers. And the players in the base were the least short of money. So, if this worked, it would be a win-win situation for both sides. After Qin Runhua returned the finished product to Song Fuguang briefly explained his plan. Qin Runhua considered this carefully for a moment. But my current map doesn't show the location of Lu Fushua's base. Where are you now? Qingda base. Qin Runhua said, we were at the Fuling service area before, but after the Qingda base was established, my wife and I came to Qingda base. The roads in the game world were now blocked, and Song Fuguang had no other options. If you have the chance, you and your wife must come to Fushua base. Okay. Qin Runhua agreed with a smile. After communicating with the other party, Song Fuguang lowered his head and continued searching for supplies. Delicious mushrooms are the most common and easiest to find in the forest. In just 1 hour, Song Fuguang had already picked up 33 of them. Each one was larger than the other, providing enough food for Song Fuguang for the next 2 weeks. In addition to mushrooms, Song Fuguang also found a bunch of wood-ear mushrooms. Because they were too difficult to clean and process, she simply put them on the market to sell. Players can now purchase a variety of side dishes and condiments at the service area, making it easier to sell ingredients than before. Meanwhile, a variety of homemade dishes are popping up in the market. It won't be long before wealthy players can enjoy a feast reminiscent of a state banquet. Song Fuguang was anticipating that scene when she suddenly spotted a silver treasure chest hidden among a pile of rotting wood. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly walked over, bent down, and picked it up. Just as she was about to trade it to the old fox, the lock suddenly snapped open. A pollutant popped out, and Song Fuguang instinctively swung her fist, easily dispatching it. Congratulations to the player for killing an intermediate pollutant. Your overall combat power increases by 10 points. Opening the silver treasure chest. Congratulations on receiving important news. Warning! After the map update, do not leave the road easily. The consequences will be at your own risk. Chapter 44. Song Fuguang flipped the note over and over. Aside from the 2 lines above, it didn't offer any other information. But what does "don't leave the road easily" mean? Will there be other dangers beyond the road besides pollutants next season? This isn't a good thing. Song Fuguang put the note in his backpack and then opened the forum's expert tips section to post a second thread, charging 2 survival coins. Latest news on the next season's closed beta. First floor. After the map update tomorrow night, don't leave the road easily, or you be at your own risk. There are many players on the forum, and the post quickly garnered replies. Second floor. What does that mean? What's beyond the road? Boss, please elaborate. I have money. 3rd floor. Is this true? Is this news reliable? Hey, we're already struggling to survive. Don't mess with us. 4th floor. Anyway, everyone should hurry to the base and service area. The map update is coming soon, so if anything unexpected happens, our safety will be temporarily guaranteed. 5th floor. I think what the above person said makes sense. The system has clearly stated that the base, service area, and highway are safe. Everyone, please stop trying to go against the system. 6th floor. Come to Lu Fushua's base. The underground shelter has been successfully unlocked and is open for business. The fee is not high, it's a real bargain. 7th floor. I want to come too, but I'm too far away. The thread quickly strayed from the main point of discussion, and Song Fuguang didn't pay much attention. Her survival coins began to arrive, and the player also successfully received the news of the rescue. A win-win situation. But it's already scorching hot. What kind of tricks is the game system up to? She took out a small fan and blew it against her face. After cooling herself down a bit, she continued exploring. Song Fuguang had some good luck this afternoon, finding quite a bit of food. The most abundant of these were the delicious mushrooms, a full 89 of them. The value of delicious mushrooms has been rising steadily these days, now fetching as much as 20 survival coins each. Delicious mushrooms are not only filling but also effective in restoring health, so most players are reluctant to sell them, instead keeping them as food reserves. Song Fuguang was no exception. Since her backpack had enough space, she saved the delicious mushrooms. A new natural disaster is imminent, so stocking up on rations is a sure thing. Besides the delicious mushrooms, Song Fuguang gave Qin Runhua all the remaining transactions that could be handled by her. Anything Qin Runhua couldn't handle, she simply listed on the market. While the survival coins she received weren't many, they were enough for Song Fuguang to stay in a hotel for 10 days, or half a month. The sun was setting, and the sky was gradually darkening. Song Fuguang returned to the road from the dense forest, taking advantage of the relatively warm weather and pressing the accelerator to accelerate forward. She was still a long way from the next service area. If she used the energy stones to activate the Tricycle's flight mode, she could reach it in less than half a day. But most of the energy stones in her backpack had been used up, and Song Fuguang hadn't restocked them, so she had to keep some on hand just in case. Stepping fully on the accelerator, Song Fuguang sped down the road at full throttle. A dreamy, brilliant sunset shone across the survival game world, casting a veil of orange and yellow on every object. The scenery was incredibly beautiful. After a few admiring glances, Song Fuguang lost interest. She focused on driving the tricycle, practically sending it flying. From 5:30 to 9:30, Song Fuguang had covered a total of 582 kilometers. After stopping the tricycle for a quick bite to eat and a drink of water, she casually browsed the forum. In the chat section, a post quickly caught her attention. Are there any geologists here to see if this is an earthquake cloud? 1st floor. I feel like there's something wrong with the clouds tonight. Does anyone know if it's an earthquake cloud? 2nd floor. No way. It should be a normal natural phenomenon. But honestly, today's sunset and glow are truly beautiful. I never seen a sunset as beautiful as this picture. Picture? 3rd floor. I don't think so either. Why is there an earthquake out of nowhere? It's time to boil some water. 4th floor. Wait, I get someone for you. 5th floor. What if, there's an earthquake? If it's a large one, wouldn't we be swallowed underground, along with our vehicle? If that were to happen, the vehicle's flight function would be crucial. Song Fuguang stared at the screen thoughtfully. Did the modification shop at the Huachao service area already know about this news, and that's why they were so eager to sell him flying tires? Besides the earthquake, if the game system got even worse, and there were a few days of continuous heavy rain, the numerous mountains surrounding the highway would be prone to landslides. Add to that the mudslides that ordinary people would find difficult to escape, and the difficulty of survival would be instantly escalated to hellish mode. Song Fuguang shook his legs, inexplicably missing Wang Wei at that moment. If she were still there, she could provide the most accurate answer, allowing everyone to prepare in advance. After Qin Mian took Wang Wei away yesterday, she hadn't heard from her since. She hadn't read any messages from Zhang Fengao or anyone else. Song Fuguang wasn't worried about Wang Yue's safety. Her willingness to go with Qin Mian proved that he posed no threat to her. Not only that, Qin Mian's presence would be of great benefit to her. Will Qin Mian provide Wang Wei with special training? Song Fuguang was already looking forward to the day he would reunite with Wang Wei. After her break, Song Fuguang resumed her journey. This time, she stopped promptly after midnight and fell asleep right there. There wasn't much pollution entering the highway at night, so Song Fuguang slept soundly. When the sun rose at 6 the next morning, she opened her eyes refreshed. The distance from the Renai service area to the next service area was still 2,000 kilometers. Song Fuguang had already covered half of the distance yesterday. If nothing unexpected happened, he would reach the new service area today. Taking advantage of the early morning sun, just as the temperature had risen, Song Fuguang immediately started her tricycle. She ate breakfast while driving. Around 10 o'clock, the heat finally wore off, and she hurriedly packed up her tricycle and retreated to the shade of a tree beside the road. Daytime was now almost completely wasted. Players could only find their teachers for lessons and scramble under the shade of trees, gathering supplies. Song Fuguang was no different, and her class schedule had to coincide with Qin Mian's. Based on her observations and understanding of Qin Mian, he wasn't likely to summon players daily for casual playtime. But it was different for the others. According to forums and chat channels, a large portion of players had fixed class times, and their teachers diligently taught and trained them every day. Of course, Song Fuguang wasn't envious. After all, if they were to compete against Qin Mian at the same level of training intensity as the other players, they would eventually be defeated. Thinking of Qin Mian, Song Fuguang suddenly felt a surge of pain all over her body. Song Fuguang began searching for treasure chests. They had been appearing less and less frequently lately, and she wondered if it had something to do with Song Fuguang's luck. She resignedly gathered a bunch of delicious mushrooms and bright red wild fruits, sharing some with her classmates in the group chat during lunch break. Zhang Fengao, it's so sour. The old fox took a bite, his eyebrows, eyes, and nose wrinkling. It's quite good, quite thirst-quenching. Seeing this, Luo Jinchun didn't eat. Isn't it tasty? Song Fuguang asked in surprise. I thought it would be sweet. Zhang Fengao, you didn't eat it? No. Song Fuguang said seriously, I just sat down and didn't have time to eat it. But if it's not tasty, then I won't eat it. Thank you, little Fengao. Zhang Fengao was speechless. I hate you. She spat out the fruit in her mouth with a pft. I knew you had bad intentions. Luo Jinchun watched the fun. Is this your first day meeting her? Zhang Fengao regretted it. He should have said it was delicious. At least, he could have tricked Song Fuguang into trying it first. She was so careless. After a moment of frantic reflection, Zhang Fengao asked, have you all arrived at the service area? Not yet, but it's almost there. Zhang Fengao opened the map and looked at it. I'm only 500 kilometers away. I'm already there. The service area I'm at is called Linting. I wonder if we have a chance to meet here, the old fox said with a slightly complicated tone. Luo Jinchun stared at the screen for a moment. Are you all right? The old fox paused, then feigned a casual smile. Fine. I just miss you guys a little. We only been apart for a few hours. Zhang Fengao, unsure of the reason, retorted, are we so captivating? Why do you still miss us so much? Song Fuguang didn't even bother to answer her. I get to the service area tonight. If it's the same service area, I message you. The old fox smiled. Okay. She turned her gaze away from the game panel and fixed it on the elderly woman in front of her, her gray hair and familiar, kind face. Her expression was hazy, and she couldn't tell if she was hallucinating or if the group of high-level pollutants had quietly followed her out of the training grounds. After the break, Song Fuguang continued his search for treasure chests and supplies. About 10 minutes later, Song Fuguang luckily found a silver treasure chest. He traded the treasure chest to Old Fox on the spot. Soon, he received an apology. "Sorry, Fuguang, I only got a small box of popsicles this time." She then traded the box of popsicles to Song Fuguang. "It's okay, you're much better off than me," Song Fuguang consoled her. "If it were me, I'd probably only get one popsicle." She accepted the trade and took out her belongings to cool off. However, when the small box of popsicles the old fox had mentioned landed, Song Fuguang stared at the takeout-sized box with a puzzled expression. A small box? That must have at least dozens or even hundreds of them. Song Fuguang laughed helplessly, truly at his wit's end. The old fox had been unlucky enough to get a whole box of popsicles, while he only had a mere bowl of mung bean soup, haha. He offered half of the popsicles to the old fox, who embarrassedly tried to refuse, but Song Fuguang forced her to accept them. The old fox hesitated for a moment, then divided the treat equally among the group members. Fuguang's treat. Song Fuguang had no way to deal with her. The old fox was too kind and sincere. It was just her luck that she had met him. If it were any other scumbag, she would have been devoured to the bone. Zhang Fengao was delighted. "Thank you. I decided to make peace with you for 3 minutes. I forgive you for tricking me into eating sour wild fruit." "Song Fuguang, you hold a grudge?" Tu Jing appeared. "She's always like this. Sister Tu Jing." Zhang Fengao was furious. "You exposed my past again." Tu Jing laughed heartily, then stopped. "I'm at the fulling service area. Let's not talk anymore. I heard there's been a lot of gossip going on at the Qingda base lately. I'm going to check it out. Zhang Fengao, war correspondents, remember to update us with the latest news." "Okay." The chat ended, and Song Fuguang returned to work. She was idling on the forum, scanning her surroundings when a post about a dungeon stopped her in her tracks. The dungeon shared by the top-ranked user was amazing. "First floor. Who understands the shock of suddenly reuniting with my deceased parents and brother upon entering the dungeon?" At that moment, my head was buzzing, my whole body was shaking, and I could barely speak. After they left last year, I was completely lost, unable to muster the energy to do anything. Ultimately, my mental state was so bad that I had to temporarily take a leave of absence from school to return home to recuperate. No one knows how much I miss them. Sometimes I even want to die with them, but I'm too cowardly to dare. Thank you, Song Fuguang, for allowing me to make my dream come true in the game dungeon. Even if this is all fake, I'm content. Second post. Wait, OP! Wake up! They're all disguised as high-level pollutants. Don't lose yourself in the beautiful illusion they deliberately woven for you. It could be fatal. 3RD post. Alas, the loss of a loved one is a lifetime of dampness. I understand the OP's feelings. If it were me, I'd also be willing to immerse myself in such beauty, even if it cost me my life. Fourth post. Actually, this is fine. I respect the OP's choice. Fifth post. Yeah, continuing to live isn't necessarily a good thing. You might even suffer more. Being able to fulfill a dream before death, like the original poster, is already incredibly lucky. Sixth floor. If this instance could allow me to reunite with the person I long for most, I rush over. Seventh floor. Besides humans, could it be replaced with something else? Like, let me enjoy the luxurious life of a billionaire? 8th floor. They're just high-level pollutants, not turtles in a wishing well. Song Fuguang's mood remained calm after reading the post, perhaps due to her naturally cold nature. Even though she missed her mother countless times in her memories, when the pollutant-disguised mother actually appeared before her, she felt strangely calm. All her previous obsessions, grievances, and pain vanished in that instant, and she began to let go. Accepting reality and moving on, that was what her mother had hoped for. But for these players with little will to survive, the dungeon seemed to have become their graveyard. Song Fuguang didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Scratching his brow, Song Fuguang decided to continue his treasure chest search. Before sunset, Song Fuguang was lucky enough to find 3 more treasure chests. After trading them to the old fox, he blushed and gave her a vehicle tranquilizer, a cooling clothing set, and anti-itch ointment. All good stuff, and Song Fuguang admired the old fox's luck. After a short rest, Song Fuguang began to accelerate. The distance was about 800 kilometers, which would take her about 6 hours to drive, and she would reach her destination around midnight. She had to hurry. Song Fuguang turned on his solar-powered lantern. Ignoring the faint traces of pollutants along the roadside, his eyes fixed straight ahead, unperturbed by anything. But at exactly 6 o'clock, the system voice chimed in. Server-wide announcement, National Treasure Chest Battle. The gameplay officially begins now. Pick up treasure chests scattered around to unlock various effective disaster relief supplies, increasing your chances of surviving the natural disaster season. Players, please actively search for treasure chests and strive for survival. Safely navigate the extreme weather. Note, vehicles are not permitted in this gameplay, otherwise, you will automatically forfeit your entry. Additional note, treasure chests cannot be traded or opened in a different manner. Please open them promptly, or they will be lost. Song Fuguang slammed the accelerator. Another chance to pick up glow-in-the-dark treasure chests, but this time, it was disaster relief supplies. Song Fuguang frowned slightly. Will the situation next season be particularly dire? Scattered lights were already appearing around him. Song Fuguang hesitated for a moment before parking his tricycle by the roadside. Leaving the road at night wasn't safe, so Song Fuguang activated her clairvoyance ability and did her best to scan the area around the treasure chest. She intended only to pick up treasure chests near the road. For safety's sake, she simply ignored those further away. There happened to be a glowing treasure chest beside the road. After using her ability to confirm the area was clear, Song Fuguang quickly walked over, bent down, and opened it. Open the limited treasure chest and receive a protective suit *1. Protection. Song Fuguang silently repeated these two words in his mind. Without hesitation, he put the protective suit into his backpack, immediately returned to the tricycle, and continued on his way. Picking up treasure chests was just a side job. The real thing was to keep moving. Halfway through the journey, Song Fuguang had found about 13 treasure chests. After opening them all, she found 2 emergency candles, 1 life jacket, 2 life buoys, 1 safety helmet, 3 reflective harnesses, 1 rescue rope, 1 mosquito repellent, and 2 iodine disinfectants. It wasn't great luck, but it wasn't bad either. Song Fuguang was barely satisfied with her luck. During a break, Song Fuguang opened the group chat and took a look. The old fox was still lucky, having opened up quite a few goodies, including anti-inflammatory drugs, oral rehydration salts, heatstroke medicine, a gas mask, a vehicle tranquilizer, an emergency blanket, and everything else Song Fuguang had acquired. Zhang Fenao, Luo Jinchun, and Tu Jing weren't far behind, all having good hauls. If it weren't for the wrong location and the fact that Song Fuguang was alone, she had been tempted to delve into the dense forest and loot every treasure chest within sight. As soon as the unrealistic thought arose, Song Fuguang's rational mind quickly extinguished it. She turned to the chat channel and looked. Know these things? Seriously? Abba, I'm so panicked right now. I feel like there's not only a natural disaster the day after tomorrow, but also some vicious mosquitoes and viruses. Feeling my husband's erection, it turns out he's dead. Don't start a new account, I'm so pissed. Feather Duster beats you. Anyway, everyone should quickly take shelter in the base or service area. At the very least, stay on the road and don't leave easily. As long as we follow the system's instructions, we shouldn't be in too much danger. Vehicle. Start. But there are only 4 bases right now, and it's so far away, we have no other choice but to go to the service area. Groundhog screams. Players gain combat power, all their supplies, and survival coins by killing other players. If we enter the service area now, what if we're unlucky and run into a bad player? Wouldn't that be like walking into a tiger's mouth? Love you from the heart. That's right. I'd rather die in the sun on the highway than go into a service area. 60-year-old retired with a pension. This brings us to Lu Fuxua Base and Lu Dishao Base. Under the management of Song Fuguang and Tu Jing, these 2 bases are the most orderly I heard of, especially Lu Fuxua Base. I heard their bases have guardian deities, and players who do bad things will be immediately punished by the deities. Squeeze a mouthful of mustard oil. Are you kidding? Even if you're telling a lie, make it believable, okay? You're so funny. Anyway, I just heard it. If you don't believe me, go and verify it yourself. Full merit, I can testify. What she said is true. I saw with my own eyes a male player being electrocuted by a sudden lightning strike at the base, leaving supplies and survival coins scattered all over the floor. Lonely Root, it's a coincidence. Whether others believe it or not, Song Fuguang, as a witness and victim, believes it. Lu Fuxua wasn't completely dead, and she was nearly tricked by Song Fuguang and Zhang Fenao during the dungeon. So it's very likely that she's now actively punishing certain players who misbehaved and secretly committed evil at the base. After all, Lu Fuxua really enjoys playing with electricity. Song Fuguang had previously worried that 10 members of the Order Army wouldn't be able to handle so many players simultaneously, but now, seeing the news, she's completely relieved. With Lu Fuxia around, she could maintain order and maintain a positive atmosphere at the base, even with 100,000 players, let alone 10,000. After a break, Song Fuguang continued on his journey. Driving along the highway, Song Fuguang picked up a number of treasure chests within a short distance of both sides of the road. At around 1:30 a.m., when the shadow of the destination service area came into view, she had already collected a total of 78 disaster relief supplies. In addition to some duplicate supplies, she even collected an inflatable boat. Looks like there's a flood, Song Fuguang guessed. After taking a breath, Song Fuguang gathered his strength and made a final sprint on his tricycle towards the service area entrance. Entering the Lianting service area requires a fee of 1 survival coin. Do you want to pay? Yes. Song Fuguang agreed without hesitation. 1 survival coin has been deducted. Welcome to the Lianting service area. Enjoy your visit. The network has connected to the Lianting service area, and the Lianting service area map has been loaded into the control panel, allowing players to access the service area functions at any time. It's Lianting. That's where the old fox is. Song Fuguang couldn't help but relax, and immediately sent the old fox a message. Are you asleep? I'm in Lianting. No, are you at the door? I come find you. The old fox forced herself to shift her attention from the old woman, stood up, and quickly replied to Song Fuguang's message. I be there soon. She deliberately ignored the old woman, intending to pass by her. But this time, the old woman, who had only watched her from afar, slowly approached her and reached out to stop her. Girl, give me something to eat. A little bit is enough. May good people live in peace. Thank you. The old fox's nose felt sore, and she stopped in her tracks. Chapter 45. Song Fuguang waited for Old Fox at the entrance of the Lianting service area for about 15 minutes. After successfully paying the fee and entering the service area, she placed her tricycle into the vehicle storage cart and bought a bag of barbecue at a nearby store, eating while waiting for Old Fox's arrival. Just as she had finished most of the barbecue, and was about to summon the game panel to send Old Fox another message, Old Fox's figure finally appeared in her sight. He sat in the driver's seat, his hands lightly gripping the steering wheel, his eyes slightly red, a forced smile on his face. Fuguang here. Old Fox waved at Song Fuguang with a forced smile and said, Get in. I take you to the hotel. A little midnight snack? Song Fuguang noticed something was wrong and stood up to approach her. She didn't get in the car, but stood by the window, shaking the barbecue she was packing. It's been ages since I eaten at a street stall with friends. The old fox hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, wait for me to park. Song Fuguang stepped back, silently watching the old fox park the car next to the barbecue stall. Let's go with this one. The food is quite good. When the old fox approached, Song Fuguang pointed behind him. It's cheap, and they have iced drinks. The old fox didn't object. She curled her lips, trying to suppress the bitterness in her eyes, and teased Song Fuguang with a fake joking tone. Have you finished all those iced sour plum soups, lotus seed, and lily soups you ordered last time? Not yet. Song Fuguang sighed helplessly. Do you want some? I give it all to you. No. The old fox refused repeatedly. Save it for later. A few sips will help you cool down in this weather. Her refusal was so adamant that Song Fuguang could only sigh with sadness and regret. After asking the owner for menus and ordering, Song Fuguang naturally inquired, Which hotel are you staying in now? Is it far from the entrance? No. The old fox felt a slight pang of guilt. Something delayed me on the way here. After a pause, she struggled with her thoughts, and finally said honestly, An old woman suddenly asked me for food. I felt so sorry for her that I couldn't help but give her some. She looked so much like my grandma, I couldn't ignore her. Song Fuguang nodded, sipping his drink as he said, Were you raised by your grandma? Yes. This wasn't something difficult or awkward to say. It was a secret worth sharing, so the old fox didn't hide it. I was a left-behind child. My parents left for work when I was very young and rarely came back during the holidays. As long as I can remember, I've been dependent on my grandmother. The old fox spoke in a low voice, a complex mix of emotions. My grandmother was very kind to me. She always kept food close to me, fearing she mistreat me. She's the best person in the world. The old fox smiled sweetly. I'm truly happy to be her granddaughter. Song Fuguang watched the faint glint in her eyes, and probably guessed the outcome. She didn't point it out, but continued, We're pretty much the same. Were you also raised by your grandmother? The old fox asked subconsciously. No. Song Fuguang shook his head. Both my parents died when I was young, and I was sent to the hospital just as I could remember. The old fox was stunned. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's nothing. I don't care about it. In the hospital, I met a lot of wonderful sisters, who acted like mothers and fathers to me. Song Fuguang shrugged. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this situation now. The old fox was speechless. It seems we're both very lucky. Now that you entered the game, have you contacted them? The old fox couldn't help but ask. No, given their personalities, they might be hiding somewhere, mumbling about their research. Anyway, I'm on the leaderboard. If they want to find me, just add me. The old fox nodded. That's great. If we can get together again, that would be great too. The barbecue they ordered was ready. The boss brought the food over on the iron plate. Enjoy your meal. If you have any suggestions or needs, just let me know. Thank you. After the boss left, the old fox picked up a bunch of grilled mushrooms. I never thought I'd be able to sit so leisurely on the street with you one day. We can eat a late-night snack on the roadside. If you want, we can come here every night from now on. Okay. The old fox's slightly sour eyes smiled, like the crescent moon in the sky, bright and clear. But the new survival season is about to begin. Judging by the disaster relief supplies I found in the treasure chest tonight, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to relax like tonight again. Song Fuguang agreed wholeheartedly. Tomorrow is the last day to prepare. She ate barbecue and drank iced mung bean soup. When I wake up, I first buy attribute enhancement cards, and then prepare enough supplies for myself. Old fox, I don't need to prepare any more supplies. I saved plenty, and before the shop closes tonight, I already reduced my strength and vitality to 50 points each. The last and current treasure chest drops brought Old Fox a large amount of supplies and wealth. After selling them, Old Fox's wallet quickly bulged. 50 points of strength and vitality are considered top tier worldwide. Song Fuguang calculated her own balance and said, then I should be about the same as you. However, Song Fuguang has a double income from forums and window promotions, so she has slightly more survival coins than Old Fox, so she estimates she reduced her points to around 70 or 80. Okay, I go with you tomorrow. The old fox smiled and said, you traveled so long tonight. After your midnight snack, go to bed early, and then sleep until you wake up naturally. I booked a hotel room for you. It's right next to mine. She was very considerate. Song Fuguang toasted her with a glass. I don't know your real name yet. My name is Zheng Yaxian. It's a very nice name. Song Fuguang wrote it down. The old fox looked proud. My grandma gave me this name. Although she never went to school and has a low level of education, she is extremely caring towards me. After I was born, she wore reading glasses and spent a long time looking through the dictionary before coming up with this name that she liked. The old fox truly loved her grandma and cared about her. Song Fuguang calmly took in her expression. I envy you so much. The old fox smiled, then suddenly remembered Song Fuguang's pitiful life, and considerately didn't bring up the subject any further. She deftly changed the subject, carefully guarding Song Fuguang's feelings with her care and gentleness. Song Fuguang propped his cheek up, a slight wave of emotion in his heart. This person was someone he could get along with. After finishing his midnight snack, Song Fuguang arrived at the hotel in Old Fox's vehicle. After entering the hotel room he had booked for her and saying good night, Song Fuguang forced herself to wash herself thoroughly, briefly blow-dried her hair, and fell asleep right there. She was exhausted today. She was so exhausted that she slept through the night without dreaming, sleeping through the entire night until dawn, waking at 11 o'clock in the morning. I sent Old Fox a message. By the time she had washed up and packed, she had thoughtfully ordered lunch for the hotel. You must be hungry after waking up, so I prepared some food in advance. I wonder if it's to your taste. Of course it is. With someone so thoughtful preparing lunch for me, what else could I possibly ask for? Song Fuguang pulled out a chair and sat down, casually chatting with Old Fox. There was nothing particularly busy during the day, so the two of them ate leisurely. About an hour later, he stood up, holding an umbrella, and walked towards the shop selling attribute enhancement cards. It was still the familiar second floor, the familiar white model. Song Fuguang walked up to him and stopped. Are you also number 37? Number 37 raised his eyelids and said, are you alone? Or a group? Song Fuguang felt something was wrong. It was fine if he had met number 37 at the Qinggang service area, but why did he run into him again at the Huachao service area and even the Lianting service area? Was he following him? Number 37 didn't answer Song Fuguang's question. What do you want to buy? Attribute point boost cards. Song Fuguang checked her balance. Adding her forum earnings, she now had approximately 418,203 survival coins. One attribute point boost card cost 2,000 survival coins. Her strength and constitution were currently at 30 points each, leaving her 70 points short of 100. If she wanted to max out her points all at once, she would have to spend 280,000 survival coins. Song Fuguang had enough, so she said directly to number 37, 70 each of the strength and constitution attribute point boost cards. Number 37's expression paused, and he slowly looked at Song Fuguang. Are you sure? Song Fuguang folded his arms nonchalantly. What's wrong? Is my plan ill-considered? Or are there other issues? Nothing. Number 37 denied it, then displayed the screen, allowing Song Fuguang to operate it himself. After the payment was successful, and the system deducted the corresponding survival coins, the corresponding items quickly appeared in Song Fuguang's backpack. After using all 140 cards in front of number 37, Song Fuguang's player information changed to ID 44409091241188. Nickname, Song Fuguang. Vehicle, Electric Tricycle, Level 3 Power, SSS Level Clairvoyance, Current Level 1, Current Level Proficiency 2.69%, Skill 1, Insight, able to see through everything. Skill 2, Prohibition, temporarily disables other players' powers. Strength, 100, plus 3 Const, 100, plus 3 Health, 100. Comprehensive Combat Power, 328371. Feeling his instantly strengthened body, and the abundant power within him, Song Fuguang felt a surge of joy. The shopping was over, but Song Fuguang didn't leave immediately. Instead, he asked number 37, can you give me any other advice? As an NPC, number 37 must have a lot of inside information. If Song Fuguang could get some from him. No. Number 37 denied it flatly. You can leave now. Song Fuguang felt a little regretful, but didn't argue. He nodded quickly. Okay, by the way. She took 2 steps and suddenly turned back. If you have time, you can visit my Lufushua base. There are a lot of players there, and it should be helpful for your business. Number 37 remained calm. I go when the time comes. So when would that time be? Song Fuguang stared at him, but ultimately didn't ask. Because it suddenly occurred to her, the base's current buildings and infrastructure were incomplete, not even having any shops. If she invited him to the base now, even a healthy NPC would probably end up crammed into the underground shelter or mission hall with the players. That would be terrible. So there's no rush on this matter. Let's wait for the base to develop and build for a while before we discuss it. After leaving the second floor, the old fox stood up and greeted him. Are you done? Yes. Song Fuguang nodded, standing at the doorway and taking in the intense heat. Let's go back to the hotel first. We discuss other matters after sunset. The old fox shared this sentiment. Okay. A major scandal involving the Qingda base commander was exposed today. Did you know? The old fox suddenly asked. The Qingda base commander? Isn't that he Qingda? The one who created the image of a deeply devoted wife, a friend of Song Fuguang and his late wife's sister. Your retribution is me. What happened to him? The old fox pursed his lips. He has illegitimate children, more than one. Ever since he established the base and became famous, his illegitimate children have been rushing to the base to claim him as their parent. They all want recognition and the status of sole heir, so they're already fighting in the base. The Qingda base is near the Fuling service area, which has a large player base, so this gossip quickly spread and was posted on the forums and chat channels for everyone's entertainment. The daytime temperatures were high, and no one was willing to go out. With nothing to do, they suddenly smelled the big news and became excited. Song Fuguang opened the forum and took a look. 281st floor. Ha ha, I knew men were unreliable. All that talk of deep affection and never marrying for love is fake. He Qingda's wife is so pitiful. Even after her death, she is still being exploited by him. If I were his wife, I have to follow him around every day and see him get into trouble. 630th floor. My sister didn't die accidentally. This ungrateful scumbag pushed her out to take the blame. If it weren't for him, my sister wouldn't have died at all. 631 SE floor. Huh? There's more gossip? Thumbs up. 632nd floor. No way. 630L sisters. Why don't you start a new thread and explain it in detail? 630th floor. Okay, New thread has been opened. Everyone go to click link to jump. Song Fugwang became interested. She had a glimpse of the inside story that day, but not much. Now your retribution is? I'm willing to start a new thread to explain it in detail. Song Fugwang quickly dragged the old fox along to read it. The two of them huddled on the hotel sofa, eating melon and discussing, this money grubber is such a good disguise. The old fox said indignantly, the girl who married him is so unlucky. Not only did he not receive the betrothal gift, but he even had to pay a large dowry. If that's the case, why didn't he just find a son-in-law? Also, after Chingda married this girl, her parents transferred all her rights to him. Who is their biological child, anyway? She's clearly much better, yet she's been constantly suppressed after marriage, and even forced to leave the company and become a housewife. On the other hand, Chingda has been on a meteoric rise, her career flourishing, and her company growing stronger and stronger. The old fox closed her eyes in anger. It's killing my breasts. Song Fugwang ate a snack. This kind of thing happens all the time. Regardless of wealth or poverty, it happens in almost every family. It's just that some people realize it, while others don't. Living consciously increases pain, while living in self-deception and numbness allows one to get by in this life. So, rather than suffering, they prefer numbness. It's like the saying, the whip is dipped in iodine, disinfecting as it hits. It's still pretty good when he's not hitting me. The old fox fell silent. He get his comeuppance one day for profiting from the misfortunes of others. But he's doing quite well now. Song Fugwang blinked. Before the survival game began, he was a renowned tycoon. After the game began, he became a renowned base commander. Who knows if bad people get their comeuppance? The old fox was furious when she heard this, and just then, a report message popped up in her back end. She took a closer look. Your retribution is that this post of mine has been reported. The reporter is? Chingda. How dare he report it? The old fox raged. Not only will I not delete this post, I pin it. With that, she pinned it to the top. A huge influx of traffic instantly flooded the post, and the number of replies skyrocketed. Song Fugwang stared at the ever-increasing revenue in the back end, but he didn't stop the old fox. He even considered using his real name to stir up the hype. But with the current traffic, there was no need. Times have changed. Female players are no longer easy to deceive, so Chingda's reputation quickly crumbled. Not only that, his lover personally recounted how they met, how they lived in the same neighborhood as Chingda's other lovers, and how they had children and raised them together. The onlookers did a rough count, and wow! There are already 17 lovers willing to come forward. Even if each of them fathered one, Chingda would have 17 illegitimate children. What a stud! One expert player commented, who says everyone hates children. Doesn't Chingda actually like them? Although he's physically present in Chingda, his heart is with Lu Dingxiao and Lu Fushua. Of course he likes them, and he doesn't have to suffer. Looking for two 188 centimeters tall male nannies, who can cook, wash clothes, and provide emotional value. 17 of my sons are going to take my old father away. It's going to be a lot of fun. Chingda's private life provided ample entertainment for idle players, and in the blink of an eye, he became a renowned male player in the game, unrivaled in the spotlight. By the time Song Fugwang and Old Fox had finished their delightful melon feast, the sun was almost setting. After sorting out their supplies at the hotel, and making a list of what they still needed, they promptly left their hotel room as the sun set and night began to fall. The air outside was still hot and humid, and even more so, extremely dry. Song Fugwang and Old Fox were sweating profusely in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, the extreme weather had also made people increasingly restless. On their way to the store, they had already witnessed several fights. Old Fox pulled Song Fugwang away, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Thankfully, today's shopping trip went smoothly. After replenishing nearly a month's worth of food and water according to their list, Song Fugwang headed to the vehicle modification shop to purchase 100 energy stones. Energy stones have a wide range of uses. Whether it's weapons, dark lights, or tricycles, they all require them for activation, so Song Fugwang felt safer with a stockpile. After finishing their purchases, the two were preparing to head to dinner when a sudden thunderclap rocked the sky, startling everyone. Before anyone could react, bean-sized raindrops suddenly fell, making a sizzling sound on the scorching ground. Let's go back to the hotel, Fugwang. The old fox's face showed a hint of unease. I heard they say there's been a lot of pollution outside the service area, and with this heavy rain. The old fox's concerns were understandable. Furthermore, Song Fugwang couldn't do anything else due to the downpour, so he nodded and said, okay. Hurrying back to the hotel under their umbrellas, They each went to their rooms to wash up and change their wet clothes. Fortunately, the hotel in the service area was open, otherwise the player's survival would have been at least 200 times more difficult. After changing into fresh clothes and blow-drying their hair, it was almost 7 o'clock. Old Fox came over and knocked on the door, his brow furrowed. It's not just Lian Ting. There's also a lot of pollution around the other service areas. After discovering this, the players immediately erupted in curses in the chat. No, aren't these pollutants afraid of being struck by lightning? You're not being nice. The pollution is surrounding us. I haven't even entered the service area yet. Luowa, damn, it's raining so hard now, I can't even get anywhere. The torrential rain is obscuring my vision, and I didn't even notice the pollution reaching my car. Calling for help, calling for help. My vehicle is surrounded by pollution. But it's raining so hard. I don't even want to get out of the car to kill them. I get sick with a cold and a fever. Cat good man bad. I should have known not to listen to some people. It's better to wait in the service area than to die in the rain. Already thinking of Baiyue Guang? Oh my god, is there anyone who can save me? I give them 100 survival coins. Hee hee, who's willing to save you this late? Even if you offer 10,000 survival coins, no one will be willing to risk their life, especially since the outside world is already surrounded by pollutants. The chat channel was in chaos, and messages were refreshed rapidly. After confirming in the group chat that Tu Jing, Zhang Fengao, and Luo Jinchun were all safe in the hotel, Song Fuguang took out dinner and handed it to the old fox. The old fox was stunned for a moment, said thank you, and then gently declined. Song Fuguang, I have some. She took out her dinner and ate it sporadically, looking preoccupied. There was no way to go out for the rest of the day, so she could only stay in her room. The old fox had finished his meal and returned to the next room. Song Fuguang recalled his expression, wondering what he was worried about. The upcoming new map and natural disasters? Or that old woman who looked so much like her grandmother? Time passed as the players waited, and soon, the system clock reached midnight on the 18th day of the survival calendar. Dear Blue Star OL players, hello. The third server-wide, non-stop update has concluded. We apologize for the inconvenience this update may cause you, and thank you very much for your support and understanding. Server announcement, the game map has been updated. Server announcement, the global maglev rail transport feature has been launched. By silently summoning the game panel, you can purchase the corresponding tickets within the system to travel directly to all service areas. Server announcement, the player's spirit power attribute value has officially been enabled. Server-wide announcement, bug fixes. Effective immediately, all vehicle and pollutant trading will be prohibited. Server-wide announcement, natural disasters are merciless. After the map update, please do not leave the road easily. The consequences will be at your own risk. Server-wide announcement, natural disasters are merciless. After the map update, please join the base or enter the service area as soon as possible. The consequences will be at your own risk. As the server-wide announcements continued to ring out, players took to the chat channels and forums to complain, trying to relieve their anxiety. Lone Wolf, know what spirit power? I have 17. I can smash missiles with one punch. I have 25. Haha, brothers, are my stats the highest in the server? I'm at Chishan base now. Come join me, brothers nearby, and let's conquer the world and enjoy the best. Crown Prince, amazing. Why only 8? That's too little. I refuse to accept. Black Mercedes-Benz with a beautiful woman. Did the system give those women another backdoor in this update? Their spirit power won't increase by another 3, will it? My beloved wife, one of you girls, come out and tell me. However, at this moment, no one responded to the curious or jealous male players in the chat channel. They stared blankly at their player information panels, which showed numbers as high as 57, 72, 89, 96, and even 139, and fell silent. Why? How could their mental power be so high? Your past suffering has forged your resilience and strength. Congratulations. You attained a mental power level exceeding that of ordinary people. Your mental power is closely related to the leveling and development of your supernatural powers. So from now on, enjoy your smooth and brilliant life. Zhang Fengao was at a loss. She stared blankly at her own mental power point of 207, unable to recover for a long time. Chapter 46. Song Fuguang stared hesitantly at her mental power game data. 208 points. Was that serious? Is her life so miserable? She couldn't help but reflect seriously on her life for a moment. Although her biological father died in a car accident before she was born, her mother also died unexpectedly when she was about to start elementary school, and she was later sent to a mental hospital by her greedy stepfather. She had lived quite well there. The medical staff were kind and gentle, and the other patients were kind and considerate, taking advantage of her young age to take extra care of her. Song Fuguang's thoughts suddenly stopped. Could she have some mental illness she didn't know about? She frowned in suspicion, but her eyes quickly scanned her health bar, which read 100. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If she had a disease, her health bar wouldn't be capped at 100. Other players with underlying conditions or other serious illnesses had their health bar capped down accordingly, such as 80 points, 50 points, or even 20 points. Song Fuguang's health, however, was perfectly healthy, with no sign of any abnormality. She exhaled twice. Perhaps it was the game system that made her feel miserable, but she herself didn't feel much of it. High mental strength had significant benefits. Song Fuguang accepted this delightful result without hesitation, humming a few lines of a song. Boom! A deafening roar of thunder suddenly erupted, and Song Fuguang clenched his fists in fear, shaking with fear. Crack! The thunder continued, terrifying, like someone pounding a drum in his ears, making his head spin. Song Fuguang couldn't help but stand up and walk to the window. Outside, in the dark sky, flashes of lightning flashed fiercely, deep purple, like a surging dragon, threatening to tear the sky apart with hideous gashes. At this moment, the sky itself seemed to be pierced by lightning, and rain poured down incessantly, shrouding the entire world in a thick layer of mist. Oh my God! The end of the world is coming! Someone nearby shouted, ha ha ha. Die! Die! Death will bring relief. The player's mental state was clearly unsettled. A sudden bolt of lightning struck, and Song Fuguang silently took 2 steps back and quickly drew the curtains. The weather in the new map was so terrifying that even players with limited funds didn't dare to stay out. They gritted their teeth and booked the cheapest hotel in the service area, waiting for the thunderous night to end. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Help me. I'm out in the wild. I'm soaked by the rain, and the pollution is chasing me from the side of the road. Who's willing to save me? I give her everything I have. AAA Brave the World Sister 1. Sisters, send your location. The weather is so nice today. Help me too, sisters. The tree next to me just got cracked by thunder, and sparks are falling all over the ground. Years are quiet and good. All location help. I have 2 elderly people here. The chat channels and forums were in chaos. Song Fuguang lay in bed feeling inexplicably irritated. She tossed and turned, not knowing if it was because she'd seen too many players in such plight, or if she'd woken up too late that day, but she couldn't sleep at all. Half an hour later, Song Fuguang finally gave up and sat up resignedly. What's the situation at the base now? Song Fuguang typed in, looking for the acting housekeeper. The housekeeper said, everything is fine. All the base members returned to the base promptly after receiving the news and are currently staying in the residential buildings and underground shelters. How is the drainage in the underground shelter? Is there a risk of flooding if the rain is too heavy? Don't worry, it won't. The housekeeper assured him. The system won't cut corners or be inconsiderate in this area. Song Fuguang relaxed. That's good. The base was safe, and the players' lives were guaranteed. Song Fuguang seemed to have nothing to worry about. But as she sat on the bed, she felt a knot in her stomach. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The violent thunder kept everyone awake. Players, both men and women, stared at the darkness with wide eyes, silently waiting for the sunrise. Around 5 in the morning, the thunder outside finally faded, but the sound of the rain remained unchanged, continuing to fall as if the sky had broken. But at last, sleep was finally possible. Song Fuguang and the other players relaxed their tense spirits from the night, wearily returning to their beds and closing their eyes to catch up on some sleep. The world fell into relative silence. By this time, the outside was completely shrouded in mist, visibility less than 10 meters. Song Fuguang awoke after only 4 hours of sleep. She opened the game panel and checked the time. It was 9 in the morning, still early, and she should have gotten some more sleep. But she was still concerned about the changes in the world after the heavy rain, so she quickly sat up, got out of bed, put on her slippers, and walked to the window. The torrential rain continued, with no sign of stopping. There were no thunderclaps today, but instead there were fierce winds, pounding the hotel walls with ferocious, pelting rain in waves, a terrifying sight no less. In the face of nature, players are like fragile clay Buddhas, defenseless. After filling his stomach with a quick breakfast, Song Fuguang had nowhere else to go but to browse the chat channels and forums. Last night, there were many messages asking for help, but now the new posts have stopped updating. I wonder if they arrived at the base, the service area, or something else. She scrolled down the screen, and a post quickly caught her attention. Oh my god! These new maglev train tickets are too expensive. 1 survival coin per kilometer. First floor, it's too expensive. I didn't want to buy it, but being out in the wild, I have no choice. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and spend 1,720 survival coins to get on the train. 16th floor, you know what, it arrived pretty quickly, but I just don't understand where it appeared from. 17th floor, I'm on board. There are no other players in the carriage for now, just me and my vehicle. It's pretty empty. Honestly, this maglev train is so old. Where did this piece of junk come from? The lightning, the torrential rain, and the creaking train made me so terrified I couldn't even blink. 62nd floor, although the maglev train is a bit broken, it's incredibly fast. We arrived perfectly at the Qingang service area. So happy. I'm safe, sisters. 63 RD floor. Is this maglev train service really that reliable? Is it guaranteed to arrive for everyone? 64 TH floor. I think this feature is really useful. As long as you're willing to spend money, even if you encounter danger in the wild and are about to be eliminated, you can successfully escape in time with a ticket. 65 TH floor. Money, 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 money. Without money, the world can't function properly, right? 66 TH floor. What little idiot is complaining about the world? Song Fuguang already told you how to get survival coins for free the next day, so if you still haven't earned much survival coins by now, it just means you're too lazy. 67th floor. Society is inherently a pyramid structure. Without money, how can people be divided into high and low? After all, we ordinary people are just expendable. 68th floor. That's just you guys, don't bring it up on us. We female players are doing well at Lu Fushua's base. 69th floor. That's just you guys, don't bring it up on us. We female players are doing well at Lu Dingshua's base. 70th floor. That's just you guys, don't bring it up on us. We female players are doing well at Huachao's base. The formation quickly shifted, and Song Fuguang couldn't help but smile as she stared at the neatly arranged replies. Her mood finally brightened. This was reputation. She stared at the screen, suddenly feeling a urge to return to the base. Since leaving the base the day after it was established, Song Fuguang had been adrift, unaware of its current state. She felt so derelict in her duty as base commander. She wondered if her godmother missed her. Around 11 o'clock, the old fox woke up. She glanced outside and immediately sent a message to Song Fuguang. Fuguang, are you awake? Yes, Song Fuguang replied. Want lunch? The old fox smiled and said, eat. The hotel was already packed, and the dining area was bustling with players. After finding a seat, the two sat down. Feeling uncomfortable with the atmosphere, they prepared to leave after grabbing their food. But just as they were about to get up, a commotion nearby suddenly caught Song Fuguang's attention. 5,000 survival coins? A middle-aged man nearby shouted, why don't you just go and rob her? You're asking 5,000 survival coins for such an old woman? Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about it. Let's leave it at that. Song Fuguang and the old fox exchanged a glance and instantly turned away. 3 men and a woman sat at the next table. The 2 men looked about the same age, around 50 or 60, with the other slightly younger, in their 20s or early 30s. The only other woman was about the same age as the 2 older men. Judging by her appearance and seating position, she and one of the men seemed to be a couple. Hey, hey, hey! Don't go, brother. We can negotiate. The man in the couple quickly grabbed the man. How about this? Name your price. 2,000, no more. The man sized up the middle-aged woman. You're old, not pretty, not as fresh and youthful as those young girls. So 2,000 survival coins is plenty. The man hesitated. 2,000 is too little. Can you add a little more, brother? 3,500, okay? The woman's eyes welled up. Mr. Yang, I married into your family at 19. I raised your children, managed the household, and taken care of your parents-in-law. I believe I done absolutely nothing wrong in these decades. I never thought you. Isn't it time for Xiaojiang to get married? Yang Wei interrupted her impatiently. What can I do? If it weren't for these young girls' materialistic desires and insistence on a dowry, I wouldn't have sold you to someone else. I'm a human being. Wang Guifan stood up excitedly. Not some old ox plowing the fields. When young, they're kept to till the land. When they're old and can't work anymore, they're sold to the slaughterhouse, where every last bit of their value is squeezed out, leaving them to be used as food on the chopping block and the table. What's more, For so many years, the old ox's situation and life have been better than hers. The old ox only needs to do farm work during the day. It can rest when it's hot, when it rains, and at night. But it's different for me. Every morning, I have to wake up early to make breakfast for the whole family, wash the dishes, and do chores. Then I go out to work and earn money, using my salary to support the family. That would be fine, but even the obligation to support my parents-in-law, which should have belonged to my husband, has finally fallen on her. What an outsourcing of filial piety. Before marriage, her husband hadn't felt his parents had any hardship. But once they were married, he began constantly saying, "My parents had it tough too. They worked so hard to raise me, and now it's time for them to enjoy their lives. They're old enough, so what's wrong with you giving in to them? They're your parents too." Huang Guifan suffered utter injustice. Her husband was aloof and didn't care about household matters, while her in-laws were overly nosy, criticizing everything Huang Guifan did, and never seemed to be satisfied with anything she did. After their son was born, things finally calmed down a bit, but they refused to share the responsibility of raising the child with her. Huang Guifan took full responsibility for raising the child, as if it were hers alone. Not only that, she still had to care for the entire family, handle various household chores, and work to earn a living. Sometimes Huang Guifan felt frustrated, but no one around her understood or cared. All her sadness, anger, and grievances were ignored, and she was even scolded. "Everyone goes through this. Everyone can do it, why can't you? You're so spoiled." Huang Guifan had no one to vent her suffering. She had never experienced love or happiness in her life. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She couldn't help but sob softly. "Yang Gang, why don't you say anything?" Huang Guifan placed her final hope on her son. "Do you agree with your father's actions?" Yang Gang remained silent, and Yang Wei interrupted her impatiently again. "Why are you asking Xiaojiang? He knows nothing. Okay, this matter is settled. My brother is quite capable. I didn't ask you to follow him to suffer." "Ouch! Who hit me?" Yang Wei suddenly screamed, standing up angrily and looking around. "Whoever did this, come out." His loud voice quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding players. The old fox looked at him silently, then used her supernatural powers again to slap him twice. Worse than an animal. She lowered her voice and said to Song Fuguang, "Trash." Song Fuguang wanted to follow suit, but her supernatural powers didn't allow her to do so, so she could only curse him, "A family of vampires." The old fox agreed deeply. "If I were that ant, I would have run away long ago. Who the hell are you? Get out right here." Yang Wei was furious, cursing profusely. The innocent players around him were immediately enraged. "Who are you scolding? Are you sick? Did we provoke you? If you're going to throw a tantrum, get out. This is a restaurant, aren't there any NPCs to police it? Why is that ant crying? Is she being bullied? I know. These two idiots are selling their own wife and mother to someone else to earn bride price, and they're blaming it on a girl they never met," a kind person explained. The other players were shocked. "How vicious. How could they do such a thing? Old man, this is your wife of many years. She's taken care of your entire family and given birth to your children. And you're going to sell her off like livestock. Are you even human? And this heartless little bastard?" While the two old men were talking, he, the vested interest, said nothing, silently enjoying the benefits secured for him. What a scheming person. What a scoundrel. My aunt is so miserable. She's been sucked away by two vampires. The ghost has been sucking blood for most of its life. Auntie, run. It's a big place out here. How can they catch you if you buy a ticket and run away? Seeing passers-by chattering and giving Huang Guifan bad advice, Yang Wei suddenly became anxious. "Shut up. I see who dares to speak again. And you?" He glared at Huang Guifan fiercely. "If you dare run, I break your legs. Then try it." Song Fuguang and the old fox instantly stood up, pulled the crying Huang Guifan behind them, and stood in front of them with expressionless faces. Not only that, the other female players nearby also stood up and joined Song Fuguang and Old Fox, using their figures, some short, some tall, some muscular, some thin, to support this poor stranger. "Come on. Let's see who can beat whom." The buyer, seeing the situation was not going well, immediately retreated and quietly left. Yang Wei, upon seeing this, became anxious. He pulled out his axe from his backpack and raised it high, about to strike the female player closest to her. Song Fuguang and Old Fox moved simultaneously. Old Fox's space blade landed precisely on his neck, while Song Fuguang's iron fist smashed into his nose. Yang Wei felt a chill in his neck, followed by a sharp pain in his face. He screamed, "Ah! I fight you!" Yang Wei was helpless and furious. After being hit 3 times by Song Fuguang, he fell to the ground, unable to get up. Yang Gang finally reacted. Embarrassed, he half-knelt beside Yang Wei, glaring fiercely at Huang Guifan. "Mom, look at what you done. What does this have to do with Auntie? If it weren't for her, Dad wouldn't have been injured, wouldn't have been surrounded by so many people. If she had just obediently accepted the arrangements from the beginning, how could so many things have happened?" Yang Gang shouted angrily. Song Fuguang suddenly realized, so your peaceful and beautiful life requires sacrificing your wife, your biological mother. So, isn't your happiness built on her suffering? Men are just money-losing goods. They can't attract women themselves, so they have to sell their own mothers. If they betray their own mothers today, they certainly betray their wives, children, and teammates tomorrow. How heartless. This is your own mother. She labored for 10 months, gave birth to you, and raised you with such care, and this is how you treat her. The female players chattered, making Yang Gang blush. Sisters, you're so pitiful. An aunt about Huang Guifan's age stepped forward and handed her a bag of money. Here are 500 survival coins. Take them. Wenya said, use them to buy a ticket or a vehicle, then leave quickly and as far away as possible. Mom, you're giving money to others again. Wenya's daughter said angrily, do you know how hard it is to earn survival coins these days? And who knows if they're just acting, deliberately trying to gain sympathy. This isn't the first time you've been tricked. Wenya smiled gently. Dear, don't I still have you? You're a good daughter to me. You won't ignore me, right? The daughter was so angry she was speechless. Besides, she's truly pitiful. I simply can't stand by and watch. Even if she's fake, so what? What if she's real? What if, because of my act of kindness, someone is lucky enough to escape the mire and start a new life? Wenya said firmly, if there's even a 1 in 10 chance, I'm willing to contribute my tiny bit. The daughter had completely withdrawn and refused to speak. Huang Guifan silently wiped away her tears. My dear sister, no need. I appreciate your kindness. You can take the survival token back. She smiled bravely. I have an electric scooter. I can support myself. I made up my mind to leave them. If it weren't for the bad weather, I'd be leaving right now. Wenya felt even more distressed after hearing this. You better take it. I bet you don't have many survival coins in your current situation. You need money for food, accommodation, supplies, and weapons. You can't get by here without money. I looked, and the nearest service area is exactly 1,000 kilometers away. Auntie, I give you 50 survival coins. A young female player said, looking at the map. Immediately, a female player followed suit. I give you 20. I give you 100. I give you 50. I give you 100. I give you the rest, 180 survival coins. Keep them. Auntie, hurry up and buy the tickets. We see you leave. Huang Guifan's eyes welled with tears, and she didn't know what to say. Her mind buzzed as she followed Wenya's daughter's instructions and successfully purchased the maglev train tickets. She immediately knelt before the female players around her. Thank you. Thank you. The half-dead Yang Wei and Yang Gang saw this and immediately became anxious. No, I won't. Return my tickets. You're a member of our Yang family in life, and a ghost in death. Where are you trying to escape to? As they spoke, they suddenly seemed like water ghosts, ready to grab Huang Guifan and drag her back into hell. But this time, countless female players still stood up, firmly and forcefully blocking her way. You want to capture her? Have you asked for our opinion? You can't just stop her if you want to. Old man, times have changed. It's not the same as it used to be. Huang Guifan was stunned, still shedding tears. Song Fuguang and Old Fox each grabbed one of her arms and sprinted towards the restaurant entrance. Let's go, Auntie! Yang Gang, furious, quickly used his supernatural powers to try to stop them. Old Fox snorted coldly and was about to use his spatial blade to finish them off, but the female players behind her had already beaten her to the punch, firmly restraining the father and son. Leave the rest to us. You two, take Auntie to the car. A few more people, escort them. The female players conscientiously assigned their tasks. Song Fuguang and Old Fox, without hesitation, quickly led Huang Guifan downstairs. As they exited the hotel, the maglev train stopped steadily in front of them and descended to the ground. Go ahead. Wenya panted as she caught up. Sister, live a good life from now on. Don't look back. You can live well on your own. Yes, Auntie. Don't look back, or we hunt you to the ends of the earth." Huang Guifeng cried and laughed, deeply moved. "Okay." She was pushed onto the maglev train by the young girls. The doors of the maglev train gradually closed, and it slowly rose, quickly accelerating and disappearing into the rain. If only my mother had so many people helping her back then. My mother did too. I hope my mother will always be happy. If I could live it over again, I hope my mother would always be that innocent little girl, not a busy housewife who was misunderstood and even beaten by her husband. They couldn't help their own mothers before, but now they are strong enough to help other people's mothers. Other people's mothers are just their future selves. Chapter 47. The old fox stared for a long time at the direction where the maglev train had disappeared, until Song Fuguang reminded her, "Our meal is ready. Let's go." The old fox regained her composure and smiled at Song Fuguang. Song Fuguang nodded and turned around. Just as the old fox was about to catch up with Song Fuguang, she suddenly stopped and stared at the familiar, elderly figure standing in the pouring rain. Her heart tightened, and her fists unconsciously clenched. After a moment, she glanced at Song Fuguang, who had already walked some distance away, then grabbed a female player nearby and whispered, "Is anyone over there?" The female player glanced in the direction she pointed, confused. "No, what's wrong?" "Nothing, thank you." The old fox forced a smile, her eyelashes drooping. It turned out she was really having a seizure, hallucinating. She breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't the high-level pollutants that had followed her out of the training ground. Her mood suddenly lightened, and the old fox's steps quickened. She quickly caught up with Song Fuguang and said cheerfully, "I feel so happy right now." "Huh?" Song Fuguang tilted his head in confusion. "Why? Girls are truly the most beautiful creatures in the world." She looked back at Song Fuguang. "Today, we successfully helped a miserable woman escape the mire, break free from the constraints of her past, and start anew. I hope that in the future, more and more women will successfully break free from their past and begin to fully enjoy the rest of their lives, which are powerful, wonderful, and smooth." Song Fuguang blinked. "Yes, as long as we remain strong." "Yes. As long as we remain strong, no one will dare to bully or oppress us." "That's wonderful." The old fox recalled his own spiritual power, which reached 189 points, and seemed to see his future self, towering atop a mountain, the center of attention. When they took the elevator back to the restaurant, Yang Wei and Yang Gang had already been kicked out. Both of them were covered in leftovers, their faces bruised and purple, looking utterly miserable. After Song Fuguang and the old fox collected their meals, they followed in tacit agreement. "Dad, let's buy 2 tickets to chase Mom," Yang Gang said. I took their words to heart. They bought Mom a ticket to the nearest service area to Lianting, only 1,000 kilometers away. Before he could finish, Yang Wei impatiently interrupted him. "Only 1,000 kilometers? You sound nice, but the tickets are free, aren't they? But they only cost 1,000 survival coins. Buy it yourself if you want." Yang Wei clutched his neck, the intense pain making him distraught and irritable. "Damn them! If I find him alone, I double the humiliation I suffered today." Yang Gang was silent. "But all the family money is with you. Get lost." Yang Wei was furious. He sensed the other party's desire for his property, and couldn't help but rage. "If you keep whining, I beat you up too. I'm warning you, these survival coins belong to me. Don't even think about taking them." "Ugh." Yang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, staring intently at the knife Yang Gang had thrust into his chest. "You? Dad, you're getting old and confused, and you're injured. There's no cure." Yang Gang smiled perversely. "You're going to die sooner or later anyway. It's better to die now, and relieve me of the burden. As for our family property, leave it all to me to manage." Yang Gang's smile grew increasingly paranoid. "Don't worry, I find Mom and reunite with her as soon as possible. Want to get rid of me? No way. I'm his biological son." "Ugh." Yang Gang shuddered, staring at his own body flashing by in astonishment, bewildered. "What? How could this be?" A moment later, he felt dizzy, and then his eyes slammed down to the ground, bouncing repeatedly on the hard concrete. Gathering all his strength, he finally realized in his final moments. "Dad, I'm your biological son." He stared unwillingly with his eyes open, dying with them open. Yang Wei stared blankly at his son's headless corpse. The intense shock finally overwhelmed him, causing him to choke and die instantly of fright. The old fox looked at the 2 men on the ground with indifference, but Song Fuguang excitedly urged her, "Go collect your spoils." These two, Xiao Ding and Xiao Ding, have been exploiting their wives and mothers all day, saving quite a bit of money. The supplies that erupted after Yang Wei and Yang Gang's deaths were scattered across the ground, nearly forming two small mountains. Song Fuguang roughly estimated that the total value was nearly 10,000 survival coins. Let's split it up. The old fox looked back at Song Fuguang. Without you, I wouldn't dare to do anything. Song Fuguang looked at her in confusion. I'm not saying, old fox, you're too soft-hearted. You can't do this. I'm the only one who's kind. If it were any other player, you'd be. Sooner or later. Because it's you, I'm willing to split the spoils with you. The old fox interrupted her calmly. I wouldn't be willing to do the same with anyone else. You're special. Song Fuguang was speechless, scratching his head. That's a bit ambiguous. The old fox chuckled. You saved my life. Forget about my spoils. Even if you want to take my life back, it's fine. No. Song Fuguang felt that the old fox was acting strangely today, and she couldn't help but become serious. Your life belongs to you. No matter who it is, even if I. You have no right to take it. Song Fuguang grabbed the old fox's shoulders. Behave yourself. If you continue to act this way, I have someone perform an exorcism on you. With that, she feigned fear and leaped back a step, pointing at the old fox indignantly and shouting, Who the hell are you? Get off Sheng Yaxian. The old fox, amused by Song Fuguang, said, Okay, I remember. I cherish my life. That's more or less true. Song Fuguang nodded with satisfaction. Remember, we're always here for you. You must learn to trust us. The old fox agreed again, imitating a line from a TV drama, Understood, sir. The matter was over, and the two quickly sorted through the belongings. After putting everything into their backpacks, Song Fuguang summoned an NPC to clean up the corpse. Then, he and the old fox returned to the hotel and began to eat. It was still impossible to go out that afternoon, so all players could only stay indoors, quietly waiting for the downpour to end. By now, all players who could reach the service area or base had already done so. Those who were too far away or had insufficient survival coins were forced to remain in the wild. Song Fuguang was a restless person, and being unable to go out made her feel very depressed. Lying idly on the sofa, she opened the combat power rankings. She was still in first place, and Wang Wei was still in second. But third place had changed from Zhang Fengao to Tu Jing, followed by Luo Jinchun, then Zhang Fengao, and then Old Fox. The seventh place had also changed. It was now Evil Twin Tails. Song Fuguang had some impression of this name. It seemed she had gone to Lu Fushua's base. Opening the base information panel and searching, he found that the person had officially joined the base and become a full-fledged member. Song Fuguang wasn't the only one. Other idle players were also checking the leaderboards. No, why did Evil Twin Tails' power suddenly increase so much? Shishan Leichenku, I noticed too. When I just woke up, her power was just over 70,000, but now it's almost 90,000. Beidong Dahu Lao, did she enter the dungeon? Shendu's here, but isn't she at Lu Fushua's base? With this heavy rain, where can she find a dungeon? Or is there a dungeon inside Lu Fushua's base? Once this speculation came out, everyone couldn't sit still, frantically at Evil Twin Tails, and privately messaged Evil Twin Tails. Finally, Evil Twin Tails, overwhelmed by the harassment, responded, There is indeed a monster-only dungeon at Lu Fushua's base. After obtaining a dungeon ticket, you can enter the dungeon directly from within the base and start grinding for power. But to enter this dungeon, you must be an official resident of Lu Fushua's base. Momo, I not. Why didn't you tell me such a big deal earlier? The world is full of NPCs and fake people. You're crazy. You didn't even ask them. Besides, why would they tell you such important information for free and on their own initiative? Who do you think you are? I don't want to be in the underworld. Let me go back to the living world. But dungeon tickets are hard to come by. I love iced drinks. Anyway, we got a message about a free combat power boost. Once we get the dungeon ticket, we can head to Lu Fushua's base and start riding the rocket boat. Yeah, there's finally some hope. Purchase spaceship, price negotiable. I have a question. Besides Lu Fushua's base, do Lu Dishao, Huachao, and Qingda bases have similar dungeons for gaining experience points? No one could answer this question because they didn't have dungeon tickets. For this reason, many players on the leaderboard quickly opened the maglev train ticket purchase system to check their distance from Lu Fushua's base. If it wasn't too far, they grit their teeth, splurge on tickets, and head there immediately. Time is money. The players on the leaderboard were each more daring than the last. Even a slight delay could drastically alter their rankings. Song Fuguang silently peered at the screen, then began to calculate that the base's wealth would likely enter an unprecedented golden period of growth over the next period. After quickly informing the butler of this news, and having him make the necessary preparations, Song Fuguang contentedly lay down again. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a familiar class notice suddenly popped up in front of Song Fuguang. Players, please click the link below to transfer to the classroom and meet the instructor as soon as possible. Instructor? Not the instructor? Song Fuguang's fingers paused for a moment before clicking the transfer link. Was the instructor still Qin Mian? Or had someone else been replaced? Confused, Song Fuguang quickly arrived at the classroom. She was the first player to arrive, and directly across from her, Qin Mian sat in a chair, slowly cleaning her gun. Qin Mian today was different from the Qin Mian of the past few days. She reeked of blood, and her pure black combat uniform was stained with fresh blood. Song Fuguang used his divine eye to examine it for a moment. Those were the bloodstains of high-level pollutants. She was already familiar with the scent of high-level pollutants, and now, Qin Mian was almost completely enveloped by the grayish energy left behind by the pollutants. She just finished slaughtering the high-level pollutants, and was already teaching Class A. Song Fuguang's mind raced, her eyes scanning Qin Mian relentlessly. Finally, perhaps annoyed by her harassing gaze, Qin Mian attacked without warning. Song Fuguang had been on guard, so the moment Qin Mian approached, she quickly dodged, not forgetting to counterattack. Though she missed, she did manage to touch the edge of Qin Mian's clothes. A hint of surprise crossed Qin Mian's face, but then her attack intensified, leaving him with virtually no chance of retaliation. Song Fuguang's frustration was unspeakable, as he retreated repeatedly, trying every trick he could to attack. But Qin Mian's defense was impenetrable. After exchanging 30 or 50 blows, Song Fuguang, feeling comfortable with the beating, immediately raised his hands in surrender. I surrender. Qin Mian didn't stop. It's no use. On the battlefield, will surrendering to the enemy forgive you? No, but... She was about to argue, but Qin Mian's eyes glared. He grabbed her wrist and yanked, sending Song Fuguang flying into the air. Song Fuguang? ? She tried to steady herself in midair, but Qin Mian's boots were already there. Song Fuguang felt a sharp pain in her buttocks, and then she fell uncontrollably in front of Zhang Fengao, who had just entered. Zhang Fengao was horrified, his features almost distorted. Is it starting now? Come here. Qin Mian waved at her. Both of you, come on. Zhang Fengao, Could I refuse? The two of them remained motionless, so Qin Mian had no choice but to attack. So, the two cunning little foxes ran and crawled, escaping in the blink of an eye. Qin Mian laughed in anger. You all rolled over here? Is that all you can muster? Of course not. When the old fox arrived, Song Fuguang immediately winked at him. The old fox was confused, but seeing Song Fuguang constantly looking at Qin Mian, she subconsciously used teleportation to move him behind him. In a flash, Song Fuguang gave the old fox an approving look, not forgetting to swing his fist hard at Qin Mian's waist. Success! The punch landed on Qin Mian, who was entangled by Zhang Fengao. Song Fuguang then ran away, preventing him from reacting quickly and turning back to attack her. Qin Mian glanced at Song Fuguang, who had slipped away, and said with a half-smile, Didn't you eat? You're so weak. Song Fuguang? ? Qin Mian's venom remained sharp. What else can you do besides tickle people? And you? She shifted her gaze to the old fox. I wonder how many times you can use your teleportation, and how long you can maintain it successfully. Zhang Fengao trembled. Was it time for him to be criticized next? As expected, Qin Mian's venom quickly followed. You? I don't even want to say anything more. You have top-tier superpowers, but your body is weaker than a 3-year-old. However, the expected collapse of Zhang Fengao did not occur. Zhang Fengao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly excitedly exclaimed, Wow, Teacher Qin admits my superpowers are powerful. My S-level fire is truly invincible. Qin Mian, She couldn't tell whether she was saying anything good or bad. She attacked immediately, firing a paintball, causing Zhang Fengao to scream. Zhang Fengao ran and cried for help, forcing Song Fuguang to once again cooperate with the old fox and continue his teleportation attack on Qin Mian. But Qin Mian, having suffered a previous setback, was already on guard. Almost as soon as Song Fuguang arrived, she swiftly spun around and clamped a fist around Song Fuguang's arm. Grabbing him, Song Fuguang immediately performed a death roll in midair, simultaneously swinging the axe from her backpack at the arm Qin Mian was gripping. With a flick of her wrist, Qin Mian effortlessly sent her flying. Song Fuguang's attack missed, and he free fall to the ground, taking a dozen steps backward before stabilizing himself. Zhang Fengao quickly unleashed a fireball at Qin Mian, but Qin Mian dodged it with a slight tilt of his head, then instantly rushed towards Zhang Fengao. In Zhang Fengao's eyes, Qin Mian looked like a demon, and her heart raced. "Ah, don't come over here!" She was terrified, and in a moment of panic, she unleashed all her supernatural powers. She squeezed her potential like a millstone, finally creating a solid defensive wall of fire behind her just as Qin Mian was about to catch her. Qin Mian paused, then swiftly dodged to the side, circling the wall of fire like a chick and grabbing Zhang Fengao by the back of his collar. That's good, but still not enough. She lifted her right foot slightly, and the next second, Zhang Fengao was sent flying like a ball, rolling across the ground several times. Zhang Fengao was grimy, and Song Fuguang wasn't much better off. Perhaps the only clean-cut person left was the old fox. The old fox held her breath, and the moment Qin Mian's body swayed, she nimbly used her supernatural powers to change her position. Qin Mian paused and turned. Continue. The old fox always runs out of supernatural power, but Qin Mian calmly pursued it, draining its energy without a trace of impatience. Song Fuguang and Zhang Fengao exchanged a glance and immediately pounced. One on each side, they seized the moment Qin Mian's attention was drawn to the old fox, and instantly drew their rifles, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! One shot missed. Qin Mian turned, a kind smile on her face. Have you had enough fun? Then, it's my turn. With that, she swiftly raised her rifle, and fired a single shot at each of Song Fuguang and Zhang Fengao. Ah! The paint bullets struck both men accurately, coating their already grimy bodies with even more color. Zhang Fengao clutched his aching thigh. Why are there only 3 of us, Teacher Qin? Where are Sister Tu Jing and Luo Jin Chun? Aren't they coming? Qin Mian kindly reassured her. They'll be here later. Don't worry, everyone gets a share. Zhang Fengao's emotions were mixed, but they didn't last long. Qin Mian, like that evil female demon, had fired 3 shots in just 3 seconds, each one hitting the target with pinpoint accuracy. Song Fuguang, Zhang Fengao, and the old fox dodged in panic. The old fox could teleport, so Qin Mian occasionally missed. But Song Fuguang and Zhang Fengao were different. Every paint bullet Qin Mian fired hit their joints precisely, and soon they were transformed into moving little figures of colored paint. Song Fuguang, having been beaten so many times, was gradually losing her temper. She paused, then opened her third eye to stare intently at the gun in Qin Mian's hand, unblinking. Qin Mian raised an eyebrow and fired again. This time, Song Fuguang successfully dodged. After opening her sky eye, the paintball's path became incredibly clear and slowed, as if the world had slowed down to 0.5x speed, allowing her to precisely track the enemy. At 0.5x speed, Qin Mian's paintballs were no longer a threat. So, as Qin Mian aimed his gun at the pale-faced old fox, Song Fuguang shouted, "Drop!" The old fox, trusting Song Fuguang unconditionally, crouched without hesitation, simultaneously releasing a spatial blade with her backhand. Qin Mian's body swayed slightly, and for the first time, she stepped back to avoid the old fox's counterattack. I found the trick. Song Fuguang's eyes lit up. Zhang Fengao. Zhang Fengao, having been called upon, unleashed a fireball without hesitation. While Qin Mian was still dodging, the old fox pursued him again, unleashing 3 spatial blades in quick succession. Finally, some progress. Qin Mian's evasive movements weren't awkward, they even looked effortless. Knowing Qin Mian's unfathomable strength, Song Fuguang let him off the hook for now. She remained composed, and continued analyzing the movements of Qin Mian's paintballs to better counter his attacks. As time passed, the 3 of them coordinated more and more, achieving perfect evasion. Qin Mian couldn't help but lower his spear, his eyes fixed on Song Fuguang. Tell me honestly, what exactly is your special ability? Song Fuguang blinked. The Sky Eye, it's the ability to monitor energy changes in real time. Your special ability has been upgraded. What are the new abilities? Qin Mian pressed on, his figure flashing, as he quickly reached Song Fuguang. Song Fuguang instinctively tried to flee, but Qin Mian's quick hands caught him. Say. Song Fuguang was still trying to play tricks. She racked her brains, still pondering how to answer Qin Mian's question, when he forcefully demanded, "Show me your game board." Isn't that a bad idea? Song Fuguang frowned. Although we're teacher and student, children have privacy too. Qin Mian, disinclined to listen, interrupted Song Fuguang with a smile. Show me now or die now. Your choice. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Old Fox and Zhang Fengao sprang into action, attempting to rescue Song Fuguang, but were mercilessly dispatched by Qin Mian. Qin Mian patiently waited for Song Fuguang to make a choice, but Song Fuguang refused to give up. Can I have a third option? Yes, Qin Mian said with a smile. It's worse than death. Song Fuguang's mouth, which had just opened, instantly closed. After a moment, she stared at Qin Mian. Who knows if you have bad intentions? Will you harm me? Even if you don't trust me, you should trust Wang Wei, Qin Mian replied. Song Fuguang remained suspicious, nagging, what if Wang Wei predicted that day that if she didn't leave with you, we would be implicated by her? Qin Mian's face was expressionless, completely losing patience with this cunning little fox. If you don't tell me, I kill you right now. As she spoke, her aura suddenly grew menacing. To save her life, Song Fuguang had no choice but to secretly show the other party the game board. SSS level superpower. Qin Mian narrowed his eyes and whispered, Insight. Sees through everything, sees everything. Prohibit. Temporarily disables the superpowers of other players. Qin Mian slowly released Song Fuguang. Very good. The dangerous aura around the woman suddenly dissipated, and Song Fuguang confirmed she no longer had any murderous intent. You know my superpower, but what about yours? Would you mind sharing it? Qin Mian was forthright and provided the answer. Form shifting. The ability to transform into any form and travel through the world. Invisibility. Dual superpowers? Song Fuguang was stunned for a moment, then, regaining her composure, hugged Qin Mian's arm. Master, have you forgotten? I'm your long-lost disciple. Old Fox, ? Zhang Fengao, ? Qin Mian, Chapter 48. Qin Mian was pissed off by Song Fuguang, the master of face-changing. She flung him away, get lost. Of course, she didn't succeed. Song Fuguang clung to her arm like a plaster, and Qin Mian could almost see her tail wagging frantically behind her. Teacher Qin, would you like to reconsider? This child is incredibly talented and can endure hardships. He's smart, flexible, obedient, and will do anything I tell him to do. Song Fuguang racked his brains to promote himself. Just try to take me under your wing. I promise I'd be the best disciple you ever had. Song Fuguang was truly annoying. Qin Mian tried to shake her arm, but he held her too tightly. After 2 attempts, she couldn't get him free. She couldn't help but offer him some empty promises. We talk later. Really? Song Fuguang saw through her easily. Don't be kidding me. Qin Mian smiled. Whether I'm kidding or not is another matter. I just know that if you don't let me go now, you never have a chance. Hearing this, Song Fuguang quickly released Qin Mian's arm and patted the wrinkles with a serval manner. Teacher. No, master. What else do you want your good disciple to do next? Qin Mian, Zhang Fengao was shocked. Sister, your facial expressions are truly astonishing. Although I've seen it before, watching it now still makes one marvel at her acting skills. It's a gift from God. It's a shame she didn't enter the entertainment industry. What do you know? Song Fuguang glared at her. If you knew Master's dual abilities, you'd be even more exaggerated than I am. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Fengao's eyes widened and he yelled, Dual superpowers? Song Fuguang admired Zhang Fengao's puppy-like, sparkling eyes. See, no one can resist the allure of a strong woman. Zhang Fengao, at heart, was also a child who admired the strong. She immediately rushed to Qin Mian's side, poking her chest with her 2 index fingers. Master, please add me too. I'm as obedient as Sister Fuguang. The old fox stood by, unable to bear watching. Qin Mian's face remained expressionless. With 2 more, she could be the monkey king in the survival game. Isn't being your teacher enough? Qin Mian smiled. Is it because I don't train you enough? Have all your attributes reached 100? These 3 burning questions immediately made Zhang Fengao's body tremble. Enough. No need to increase the training. As for the attributes, they were all at 100. After learning this news, Qin Mian's training intensified. Song Fuguang resumed his assault, grimacing alongside Zhang Fengao, his features contorted. The old fox's dodging skills were fully utilized, so she took slightly fewer hits than the other 2, but not much better. However, she was known for her endurance, which made her image much better than Song Fuguang's, and especially Zhang Fengao's. You should know that the high-level pollutants in the training grounds and your world are merely the lowest level of high-level pollution. Qin Mian's paintballs seemed to have eyes, as they struck the 3 people. They're not even 1/10, or even 1/100th, the strength of the high-level pollutants in the normal world. They exist only to keep children like you company. Zhang Fengao felt as if the sky had fallen. Do we still want to live? Are we going to have to fight millions of high-level pollutants in the future? Fewer. Qin Mian half smiled. Hundreds of millions. The amount of high-level pollutants in this world is far greater than you imagine. Song Fuguang frowned slightly, his expression gradually becoming serious. Is your daily mission and job to kill high-level pollutants? Of course. Qin Mian raised an eyebrow. No. Killing high-level pollutants is your job, and I just need to give orders. When she spoke so arrogantly, far from being offensive, her charm only grew. Song Fuguang and Zhang Fengao's eyes sparkled as they gazed at Qin Mian as if she were an undefeated god of war. Teacher Qin, you're amazing. Zhang Fengao praised her with the best possible words, leaving Qin Mian feeling overwhelmed. Since the three of them had already been subjected to paint bombs for 4 hours, Qin Mian simply waved his hand and sent them back to where they came from. Go wherever's cooler, don't bother her. Song Fuguang returned to her spot, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. She and the old fox were both colorful, like harlequin cats. They exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. It's getting dark, time for dinner. After the intense training, Song Fuguang was starving. The old fox nodded. Okay, I just order dinner and have it delivered to your room. Due to the weather, the restaurant was packed, and the old fox really didn't want to go. Song Fuguang had no objection, so after ordering, they both returned to their rooms. The paint bombs were easy to clean, and Song Fuguang's hair wasn't long, so after blow-drying it, she waited for the old fox for a while. Dinner arrived. While browsing the forum, Song Fuguang came across the post about the coaching contest Su Yan Shao had previously hosted. Chairing contest, which lucky person will ultimately emerge victorious and be chosen by the big boss? 1 ST floor. Come on, place your bets. Winning doesn't make any money, losing doesn't make any money either. The main focus is entertainment and participation. 2 indie floor. No, can I say they're all terrible? They're all ugly. Some have good bodies but bad looks, some have good looks but bad bodies. Can't anyone have both? 3 RD floor. I think they're okay. Propping up for Brother Ku. Brother Ku is so handsome. 4 TH floor. Eat something good. You're so harsh on the female players, but when it comes to the male players, you fall for them without any reservations? Just looking at Xiao Kuku's looks, if they were gender swapped, there would be at least 10 pages of online comments. 5th floor. But Brother Ku is a graduate student. 6 TH floor. Even if he's a beast, he's no good. Honestly, this year's male players are just terrible. Now that the maglev train is open, let's wait for the next competition. 7th floor. Hey, the maglev train is open. Any sisters want to join me in the flower festival? I see it in person. There won't be any issues with looking fat on camera or having the lens distorted. 8th floor. Oh, she looks fat on camera, but I don't see her getting bigger down there. 9th floor. How come there isn't? My sister had a date with a contestant a few days ago, and oh my god. She didn't even want to talk, just turned around and left, and even asked the other party to reimburse her travel expenses. 10th floor. No, what's the difference between you guys spreading rumors like this and men? 11th TH floor. You know your own character. 12th floor. Who said it was a rumor? The guy I had a crush on in junior high actually participated in a handsome man competition, and was picked up by another female celebrity during the competition. Wow, I'm so upset. Who understands the shock I felt when I saw him leaning on the shoulder of a female celebrity that day? Floor 13. Sisters, don't be too sad. There are so many handsome men out there. If you're not good enough, just try another one. We don't want a playboy. Be obedient. Song Fuguang was numb, but she couldn't help but want to see. Just then, the old fox knocked on the door. She quickly opened it for him, and invited him to share the beautiful post with her. The old fox ate while browsing, and finally said, Actually, we're all very grateful to you. Huh? Song Fuguang was confused. Thank me for what? You know, in the past, society's resources were centralized, and women lacked opportunities for advancement. They often had to work 10 or even 100 times harder than men to be seen. Even then, they weren't truly recognized. They were still marginalized and embarrassed. The old fox whispered, but things are different now. She looked at Song Fuguang with a gentle gaze. On the second day of the game, you freely shared the survival information with everyone in Meta. You set an example, so many ordinary girls like me were able to find the courage to take the first step. And later you put sanitary napkins back on sale at their original price. You know, A pack of sanitary napkins used to cost many ordinary women an hour, or even 2 hours' wages. All the various sanitary pads, day pads, night pads, sleep pants, and painkillers, all cost us a fortune in hidden expenses. Over the course of a year, it's a significant expense, and there's no guarantee of quality. If converted to survival coins, a girl spending 20 survival coins a month on sanitary napkins would amount to 240 per year. But with Song Fuguang, their annual sanitary napkin expenses are now less than a fraction of what they used to spend. The extra 200 survival coins would be enough to buy 25 weapons, or supplies for half a month, or even a month. Fuguang, you're truly a wonderful person. Song Fuguang felt a bit embarrassed by her compliment. Why are you suddenly bringing this up? It just came to me. The old fox smiled faintly. I'm so grateful to have met you. I feel like meeting you is the luckiest thing that's ever happened to me. Song Fuguang was silent for a moment, then reached out to touch the other man's forehead. Do you have a fever? The old fox didn't dodge. She waited quietly for Song Fuguang's rough, calloused, and not so delicate hand to touch her skin. No, I'm fine. She lowered her eyes slightly. Really? Song Fuguang paused. I'm lucky to have met you. You prescribed me so many good things. The less fortunate Song Fuguang was fortunate to have met the lucky old fox. How could this not be fate? The old fox still lowered her eyes and smiled faintly, but she didn't continue the conversation. Instead, she suddenly revealed, actually, I used to be a relatively well-known internet celebrity. Song Fuguang's mouth was already full, and she swallowed it. That's great. You're amazing. Does that bother you? The old fox didn't dare meet Song Fuguang's eyes. Song Fuguang was confused. No, I just think you're amazing. Although I don't usually go online, I do secretly check other patients' phones, but the fact that you managed to make so many people like you and know you is already remarkable. She imitated Zhang Fengao, giving a thumbs up. You should be proud of yourself. Becoming a celebrity isn't something you can just do. The old fox breathed a sigh of relief. Then if I have some dirty laundry, what about you? You're just a little girl who accidentally made a few mistakes. It's perfectly normal. No one is perfect, and no one in the world can truly guarantee they never made a mistake. Song Fuguang sensed her delicate and sensitive thoughts. You didn't commit murder or arson. Besides, there are countless people who do. Compared to them, you're simply too honest and well-behaved. The old fox couldn't help but laugh. Are you so partial to me? Song Fuguang looked at her seriously. You're my friend now. It's only natural for friends to favor friends. Even if someone asked me to choose between you and someone else, I would choose you without hesitation. Zhang Yaxian, you have to trust us. Song Fuguang suddenly remembered Wang Yue's warning. She must have foreseen something, specifically asking Qin Mian to say that in front of everyone. The old fox's heart warmed slightly. Okay. Let's eat, Fuguang. The food's getting cold. The sky darkened again, and the torrential rain continued. I wonder if there will be a change tomorrow. The coaching competition at Huaqiao Base continued. Due to the weather, more and more players were following the competition, and the discussion became increasingly heated. Some players with money and free time even bought tickets and rushed to Huaqiao Base, just to relax. Su Yanxiao naturally welcomed such players. After rapidly developing the base, she immediately introduced a series of preferential policies to ensure a positive experience for everyone. She was determined to transform the base into a haven of luxury and indulgence, so she expended considerable effort and resources. Of course, these efforts ultimately yielded excellent feedback, with many players expressing a reluctance to leave. For a time, the Huaqiao base was in the spotlight, its popularity remaining high. On the other hand, the players at Lu Dingxia's base, like Tu Jing, were unwavering hardcore gamers, fiercely striving for top rankings. Because they were members of the same clan, they supported each other, and as a result, the top 15 to top 50 of the server leaderboard were largely filled with Tu Jing's players. Lu Fushua's base had more casual players, but the individual players were also relatively stronger. For example, the currently ranked 7th placed Evil Twin Tails, as well as the subsequent 8th, 9th, 11th, 12th, and 13th place players, were all from Lu Fushua's base. Also, a few players forged their way into Lu Dingxia's base, and were surrounded by them, making them particularly conspicuous. Lu Fushua's and Lu Dingxia's bases are undoubtedly among the largest, even though there are only 4 bases left. However, these 2 bases have already attracted the vast majority of players, who prefer to go there, so it seems unnecessary for others to create bases. Given the current situation, Creating bases would only lead to wasted manpower. Without sufficient strength, not only would it be impossible to attract players, but it would also be impossible to develop the base. Bases are money-eating beasts. Song Fuguang's rapid development was only possible due to good luck. I took a quick look at the base rankings. Lu Fushua base is undoubtedly number 1, followed by Lu Dingxiao base, then Huaqiao base, and last, without a doubt, is Qingde base. The base commander of Qingde base was revealed to have several illegitimate children, and things have been quite lively at the base lately. Leaving aside Qingde's personal life, he currently has many capable people around him to help him, so it's only a matter of time before he matures. Song Fuguang stroked his chin, wondering how his late wife's sister is faring. If necessary, she would have to help her, to keep Qingde in check. Song Fuguang and Qingde had no connection, let alone friendship. If the other party had coveted him, that would be bad news. It's better to be a villain than a gentleman. Rather than that, it's better to become that insidious and cunning villain. Song Fuguang pondered silently for a moment before the old fox interrupted her. Fuguang, I'm going back to my room. It's getting late. You should get some rest. Okay. After the old fox left, Song Fuguang glanced at the clock. It was only 9 o'clock in the evening. Having not slept well last night, Song Fuguang brushed her teeth, washed her face, and simply lay down early, closing her eyes. Jean Neon had trained her hard this afternoon. Unsure what tomorrow would hold, she decided to rest and be fully prepared. The torrential rain continued to fall throughout the night, only to gradually abate around 8 o'clock the next morning. The players, forced to stay indoors for a day and 2 nights, eagerly emerged. The weather was cool today, the previous scorching heat gone. Everything seemed to be improving. After meeting the old fox for breakfast, Song Fuguang asked, "Shall we continue on?" The old fox said, "I read the players' posts on the forums. Fewer people are willing to venture out. Most are planning to stay put in the service areas or bases, unwilling to continue their previous, wandering existence. And compared to the service areas, most players prefer joining bases. Joining a base grants stat boosts, so players with ample survival coins are willing to pay for them to become stronger. After all, a single stat boosting card in the service area shop costs 2,000 survival coins. And after experiencing the torrential rain over the past 2 days, players have become incredibly disciplined, no longer daring to ignore system reminders. It can be said that joining a base will be the inevitable trend in the future. Already, the number of players in Lu Fushua's base has begun to grow. Song Fuguang estimates that it won't be long before the number of official members exceeds 10,000. Ordinary players value stability, but Song Fuguang is at an age where she's curious about the world and eager for adventure. I'm going to continue along the highway. She looked at Old Fox. The map isn't fully lit up yet. Old Fox smiled faintly. Then I go with you. As if he knew what Song Fuguang would say, Old Fox blinked. If I go with you, you have someone to keep you company. If you find a treasure chest, I can open it for you right away. Okay. Song Fuguang had no objection. Old Fox had developed well, and was now quite powerful. If they ran into danger, Old Fox could also help. Old Fox's teleportation was very useful, and Song Fuguang and Old Fox had already developed a tacit understanding, so he would be a very qualified teammate and helper. After making their decision, the two immediately canceled their hotel reservation and prepared to pick up their car to leave the Lienting service area. Just as they reached the door, a young couple suddenly started arguing in public. Song Fuguang, curious, unconsciously slowed his pace and pricked up his ears to eavesdrop. Who is she? Are you familiar with her? The woman erupted in fury. And doesn't she have her own car? Why did you let her sit in your passenger seat? I told you, it's to save fuel. Don't you have to spend survival coins to buy gas? Stop being unreasonable. I'm being unreasonable? The woman pointed at herself in disbelief. Mr. Qian, do you want to listen to what you're saying? Who would easily let another woman sit in their girlfriend's seat? Are all the back seats in your car broken? The woman was furious. Okay, you're going to argue like that, right? Then break up. I see you clearly now. Get out of here, as far away as you can. With that, the woman slapped her ex-boyfriend twice and dashed off, leaving behind a crowd of unsatisfied passers-by. The old fox remained calm, patiently waiting for Song Fuguang to finish watching the fun before taking the driver's seat. Song Fuguang pulled out an ice cream cone. Is the gas price high now? It's always been high, especially since the hot weather and the treasure chests have dwindled. Plus, it's been raining for the past 2 days, so no one can go out. Gas prices have skyrocketed, tripling to their previous levels. Song Fuguang paused for a moment while eating her ice cream. Then I drive my tricycle. It saved me money. However, several of her batteries were dead, so she and Old Fox had to go to the vehicle modification shop to recharge them. Then they bought 10 of the newly released, upgraded superpowered batteries. A regular battery only lasts 100 kilometers before needing replacement, but the newly upgraded super powerful battery can last a full 500 kilometers, a full 5 times longer. Each service area is typically spaced about 2,000 kilometers apart, but players can't predict the system's dynamics, so Song Fuguang always makes a good point to have a few extra batteries ready. The batteries charge quickly, and after about an hour, the two were ready to go. Originally, there was a buildup of pollutants at the entrance to the service area, but after the rain stopped, the hard-working crew sprang into action and have now nearly cleared it. Hurrying to get going was crucial, so Song Fuguang and Old Fox didn't join in the fun. Smoothly steering the tricycle away and moving smoothly along the wet road, they spied a treasure chest, and Old Fox immediately got out to open it. Attribute upgrade cards, vehicle waterproofing systems, protective gear, first aid kits, and even a base-exclusive pharmacy building. Song Fuguang marveled, "Lucky I met you in Lianting." The Old Fox smiled as he stuffed the supplies into Song Fuguang's hands. "Just luck. But your luck is incredible." Song Fuguang only took the base's exclusive pharmacy building. "When we arrive at the base, and you become a full-fledged member, I appoint you as Deputy Base Commander. To join a base, one must arrive at the base's mission hall and pay the corresponding fee before becoming a full-fledged member." So, even though Song Fuguang was willing, he couldn't immediately fulfill his promise to the Old Fox. The Old Fox accepted the supplies Song Fuguang had refused, saying, "No rush." The treasure chests became fewer, and by noon, the two had still not seen any new ones. "Why don't we take a break?" the Old Fox suggested. "Eat something, then I drive." "That's fine." The interior of the level 3 tricycle was relatively spacious, so the two didn't get out and took out their pre-packed lunches. Halfway through their meal, a rumbling sound suddenly erupted. Song Fuguang and the Old Fox stopped and exchanged glances. Song Fuguang immediately put down his lunch box and activated the tricycle's flight function. When the tricycle reached a certain altitude, the two finally saw the source of the unusual noise. It was a flash flood. Like a giant crimson dragon, the torrent was immense, rushing towards the two with overwhelming force. No, to be more precise, towards the Lianting service area behind them. The Lianting service area is in danger. Chapter 49. Song Fuguang was busy driving, so Old Fox quickly opened the forum and, using her administrator privileges, forced a pop-up warning to all players browsing. "Attention! Massive flash floods are approaching the Lianting service area. Please make flood preparations immediately." After ensuring that everyone on the forum had seen the warning and manually closing it, Old Fox opened the chat channel and quickly copied the following message. "Attention! Massive flash floods are approaching the Lianting service area. Please make flood preparations immediately." However, the Lianting service area had been experiencing torrential rain for the past 2 days, affecting the entire map. So, after a brief hesitation, she quickly added, "Precautions should also be taken in other service areas." As soon as she finished posting these 2 messages, someone immediately responded, "I think I hear a voice. Help! Evil Twin Tails. The flash flood at Lu Fushua's base has reached the gate. Give me an air conditioner. Knock. Flash floods have reached the Huachao service area. I love ice Carol. Flash floods have reached the Lianting service area. There's so much water. Are we finished? Can this damn game be a little nicer to us players? It's overcast today. Open the pay-to-win channel. Open the pay-to-win channel. Fried eggs on the ground. You're stupid. Do you think your mediocre game system is worth it? I don't like your air Jin. Whether it's worth it or not, at least give us paying players some hope. Otherwise, this game is truly unplayable. Durian Peel, are you daydreaming? If this damn game had a pay-to-win channel, it would have been enabled on day 1. Why wait until now? Stop worrying about it, and just stay alive. The sweet little bun said, there's some useful information posted on the forum. Everyone, go check it out. Stop the verbal abuse. Your life is at stake. As soon as these words were spoken, the chat channel's message refresh rate suddenly slowed, while correspondingly, the forum's traffic instantly reached an unprecedented peak. The poster hadn't set up a fee, so every player could learn how to cope with this kind of natural disaster. The Old Fox took a few glances, but felt it was unnecessary. As long as Song Fuguang's tricycle was capable of flying, as long as the energy stone remained charged, They could float freely in the air, unaffected by anything. After a moment of careful reflection, the old fox suddenly pulled a wooden box from his backpack and handed it to Song Fuguang. Song Fuguang glanced over his shoulder. "What's this?" "Energy stones," the old fox replied, adding, "I collected them bit by bit while opening treasure chests. They didn't have much use for me back then, so I just kept them. I didn't expect they come in handy now," she said, as she opened a box roughly the size of an old desktop computer. The familiar energy stones were neatly arranged, at least 20 or 30 of them. Song Fuguang was so shocked he couldn't express his envy. "If I were you, I immediately get a part-time job opening treasure chests for you. This little guy must be earning at least tens of thousands of survival coins a day with just a few moves." Song Fuguang's comment was casual, but the old fox took it in. "That makes sense. I try it when we get to the next service area." She placed the box next to Song Fuguang. "Put it away for now. The energy stones are useless to me, and it's just a waste if I keep them, gathering dust." This time, Song Fuguang didn't bother to be polite with the old fox. She simply accepted the box of energy stones and said, "I return the rest when I have the chance." The old fox smiled but didn't respond. Instead, she asked, "The system kept reminding us to enter the base or service area as soon as possible. Is that related to these natural disasters? I know it's dangerous for players out in the wild, but will entering the base or service area make them safer in the face of situations like flash floods?" Song Fuguang pondered. "If either of these is flooded and the players happen to have an inflatable boat, then it should be. Even if not, it would be easy to salvage." The old fox fell silent, then silently turned her gaze to the game panel, scanning the other players' feedback. Song Fuguang, however, was in a dilemma. The road was flooded, and she didn't have a smart navigation system. She couldn't clearly identify her destination, and had to rely on her sense of direction. This meant she could stray at any moment and end up in an unfamiliar place. However, with the raging flash flood, she couldn't park her tricycle on any land, as it would be submerged at any moment. Forget it, just drive around. She had plenty of energy stones anyway, so there was no need to panic. The flash flood was deafening, and the water was immense. Song Fuguang had already flown the vehicle high enough, but it was still less than 2 meters above the water. She turned her head and glanced out the window. The trees lining the road were either fallen or submerged, leaving only the shallow treetops. The situation was dire. And after the flash flood receded, the debris, bacteria, and viruses it brought with it would also be a serious problem. No wonder players kept opening various epidemic prevention supplies and disaster preparedness gear in the recent National Treasure Chest battle. The system had this planned all along. Song Fuguang pondered as he advanced on his intuition, then contacted his base manager to inquire about the base's current situation. But the manager seemed busy, so he didn't respond to Song Fuguang's message. Song Fuguang suddenly felt a faint sense of guilt. Since the base was established, she, the hands-off manager, hadn't spent more than 24 hours inside. Furthermore, she, the base commander, and her 2 deputy commanders were constantly on the move. Deputy Commander Wangwa had even vanished and was unreachable. She couldn't help but scratch her brow. She should find time to return and check on the base. The flash floods are indiscriminately attacking all players, leaving no service area or base untouched. Old Fox, after checking the forum messages, said to Song Fuguang, "Fortunately, the service area is walled, so it's shielding the players for a while, giving them enough time to cope. Unfortunately, none of the 4 bases currently have walls." Old Fox swiped his finger across the screen. But bases with underground shelters activated are much better prepared. Even if they flood, they have a comprehensive drainage system. Furthermore, the floodwaters first entered the lowest level of the shelters, then slowly moved upwards. Therefore, players on the first level of the underground shelters have not been affected for the time being. Song Fuguang felt reassured. This way, players would deeply and clearly realize that only by joining a large base could they survive. The number of players in her Lu Fushua base would then undoubtedly experience a surge in growth. As the number of official members increased, the base received development funds, and its infrastructure would continue to improve. After a period of positive development, Song Fuguang's base would only grow stronger. Song Fuguang couldn't wait to return to the base. She was thinking about these things as she drove the tricycle. Suddenly, her eyes froze, and she glanced at the side of the vehicle. "What's that?" Before she could finish her words, both she and the tricycle were sucked into a black hole that had suddenly appeared in front of them. After a moment of dizziness, Song Fuguang felt as if she had briefly lost consciousness. When she regained consciousness, she didn't know how long had passed. People were all over the place. The tricycle was stuck upside down in a pit, and she and Old Fox were both lying on the roof where it had once been. Wake up! Song Fuguang couldn't help but nudge Old Fox beside her. She was in severe pain all over, likely from a severe impact. She pulled out a mirror from her backpack and checked herself. Good, her face and nose were bruised. With a soft hiss, Song Fuguang struggled to open the car door and stuck half his head out. The outside was desolate, with no sign of any living creatures. It felt like a dead place. Where had she come from? As Song Fuguang observed, the old fox slowly awoke. After staring blankly for a moment, it opened its eyes. Then it quickly sat up and immediately asked Song Fuguang, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Song Fuguang looked back. The old fox looked no better than he did. "Let's get out first." As he spoke, he opened his third eye and carefully scanned the surroundings. The old fox hummed and, using its petite frame, was the first to climb out of the tricycle. The tricycle had been badly rammed, its body dented and covered in dirt and branch debris. Song Fuguang touched the peeling paint and dents, then quickly put it away. He cautiously approached Old Fox, holding his dark light, and staring intently in a certain direction. Influenced by her seriousness, Old Fox unconsciously drew his rifle and took aim. Soon, the thing Song Fuguang was wary of appeared. It was a group of pollutants, more precisely, a group of high-level pollutants, but their appearance differed from the high-level pollutants in the training grounds. The high-level pollutants here looked identical to normal players, indistinguishable to the naked eye. Their expressions were vivid and human-like. Old Fox was stunned. "Players?" Song Fuguang didn't respond. She slowly swapped her dark light for a rifle, and together they locked eyes, their sights fixed firmly on each other. Old Fox knew Song Fuguang well, so the moment he remained silent, she understood. Their current strength wasn't enough to handle so many high-level pollutants, so she focused her attention on the front, ready to fire without hesitation at the slightest movement. However, Song Fuguang's actions were quicker than Old Fox had anticipated. Almost as soon as the leading high-level pollutant began to move, Song Fuguang pulled the trigger, firing 5 shots in quick succession. The gunfire continued. Old Fox tried to control her breathing, mindlessly following Song Fuguang's decisions. Song Fuguang attacked the high-level pollutants on the right, while Old Fox shot those on the left. Soon, over 20 high-level pollutants were dead, and at the same time, the system's pleasant notification chimed in. "Congratulations, player, for killing a high-level pollutant. Your overall combat power has increased by 1,000 points. Congratulations to the player for killing a high-level pollutant. Your overall combat power increases by 1,000 points. Congratulations to the player for killing a high-level pollutant. Your overall combat power increases by 1,000 points." In less than 3 minutes, both of their combat power increased by over 10,000 points. But Song Fuguang and Old Fox weren't at all happy. Instead, their moods grew increasingly grim. "This isn't like the previous map." Song Fuguang quickly opened his game panel. "My panel says I'm out of service and have no network." "Me too." Old Fox summoned his panel. "If we're not in the previous map, then this is the base camp of the high-level pollutants?" Song Fuguang wanted to deny it, but reality wouldn't allow it. Another pollutant team appeared. Song Fuguang didn't have time to answer Old Fox, and pulled the trigger again. Bang! 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 The gunshots continued, some from Song Fuguang, some from Old Fox. "Don't use your powers carelessly." Song Fuguang retreated, scanning his surroundings for cover, and said to the Old Fox, "We can only rely on your spatial movement to escape." The Old Fox nodded solemnly, "Okay." She understood that their vehicles, especially Song Fuguang's tricycle, had become their last resort. When their powers were exhausted, unable to perform spatial movement or other activities, Song Fuguang's flying tricycle would be the only means of transporting them forward or escaping. So, energy stones should not be used unless absolutely necessary. Besides their muskets, the two men had no other ranged attack tools, but the high-ranking officials had already caught up, unleashing all sorts of supernatural powers on them without cost. This group of high-level pollutants is currently about the same strength as those in the advanced training field. They haven't encountered any stronger ones yet. But no one knows if the more powerful high-level pollutants, the true leader is quietly observing the two's strength, thoroughly understanding them before launching an attack. Knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. High-level pollutants possess wisdom, and this is the most daunting aspect. Song Fuguang and Old Fox have a large supply of survival coins. After the previous incident in the advanced training field, They tacitly stockpiled ammunition, so they don't have to worry about running out of ammunition and food anytime soon. But ammunition eventually runs out. Song Fuguang frowned, staring at the seemingly endless, indestructible pollutants. Something's wrong. The system notifications continued to sound. Song Fuguang's combat power had now surpassed 300,000, and Old Fox's had also surpassed 100,000. They should have been happy, but the pollutants ahead were increasing, and they were almost overwhelmed. The distance between them and the contaminant began to close, and the Old Fox tried to steady her breathing. Fuguang, do we have any other options? If this continues, they'd be killed by the high pollution sooner or later. Song Fuguang didn't answer her, but suddenly grabbed her wrist and said decisively, retreat. Upon the command, the Old Fox didn't hesitate, using teleportation to move the two of them farther away. This time, Song Fuguang didn't linger and foolishly attack. Instead, he pulled out a tricycle, stuffed the Old Fox inside, and drove off. The tricycle was already reaching 500 kilometers per hour, more than enough for a brief escape. The two sat in the car, panting, neither speaking. The car was silent, the atmosphere growing stagnant. The surroundings were flat, offering no shelter. The ground was covered in sand, and the slightest breeze immediately obscured vision, rendering observation impossible. The sky overhead was also gray, contrasting with the yellow sand, creating a sense of despair and helplessness. Song Fuguang dared not withdraw his divine vision. Gao Wu had awakened his special powers, allowing him to use any rare ability to approach the two and attack them at any time. If he wasn't careful, Song Fuguang and Old Fox would be deactivated, so she was extremely cautious. Old Fox rhythmically controlled her breathing, trying to recover as quickly as possible. At the same time, she quickly searched her backpack, eventually finding 10 bottles of wine and 50 barrels of gasoline. I have these. She showed Song Fuguang her inventory list. Are they any use? Song Fuguang glanced quickly, but before he could respond, a magnified face silently appeared in front of the tricycle. Song Fuguang nearly suffered a cardiac arrest. She slammed on the brakes, then quickly activated the flight function, performing a dramatic mid-air flip. Hold on tight, she called to the Old Fox. The Old Fox grasped tightly at his surroundings, and the next second, the tricycle began a death roll in the air. The intense speed and powerful arc nearly shook Song Fuguang's brains. It's still there. After trying to see clearly ahead, the Old Fox decisively unleashed its spatial blade. The Gao Wu's head, which he had been clinging to, fell, and soon, its body tumbled limply to the ground. But before he could even breathe, more Gao Wus silently swooped down, surrounding the tricycle and the two other creatures like bats. The more such moments unfolded, the calmer Song Fuguang became. Keep attacking with your musket, she said to the Old Fox, taking out her dark light and activating its burning function, then preparing for action. The Old Fox instinctively grabbed her. Don't go out. The Old Fox vehemently objected. No matter what, staying inside the vehicle is safer than leaving. Her face was thick with worry, and Song Fuguang smiled at her. I believe you. Get me out. And give me the gasoline and alcohol. Song Fuguang was adamant, and the Old Fox opened her mouth, but ultimately obliged. There was no time for hesitation, so after quickly giving Song Fuguang the supplies she needed, the Old Fox quickly escorted her out of the encirclement of pollutants. The pollutants from behind continued to advance, and Song Fuguang's eyes darkened. He immediately opened the gasoline and drew a circle on the ground. Finally, she deftly struck a match, igniting the gasoline on the ground. Come here, into the flames! The Old Fox obeyed Song Fuguang's orders, and quickly, using her supernatural powers, she and Song Fuguang's vehicle were transported into the safe zone. With the flames as a barrier, the two only needed to deal with the pollutants from the sky. It was difficult to maneuver inside the vehicle, so the Old Fox also stepped out, standing back to back with Song Fuguang. Each of us on each side. Song Fuguang folded up his tricycle and nodded. Be careful. Without hesitation, she wielded the 2-meter-long dark light and charged into the pollutants. The dark light's sharpness, coupled with its burning function, made Song Fuguang's monster-killing efficiency even greater. The familiar system notification chime echoed in her ears once again. Song Fuguang wasn't worried about the Old Fox. It had ample self-preservation capabilities. If it weren't for the extra energy it consumed carrying itself, it could easily have escaped. Since it couldn't escape, it would have been a complete slaying. Song Fuguang employed the same ferocity he had used against Qin Mian. Like a god of death, he cleared a vast expanse of space around him in the blink of an eye. The high-level pollutants, possessing intelligence, hesitated for a moment upon witnessing Song Fuguang's prowess. But then, they charged forward with even greater recklessness. As if a higher-level pollutant were issuing orders. Song Fuguang calmly scanned the surroundings with her sky eye, but her level 1 ability was limited, preventing her from covering great distances. After 3 repeated scans, she found no trace of the leading pollutant. She frowned. Not pausing, Song Fuguang maintained a calm demeanor, her gaze sharp, and she'd lost count of how many pollutants she had already slain. Gunfire rang continuously in her ears, and at this moment, Song Fuguang couldn't help but wonder, why don't I have any offensive abilities? Just as the thought crossed her mind, a strange energy ball suddenly appeared within the range of her sky eye. Without a second thought, Song Fuguang shouted, "Forbid!" The energy ball dissipated with a sound, the attack ceased. Song Fuguang snorted coldly. Trying to play dirty? No way. Today, we fight with our physical strength. Except for the old fox, no one can even use their superpowers within the range of her sky eye. In hand-to-hand combat, Song Fuguang still had a chance of winning. With superpowers, the two of them would be chopped to pieces by this group of pollutants. But now, the number of pollutants using superpowers suddenly increased. Perhaps the leader had finally detected Song Fuguang's true strength, and was using it to wear him down. Song Fuguang knew the enemy's plot, but he was helpless, and could only bite the bullet, and suppress all energy fluctuations in his surroundings. The old fox was fragile, and if seriously injured, it would be a serious matter. Song Fuguang couldn't do without the old fox. The old fox knew his own weaknesses, so she protected herself very carefully. If she sensed the slightest sign of something amiss, she would immediately change position, successfully avoiding many assassinations. The pollutants were endless, and gradually, Song Fuguang and the old fox began to feel exhausted. Meanwhile, players online were staring in bewilderment at the soaring power of Song Fuguang and old fox. Where did the number 1 and number 6 go? God bless me. 500,000. Song Fuguang has 500,000 power points? Is she even human? My idol, Song Fuguang, old fox isn't bad either, now at 300,000. 6666. By the way, are they both in the dungeon again? I'm happy to see you break through. The number 1 player's luck is just too good. She always gets to run into these experienced dungeons. I'm so envious. Who's saying she's unlucky? This is incredibly good. For a moment, countless players envied Song Fuguang and old fox, but Luo Jinchun sensed something was amiss. She said in the group chat, they only killed high-level pollutants so far. Besides the advanced training grounds, where else do you think there would be so much high-level pollutants? Tu Jing appeared after hearing the report she had received. We can't contact them. Are they in danger? Zhang Fengou finally realized. But right now, it's just a flash flood. Where could they be carried by the flood? Fuguang's vehicle can fly. Luo Jinchun said, maybe it wasn't the flash flood. Zhang Fengou scratched his head. Was that a tornado? I never heard of that. Oh, never mind. I sent a message to Sister Wanghua first. I hope she gets it this time. After Zhang Fengou left, the group chat fell silent. But the players in the chat channel were still closely monitoring the changes in Song Fuguang and Old Fox's combat power. 600,000 points. 700,000 points. 800,000 points. 900,000 points. Recruiting a male servant, 1 million points. Song Fuguang's combat power is almost 1 million. Momo, really? That's outrageous. It's not even dark yet. Don't like housework. After they clear the dungeon, can they please be kind and tell us the dungeon's real location? I love money, not anyone else. I bet the fee will be very high. Kitty, your feet smell so good. I'm fine with the price, as long as they tell us the location. The players were discussing enthusiastically, even the panic of the sudden flash flood subsiding. At this moment, all they could see was a burning desire for combat power. As for the flash flood, it was just a natural disaster. Compared to the players' relief, Song Fuguang and Old Fox were now exhausted and running out of ammunition and food. Song Fuguang kept her clairvoyance constantly active, her supernatural powers nearly exhausted. However, the benefits of persevering for so long were obvious. Her clairvoyance experience points had reached 67.29%. Old Fox was in slightly better shape than Song Fuguang, still having enough energy to continue the spatial transfer with 2 people. But Old Fox stared intently at the tall, handsome woman slowly emerging from the cluster of high-level pollutants, and subconsciously called out, Teacher Qin? Chapter 50. No, she's not. Song Fuguang said calmly, she's a counterfeit. Song Fuguang was all too familiar with Qin Mian's aura. Besides, Qin Mian was so busy that he barely even attended classes. How could he suddenly come all the way to a place like this? Song Fuguang instinctively grabbed the old fox and growled, "Run!" The next second, the two appeared 100 meters away. Without hesitation, Song Fuguang once again took out his battered tricycle, shoved the old fox inside, and immediately activated the flight function, shooting off like an arrow. Qin Mian. She didn't catch up. She stood there calmly, her arms folded, staring up at the tricycle with the pollutants. The scene was terrifying. The old fox glanced at it briefly before withdrawing her attention. Her voice was tinged with fatigue and confusion. Why does it transform into Teacher Qin? Is it because when we're in danger, we subconsciously yearn for Teacher Qin's rescue? Song Fuguang couldn't give a definitive answer. Probably. After all, Qin Mian was the most powerful NPC they encountered so far, so it was understandable that they subconsciously think of him in times of danger. "You're tired, let me drive." Observing Song Fuguang's pale face, the old fox couldn't help but say, "It hasn't caught up yet. Stop the vehicle, and let's switch seats. Or maybe we can switch now." Given their size, they could easily switch seats inside the car, so the old fox offered this suggestion. Song Fuguang didn't force herself. She nodded gently, then, with a rabbit-like kick, launched herself accurately into the passenger seat. The old fox quickly leaned into the driver's seat and revved the tricycle to maximum speed. Are we in a dungeon now? Or somewhere else? The black hole appeared so suddenly that neither of them reacted. Probably not. Song Fuguang closed his eyes, but still kept his supernatural powers on. If it were just a dungeon, there wouldn't be no internet. And we didn't enter using a dungeon ticket. Although Song Fuguang had entered the dungeon without a dungeon ticket last time, the dungeon was right next to the road, and the NPCs there were very welcoming. Then, there must be a bug in this game world, the old fox concluded. Hopefully the system will notice our disappearance soon. Otherwise, what will happen to the two of them? You can imagine it with your toes. Song Fuguang took out a delicious mushroom and gave half to the old fox. Eat some to replenish your energy. In addition to the delicious mushroom, there was also a boxed lunch, dessert, and drinks. After hours of continuous, intense fighting, their strength was already depleted. The high-level contaminant was now willing to give them time to rest, so they naturally needed to recharge. I have a hunch. The old fox quickly swallowed the food in his mouth. Actually, the fake Qin Mian teacher doesn't want to kill us. Song Fuguang glanced sideways. When Qi mentioned before that high-level contaminants live among normal humans, using all sorts of unexpected means to lure them into corruption until they willingly succumb to the virus. So, the old fox said seriously, I think it's more inclined to play cat and mouse with us, engaging in a protracted battle, than trying its best to break down our psychological defenses until we completely collapse and become its own kind. That doesn't sound impossible. Song Fuguang's divine, I was clear of pollutants and energy fluctuations. She took a sip of sour plum juice. One more time, and my ability will be upgraded. The old fox was speechless. After the upgrade, our physical attributes won't be able to withstand it. This was a question. Song Fuguang couldn't help but close his eyes. Who created such a thing as pollutants? Song Fuguang's expression was slightly irritable. The old fox took a sip of his drink. Jean Chun or Sister Tu Jing should notice something's wrong, right? After all, our combat power is increasing rapidly, and we can't contact them at the same time. So we just have to hold on until they can see the real teacher Qin Mian in class. This was their only hope. Song Fuguang nodded. Since Gao Wu hasn't caught up, let's take turns resting after replenishing our energy. It was almost dark, and no one knew what would happen after dark. Okay, you rest first, the old fox replied softly. Song Fuguang was exhausted, so she quickly closed her eyes. Her special ability remained active, allowing her to awaken instantly if an energy ball approached. Silence returned to the vehicle. Old Fox drove the tricycle straight ahead, his expression growing increasingly serious. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening, but it wasn't yet dark. The sky remained as gray as before, unchanged. The sky, resembling the underworld, the desolate, flat land, and the occasional dust kicked up by the wind, made this place look more like a place of exile and extinction. Could this be the headquarters of the pollutants? Have the normal humans of this world driven the pollutants to this area? Old Fox's thoughts swirled wildly, unsure if he had even touched the edge of the truth. About 2 hours later, Song Fuguang was awakened by the old fox's rapid movements. The moment she regained consciousness, she shouted, "Stop!" The pollutants were chasing them. A dense mass of supernatural light appeared within Song Fuguang's clairvoyance. They were dense and powerful, and in excellent condition. After a brief rest, Song Fuguang's health had returned to 79. She quickly unsheathed her rifle, turned, and climbed out of the tricycle window, aiming at the pollutants behind her and firing instantly. Bang, bang, bang. A continuous barrage of gunfire rang out. Song Fuguang fired while commanding the old fox, turn left. The old fox instantly followed Song Fuguang's instructions, and the tricycle swerved sharply, nearly throwing Song Fuguang out. She clung to the window, her gaze fixed on the pollutants, who looked no different from the players, and felt an inexplicable chill. How much pollutants are there in this world? Song Fuguang began to miss Wang Wei. If she were here, she would surely have given a rough answer. The old fox had no idea either, so she remained silent, concentrating on driving the vehicle. After the tricycle steadied itself a bit, Song Fuguang cocked his rifle again and fired freely. Join us, join us! As he aimed, the pollutants suddenly spoke, their voices unanimous and in unison, resist. Resist? Song Fuguang paused, his next bullet still hanging in the balance. The old fox had a strange feeling of foreboding, and she hurriedly said, We know nothing about pollutants, and nothing about the world. Now is not the time to make a decision. That was right, and Song Fuguang immediately opened fire. I have to ask Teacher Qin next time. Song Fuguang said, I hate feeling deceived. The old fox explained, Perhaps it's because we're too weak that Teacher Qin didn't tell us the relevant information. For the last 2 classes, Qin Mian has been training the students, improving their reaction speed, attacking, and coordination. He's explained very little other common sense and knowledge, practically none at all. But it's understandable. In Qin Mian's eyes, these newly acquired students are so fragile that she can kill them with a single blow. Telling them more would be pointless. Rather than that, it's better to say nothing at all, to avoid wasting words. The pollutants continued to pursue, but fortunately, Song Fuguang's tricycle was fast enough that even with their stamina and special abilities, they couldn't catch up quickly. And unlike the previous wave of pollutants, they didn't seem intent on killing the two. They followed at a leisurely pace, repeating the same words over and over again, allowing Song Fuguang to kill their companions without resistance. It was truly bizarre. After busying himself for a while, Song Fuguang paused, raising his combat power to 1.2 million. That's boring, he said. She turned her back to the old fox. These pollutants don't seem to be attacking. Do you want to go and get some combat power? The old fox declined. Perhaps that's their tactic. They wait for us to let our guard down, then suddenly attack and catch us off guard. So save some bullets. I'm starting to miss those weapons when she mentioned earlier, specifically for dealing with high-level pollutants. Song Fuguang said, cradling his gun. They'd definitely be very useful. The old fox smiled. I help you steal some other time if I have the chance. Song Fuguang turned around and smiled back. Thank you in advance. What should we do now? The old fox asked wearily. I can't hold on any longer. I need to rest. You sleep, I drive the vehicle. Since the pollutants had no immediate intention of attacking, Song Fuguang had the old fox stop the vehicle and replace it with a fresh, fully charged battery. When the tricycle came to a stop, Song Fuguang keenly noticed that the pollutants had also stopped moving. They stood at a distance from Song Fuguang, hundreds of pairs of eyes staring at him unblinkingly, looking stubborn and terrifying. At this point, the tricycle was facing the pollutants, and the old fox had fallen asleep, breathing shallowly. Song Fuguang stared at them for a moment, then suddenly hooked his finger and said to the pollutants, Send someone who can talk nicely. The pollutants all glanced at each other, and then a woman stepped forward. Join us. Revolt. Song Fuguang's ears were practically calloused from hearing these words. Why? Only by resisting can the world be liberated. The woman raised her hands excitedly. The world is ruled by evil. They're unscrupulous and treat human life as worthless. They're unworthy of their position and must be eliminated. Once they're eliminated, the world will return to normal. This is what we've been hoping for and striving for. The woman was so excited that Song Fuguang felt she was a bit of a fanatic. Where is this? The border area. The woman smiled strangely. You could also call it the exile area. Thousands and tens of thousands of years ago, an unprecedented virus swept the world, contaminating 90% of the land and rendering it uninhabitable for normal humans. So they began to retreat, evacuating, until they reached the remaining 10% of clean land. The woman's smile deepened. They called that city the City of Angels. The City of Angels is where the powerful and wealthy gather, while ordinary people are forced to huddle on the outer edges, barely surviving. Don't you think that's cruel? We're all human beings, so why are they able to live so well while we're the victims? The woman approached Song Fuguang again. So join us and overthrow them. Song Fuguang narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Seeing this, the woman continued to drop a bombshell. Who do you think is responsible for all the suffering you're experiencing now? Them. They pulled you from various parallel worlds, then kept you in captivity like piglets, using various disasters to coerce you. They help you grow and become powerful, then offer you some perks to entice you to join the border defense team and defend their defenses. You're nothing but dignityless pawns. You fight tooth and nail for them, while they selfishly continue to enjoy their wealth and glory. Song Fuguang, are you willing to accept this? Can you bear this? Of course he wasn't willing, and he couldn't bear this, but Song Fuguang didn't tell her. Instead, he suddenly asked, were you a player before? The woman was stunned for a moment, her lips curled. No, I wasn't. I'm a genuine native. But I've seen many players like you. Of course, most of them are dead. The disobedient players are all dead. We killed them all. We won't allow our future enemies to escape unscathed. The pollutant had made his point clear, so Song Fuguang waved his hand. Give me a moment to think it over. My friend has been so exhausted by you that he's now unconscious. The female pollutant said nothing, obediently retreating and rejoining their group. They stared at Song Fuguang and the tricycle without blinking, neither moving nor averting their gaze. Song Fuguang needed time to recover her strength and abilities, and she hadn't given much thought to joining the pollutant faction. She would choose whichever side would make her stronger and bring her the most benefits. Since the pollutants were also transformed from humans, they should be treated equally. Furthermore, both Wen Qi and the pollutants acknowledged that the virus was the key cause of the advanced pollutants. So, ultimately, the worst offenders were the people of Angel City. At the same time, the female contaminated creature revealed that there were many players like them in this world. Song Fuguang pondered as he drank water. Could this area just be a map, or perhaps a novice village? Once he left the novice village and was selected to enter the border area, the true game of life and death began. Stronger than the contaminated creatures, they survived. Weaker than the contaminated creatures, they died. Song Fuguang then ate a skewer of barbecue. In that case, joining the contaminated creatures' camp seemed like a better option. She stared at the group of contaminated creatures. With her strength and potential, she might even become their leader. Song Fuguang was tempted, but then she considered that if she joined the contaminated creatures' camp, she would have to make enemies with Qin Mian, Wang Wei, Zhang Fengao, and Tu Jing. Although their relationship wasn't close enough to the point of trusting each other's lives, there was a subtle affection between them. Song Fuguang couldn't help but sigh. What a difficult decision. The old fox slept the entire time, probably exhausted, and slept until 7 the next morning. Song Fuguang also took a short nap during this time. After all, the pollutants only wanted the players, not their lives. So Song Fuguang deliberately feigned sleep to test them. Sure enough, the pollutants kept their promise and didn't attack them. After a night's rest, both of their health points had returned to 100. After a quick breakfast and brushing his teeth, Song Fuguang recounted yesterday's events to the old fox. The old fox frowned slightly. But we're not infected with the virus yet. If we join them, we first have to actively infect ourselves with that virus, right? We know nothing about the virus itself, nor do we know exactly how it damages the human body or what impact it will have on us. The most important thing is, the old fox whispered, after infection, will we necessarily become high-level pollutants? If we end up becoming intermediate or even primary pollutants, then the two of us will only contribute 10 and 1 combat points to the player. I think so, that's why. Song Fuguang slammed on the accelerator, launching the vehicle into the air with a whoosh. Run! We can't run any longer. The old fox was speechless, but there was no time to speak again, as the swarm of pollutants was already closing in on them. She hurriedly drew her musket and fired, while using her space blade to slowly clear out the approaching pollutants. Join us! Join us! A deafening shout echoed, and the old fox's frown deepened. Are they short on manpower? Why are they so eager to attack the players? Maybe it's because we're the only 2 players who entered here. Song Fuguang sped his tricycle. How the hell are we supposed to get out of this place? Without Wang Wei, the 2 couldn't find their way around and had to navigate by feel. If they luckily found the exit, it would be fine. If they were unlucky, they might end up among the contaminated hordes tomorrow. Song Fuguang's choice and reaction infuriated the female contaminated creature, so its attack today was even more swift and fierce than yesterday's. The old fox quickly became overwhelmed. No, they want to kill us! Hold on. Song Fuguang sped his escape as fast as he could. Surrender when you're completely exhausted. Give me some time to find a way out. She refused to believe this place would hold them captive forever. The old fox agreed, continuing to use her musket and space blade to kill the contaminated creatures. Soon, her combat power increased rapidly, now reaching a full 800,000 points. The players were once again exclaiming, "No, what dungeon is this? It's so high quality. Your little cutie made a dazzling appearance. Please tell us the address. I trade my lifelong love for this dungeon. Mimo, why haven't they shown up yet? Even if they could just come out and reject us, completely severing our hopes, I can't stand it anymore." 500 half. She's busy. Let's talk about it when she's done. Baby, I trust Song Fuguang. If we want it, and are willing to pay, she definitely let us know for a fee. We better just look for the paid forum posts. Seeking a rich woman, if this post appears, remember to kick me. Evil Twin Tails. The Qinggang dungeon inside Lufushua's base can also be used to gain combat power. Instead of waiting for that uncertain post, you should head to Lufushua's base immediately. Besides, even if Song Fuguang told you the location of the advanced dungeon, could you defeat it? It's high-level pollutants. Your little cutie makes a brilliant appearance. Shut up. I hate you, a bad person who tells the truth. The chat quickly shifted, but some players felt that Evil Twin Tails' words made sense, so they bought tickets and headed to Lufushua's base. The drop rate for dungeon tickets has begun to increase, and many people have successfully opened them from treasure chests, so heading to Lufushua's base is urgent. The players were excited, but Luo Jinchun and Zhang Fengao were growing increasingly uneasy. Where are they? I can't contact Teacher Qin, and I can't contact Sister Wangwe. I'm really at my wit's end. Zhang Fengao sighed. If they're safe, it's fine. If they are, Luo Jinchun, it'd be fine. Trust Fuguang and Jinchun. Song Fuguang was ruthless and adaptable. With Old Fox's teleportation, even if they couldn't defeat him, they could still escape and save their lives for now. Now they could only hope that Qin Mian would suddenly have some free time and ask them to come to class. That way, they could immediately inform her of Song Fuguang and Old Fox's disappearance and request her help. Wait, there was nothing else they could do. With the pollutants determined to kill them, Song Fuguang and Old Fox's days became tormenting. The two fought hard for most of the day, their combat power significantly increased, but their health and stamina were nearing their limit. Song Fuguang's clairvoyance flickered, and with frequent use, her ability experience had reached 96.39%, less than 4% away from leveling up, but she wasn't happy at all. The pollutants kept pestering her, and gradually she became enraged. But she currently had no effective means of counterattack, so after a long, impotent rage, Song Fuguang could only continue to flee like a cunning loach. Originally, she had no objection to joining the pollutants' camp, but the arduous battle had unleashed a rebellious spirit in her. Even if she were to be killed or torn to pieces by the pollutants today, she would never surrender. The pollutants were very sensitive, and after sensing Song Fuguang's determination, their attack intensified. Song Fuguang and the old fox had fought and fled from morning to 8 o'clock in the evening, and they were completely exhausted. Furthermore, since her supernatural power had successfully reached level 2, Song Fuguang's energy requirements increased each time she used it, and her body gradually began to weaken. How about I escort you away? The old fox was silent for a moment. Then I hold them back and buy you some time. Song Fuguang glanced sideways. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't try to imitate those female characters in movies, TV shows, and novels, constantly trying to impress themselves with sacrifice. I want a living teammate, not one who makes me feel guilty and remorseful. Song Fuguang waved his fist at her. Say something like that again, and I beat you. The old fox couldn't help but laugh. She nodded, taking Song Fuguang's words in. Okay, I won't say anything more, but... She stared at the pollutants rushing towards her. It seems we're doomed. So be it. Song Fuguang lay breathless on the ground. The tricycle's batteries were depleted, and their stored energy stones had been used up. Now, they had no choice but to wait for death. Old Fox's car had long been unusable. Although she had a large reserve of fuel, at noon, when the pollutants overtook and surrounded them, they had to resort to detonating the car to escape. As flames rose, Song Fuguang and Old Fox's combat power soared to 4 million. After a brief escape and breakout, they continued to persevere until now, completely exhausted and unable to run any longer. Staring at the rapidly encircling contaminants, Song Fuguang sighed softly, There's nothing I can do. I can't help myself. There's nothing I can do. After gazing up at the sky, she spoke, then, sensing the contaminants about to unleash their powers to blast them to pieces, she shouted, "Wait!" The female contaminant raised her hand, stopping her men. "If you have something to say, stop it." Song Fuguang breathed a sigh of relief. "We're willing to join you. You are powerful, and your strength has convinced us, so we decided to change our minds and become one of you. I don't know if it's too late." Before the female contaminant could speak, Qin Mian suddenly appeared. With a single palm, she slammed the rebellious Song Fuguang and the old fox into the portal, shouting, "Get out. You two go back and write me a 10,000-word self-criticism." Song Fuguang, what if you had come earlier? Chapter 51. Gudong. Song Fuguang and the old fox fell into the fierce mountain torrent. The old fox used the last of her supernatural power to transfer herself to Song Fuguang's side, then grasped her hand tightly. Then, gritted her teeth and draped them both onto a nearby treetop that was not submerged in the water. After all this, the old fox was panting and nearly fainting. Song Fuguang quickly fed her a drink. "Don't move. Take it easy. We have internet now. I go check on the situation." The old fox closed her eyes, unable even to nod. Song Fuguang thought for a moment, stuffed 5 or 6 chocolates and candies into her mouth, then handed her a bottle of glucose. "Finish what you have, then drink half of this." The old fox was so amused by her that she couldn't help but laugh weakly. "Got it." After giving the old fox instructions, Song Fuguang summoned his system panel. Countless messages flooded into his view, and his head, already aching from overusing his supernatural power, intensified. All the friends on the list sent inquiries and concerns, with Zhang Fengao the most expressing them. "Ah, why didn't you reply to my message? Where are you? Why is your power so high? Are you cheating? And old fox, where have you been? You didn't even take me with you. I hate you. No! Please pay attention to me. What's wrong with you too? You're ignoring me. I haven't done anything to upset you lately, have I? Are you in trouble? Hurry up and reply to me, or I won't be able to sleep tonight. Please don't let anything happen to you. It's been so long, and there's still no news from you. Are you dead? Tonic. What should we do? We can't contact Sister Wangwei, and we can't contact Teacher Qin either. You must hold on and wait for Teacher Qin to rescue you. Class is starting. Class is starting. You're saved. Teacher Qin is here. How's it going? Are you back? If you are, be sure to let me know. I'd be glued to the game panel forever." Song Fuguang couldn't help but sigh. "You're back. Shut up. Ah, thank God. I knew Teacher Qin was the best. I thank her profusely the next time I see her. No, why did you call me to class again?" Zhang Fengao wailed, and in a flash, he appeared before Qin Mian. Qin Mian was radiant with fear, and Zhang Fengao was submissive, not daring to move. Soon, Tu Jing and Luo Jinshen also appeared. Qin Mian glanced at the three of them, and said calmly, "Continue." Song Fuguang briefly reported his safety in the group chat, then responded to his friend's concerns, and finally bought 10 energy stones from the market. The flash flood continued, and the two had no other means of reaching the nearby service area safely except by flying. After feeding himself 5 chocolates and gulping down half a bottle of glucose, Song Fuguang took the opportunity to take stock of his gains over the past 2 days. First, when his combat power reached 1 million, the system rewarded Song Fuguang with 500,000 survival coins. Later, when it reached 5 million, the system awarded him another 1 million survival coins. Once the combat power reached 1 million, the system's survival coin rewards became even more generous. Adding the profits from the past 2 days of window promotion and forum sharing, Song Fuguang's total survival coin balance reached a full 2.38 million. Rich as hell, Song Fuguang mentally calculated that she could now freely max out her constitution and strength attributes all at once. After upgrading her Sky Eye today, Song Fuguang had become extremely fragile, so upgrading her attributes couldn't be delayed. She opened the stats panel and carefully reviewed her current game stats. ID 44409091241888. Nickname Song Fuguang. Vehicle Electric Tricycle. Level 3 Power SSS Level Clairvoyance. Current Level 2. Current Level Proficiency 4.56%. Skill 1 Insight sees through everything, seeing everything. Skill 2 Prohibit temporarily disables the powers of other players. Skill 3 Deprive uproots the power seeds in other players, reducing them to ordinary human form. Strength 100 plus 3 constants, 100 plus 3 spirit, 218 plus 30% health, 1. Comprehensive combat power, 501, 2846. Stunning stats, and the new power looked incredibly powerful. Satisfied, Song Fuguang closed the panel. She was exhausted. After replacing the energy stone, Song Fuguang hesitated between resting where she was and driving to the hotel before finally resting. She ultimately chose the latter. In the wilderness, with natural disasters and pollutants, if you accidentally fall asleep, you could be truly dead. Carefully, he stuffed the old fox into the suspended trunk. He must have been extremely tired, showing no signs of waking up. Climbing into the cab, Song Fuguang accelerated to maximum speed. The flood had submerged everything, and Song Fuguang had no way of clearly identifying the road, so he could only advance by feel. Even if she didn't encounter a service area or base, but instead came across the container from before, it would be fine. As long as she could find a place to sleep peacefully, Song Fuguang wouldn't be picky. Song Fuguang didn't know how long she'd been driving. Just as she was about to lose her patience, a figure finally appeared in her sight. Please wait a moment. She approached the person. Where is the nearest service area or base? The person stepped back cautiously, but soon noticed Song Fuguang's tired face and the battered state of his tricycle. It's 10 minutes further. After that, she asked with concern, are you okay? Yes, thank you. Song Fuguang couldn't hold on any longer, so after getting the answer she wanted, she tossed a handful of survival coins into the other person's car and vanished without a trace. The female player stared blankly at the item that had landed precisely on the passenger seat, and after a moment's pause, she sighed, oh my god, big man. Thanks to the modified tricycle, Song Fuguang reached his destination in just a minute or two. The service area sign had been washed away by the flood, but upon entering, a system prompt still informed Song Fuguang of the service area's name. A fee of 1 survival coin is required to enter the Chuan service area. Do you wish to pay? Song Fuguang quickly clicked agree. 1 survival coin has been deducted. Welcome to the Chuan service area. Have a pleasant trip. The Chuan service area is now connected to the internet, and a map of the area has been loaded onto the control panel. Players can access the service area's functions at any time. Ignoring the familiar system gibberish, Song Fuguang stepped on the accelerator and drove as fast as he could to the front of the hotel. After getting off the bus, she scooped Old Fox out of the trunk and strapped him to her back, then stowed the vehicle into its storage cart. Finally, she strode into the hotel lobby and addressed the front desk, a double room. Okay, we get it done right away. In less than a minute, Song Fuguang had completed the check-in process. She took the elevator directly to her room. Without even a moment to wash, she tossed Old Fox and herself onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. She was exhausted. Song Fuguang and Old Fox slept for 2 days and 2 nights. When they woke again, it was already the 22nd day of their survival journey, and Zhang Fengao was still sending endless messages. Song Fuguang rose from the bed with renewed energy. Stop sending messages. I was unconscious before. Zhang Fengao replied instantly. I'm sorry. I'm just too scared of losing you. Song Fuguang was stunned, suddenly remembering her delicate relationship with Wang Wei. A wave of mixed emotions washed over her. Don't let your imagination run wild. I'm as resilient as a cockroach. True. Zhang Fengao nodded in agreement. Just as annoying as a cockroach. Song Fuguang, don't think I can't beat you up just because you're far away. She sent an emoji. Be careful next time in class. Lil. Zhang Fengao smiled cheekily. By the way, where are you guys now? Chuan service area. Chuan service area? Zhang Fengao screamed. I'm at the Chuan service area too. Hurry, which hotel, which floor, which room are you in? I come find you right away. With that, she leaped from the bed and strode towards her destination. Song Fuguang relayed the information, exchanged the room card, and then went to wash up. She was terribly grimy, but after washing for over half an hour, she finally felt refreshed and comfortable. She emerged, wiping her damp hair. Zhang Fengao was sitting on the sofa, looking at her like a puppy, his face sparkling. After confirming it was Song Fuguang, she quickly ran over, picked him up, and spun him around in the air. In a low voice, she said, I'm so glad you're all right. What happened to you? Why were you missing for so long? I was so worried. Song Fuguang felt dizzy from the spinning. She made a face as if she was about to vomit. Zhang Fengao, noticing this, quickly put her down and stepped back 3 meters. Don't vomit on me. Song Fuguang stared at her speechlessly. Your love is like a man's heart, unpredictable and unpredictable. Stop whining. Aren't you hungry? Zhang Fengao said with disdain. I got food for you, but you have to go next door. She glanced at the still drowsy old fox. I sent her a message. When she wakes up, she can clean herself up and join us next door. Song Fuguang was indeed very hungry. Upon hearing this, she followed Zhang Fengao to her newly opened room without hesitation. The room was overflowing with delicious food, and Song Fuguang looked like a starving ghost, causing Zhang Fengao to frown. It seems your trip was truly tough. I never seen you devour so voraciously. Song Fuguang couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. He then continued eating while recounting every detail of the previous 2 days' events. Zhang Fengao was stunned. Are you saying there's a bug in the game that can teleport people to border areas with high levels of pollutants at any time? And those pollutants will force you to join them? If you don't agree, they kill you? Song Fuguang nodded, and Zhang Fengao unconsciously frowned. No, I have to post this on the forum right away, so other players can be on guard. She opened the game console and the forum, carefully choosing her words, and finally successfully posted. So our biggest enemy isn't the players, nor the pollutants, but the overlords in Angel City. Zhang Fengao paused, then suddenly asked, could Teacher Qin Mian be from Angel City? If the answer is yes, does that mean Sister Wang Wei is too? Zhang Fengao suddenly clenched his fists. I must go to Angel City. Song Fuguang buried his head in his food, ignoring her. After a moment, Zhang Fengao regained his composure, his face horrified. This is the dinner I prepared for you and Old Fox, and you ate it all by yourself? Just buy more. I pay for it. Fine. Anyway, you guys have increased your combat power, and made a ton of money on this trip. Zhang Fengao's eyes grew increasingly red with envy. I hate you. Song Fuguang sipped his drink unhappily. Your hatred is useless. With that little spark of yours, it's a kindness of yours to not hold us back. By the way, have you upgraded your power? Of course. Song Fuguang raised his chin proudly. You even got a new skill. But I still feel like it's too weak to be an S-level power. Zhang Fengao frowned. What went wrong? Song Fuguang shook his head, finally satisfied with his meal. Asked Teacher Qin. No. Zhang Fengao refused flatly. I don't know if she was frightened by you and the old fox, but after she rescued you that day, she nearly beat me, Jin Chun, and Sister Tu Jing to death. Zhang Fengao was still haunted. I'm terrified just by looking at her now. My legs are trembling, and I want to run away. Song Fuguang managed to laugh. She wiped her mouth. What's the situation outside now? Flash floods are still happening, and they strike from time to time, so no one can go out. Occasionally, when we go out, we're met with strong winds that blow us around. We have no choice but to retreat and stay indoors. And the most disgusting thing is that recently, many pollutants that can swim have appeared. They often sneak into the service area in the middle of the night, while players are asleep and launch surprise attacks, causing everyone unbearable pain. But thanks to them, the overall combat power level of the players has increased significantly. The increase in combat power means more survival coins. Song Fuguang nodded, that's not bad. Anyway, now that the players are forced to unite, everyone's cohesion has reached an unprecedented level of strength, which is a good thing. It's impossible to survive without unity. If we continue to fight among ourselves, we will all become pollutants and continue to be the same kind. But pollutants are too dank, and no one wants to become that kind of thing. Few people are willing to become the despised monsters instead of good people. After the two continued chatting for a while, the old fox woke up. While he was washing up, Song Fuguang quickly ordered food for him, and waited for the hotel waiter to bring it. After washing up, the old fox came into the next room. She still looked exhausted, and Zhang Fengao felt incredibly distressed. Your health is so poor. You should eat something good to replenish your body. It's just an old problem. The old fox smiled weakly, then changed the subject. Is it already the 5th day of Season 2? Yes, we're already halfway through this calamity season. Zhang Fengao opened his mouth, wanting to say they were lucky, but then he thought about what they'd been through, and realized they were pretty unlucky. He abruptly changed his words. After you finish eating, we take a short break. Then he hurried to buy the attribute upgrade cards. Besides buying attribute upgrade cards, you also need to upgrade your vehicle. These days, you can't survive without 4 flying tires on your vehicle. Right now, it's just floods and pollutants. Who knows if they continue to create earthquakes, typhoons, flying pollutants, and the like to attack us later in the game. Zhang Fengao muttered, We clearly haven't provoked anyone. The weapon shop has been very busy lately, and the flying tires are still 50% off, so 30% of players have already chosen to buy or replace them. After all, survival coins are not as important as life. Zhang Fengao had originally planned to go to the vehicle modification shop today, but Song Fuguang and Old Fox suddenly arrived in Chuan, so she went to meet them first. Old Fox had no objection. She and Song Fuguang had made a fortune in the border area, enough for her to fill up her attribute points. She didn't have a big appetite, so she finished her meal quickly. Looking at the remaining plates of food, Song Fuguang turned to look at Zhang Fengao. Want some more? Zhang Fengao? Don't waste it. Zhang Fengao didn't want to eat, but under Song Fuguang's threat, she had to finish the food with him. Her stomach was so bloated that she could barely walk. Sometimes I can't tell whether you love me or hate me, Zhang Fengao said wryly. Song Fuguang smiled. Of course I love you. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get up here. Hurry. It would be dark in less than 4 hours. According to Zhang Fengao, pollutants could sneak in and attack players after dark, so going out at night wasn't safe. The three of them first had to buy attribute enhancement cards. The system shop entrance had a drainage system, so the flooding wasn't severe, and the second floor could still operate. Song Fuguang went upstairs first. This time, their eyes met for only a second before she recognized him. It's you again, number 37. Song Fuguang was insanely curious about number 37's true identity. He had been traveling from Qingang service area to Huachao service area, then to Lianting service area, and finally to Chuan service area. Song Fuguang couldn't help but ask, "Are you my exclusive consultant?" Otherwise, after so many chance encounters, she couldn't convince herself otherwise. Number 37 lazily raised her eyelids and didn't answer Song Fuguang directly. Instead, she said, "Next time, I go to Lu Fushua's base. Then you're welcome." No, that's not right. Song Fuguang became wary. What are you doing at Lu Fushua's base? I want to buy something this time. Number 37 still didn't answer Song Fuguang, but asked with a more human touch, strength and constitution attribute boosting cards? Yes, I maxed them out. After Song Fuguang finished speaking, he added, I also want the mental power attribute cards. Number 37, mental power cannot be artificially increased. 400 strength boost cards for a total of 800,000 survival coins, and 400 constitution boost cards for another 800,000 survival coins, for a total of 1,600,000 survival coins. Please pay. Number 37 pointed to the QR code in front of her, and motioned for Song Fuguang to scan it. Song Fuguang looked puzzled. Why do you want 400 attribute boost cards? The highest I can get my points is 500 now. Yes. Number 37 stared at her silently. Are you still buying? Song Fuguang was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and replied, yes. After the shopping, his 2.38 million survival coin balance was instantly reduced to 780,000, returning to poverty overnight. After successfully paying and receiving what he wanted, Song Fuguang clicked confirm and asked number 37, what's the maximum point limit? What's the maximum point limit after the next upgrade? There's no limit. As long as your superpowers can be upgraded, your points can be upgraded as well. Number 37 said patiently, you should be thankful, because not every player can increase their points as quickly as you do. Number 37 smiled. Players who haven't awakened superpowers can't increase their points. Players who have awakened superpowers, but haven't upgraded them can only increase their points to a limited amount. Superpowers almost determine a player's entire life. Song Fuguang was silent. What about next time? How high can I increase my points? Another 5-fold increase? Number 37 nodded. Remember to prepare plenty of survival coins. Song Fuguang was speechless. 2,500 points. Wouldn't that bankrupt her? Even if she sold her base, her forum, and her window display, it still wouldn't be enough. No, Song Fuguang suddenly felt desperate. She had to find a way to make a fortune. After successfully using all the attribute-boosting cards, Song Fuguang reached the first floor. She patted Zhang Fengao and Old Fox's shoulders with a sorrowful expression. Take care of yourselves. Zhang Fengao, ? Old Fox, ? The two remained bewildered until they each went upstairs and back down. This is so awful. Won't all those survival coins cost me my life? Zhang Fengao slapped his thigh and said, I have to kill millions of pollutants to get enough survival coins to boost my attributes. Don't panic. Song Fuguang, still caring and soothing, said, who knows, one day you might be like us, swept into a black hole by luck and arrive at the border. Then, whatever you're thinking about, whether it's the combat power you've been dreaming of, or the survival coins you've been longing for, you can have them all. Zhang Fenghao's expression was complicated. It seems I'm not so obsessed with it anymore. The old fox chuckled and scratched his face. Oh, let's talk about that later. Let's go modify the vehicle first. Oh, and upgrade your weapons. The vehicle modification shop is very popular right now, but not many players are installing flying tires. The modification shop has also transferred staff from other service areas to work overtime, so the two were promised that they would receive their new vehicles around tomorrow evening. Song Fuguang's level 3 tricycle was due for an upgrade, but its top speed didn't change much after the upgrade, so Song Fuguang gave up on the upgrade, thinking that every penny saved was a penny earned. Finally, it was time to upgrade the Dark Light. When Song Fuguang purchased it, the owner said the Dark Light was an upgradable weapon. After using it for so long, it should have absorbed enough energy, right? After entering the weapon shop and explaining his purpose, the manager said without hesitation, 50,000 survival coins. Although it was a bit pricey, Song Fuguang readily paid for it, motivated by the desire to improve his strength. Wait a moment. After receiving the survival coins, the manager gestured for the three of them to sit on the sofa for a while. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the manager returned the Dark Light to Song Fuguang. The upgraded Dark Light now deals at least 20% additional damage to pollutants, and it also has an automatic patrol system. This means that after you throw it to kill pollutants, it will return to you precisely. This was a nice feature. Song Fuguang expressed her gratitude. She waved the Dark Light in her hands twice. Now her attributes had increased, her abilities had become stronger, and her weapon had been upgraded. Next, it was time to head to the new map. Chapter 52. However, the flash floods hadn't receded yet, and it was almost dark, making it impossible to continue. Plus, Song Fuguang and Old Fox had just woken up and were full of energy, so after discussing it, the three of them teamed up to eliminate the pollutants. The pollutants around the service area were plentiful, but pale in comparison to the high levels of pollution in the border areas. Old Fox and Song Fuguang easily harvested a wave of combat power, and then thought, it's boring. Perhaps having learned a few insider information, such as the fact that the pollutants were actually transformed by players, Song Fuguang wasn't particularly enthusiastic about eliminating them. She was more curious about what lay at the end of the road. Since being sent to the Huaqiao service area by the system as a punishment, Song Fuguang had been on her way, having passed through the Renai service area, the Lianting service area, and now the Chuan service area. These latter areas were all small service areas, not large ones, like the Huaqiao service area. So where would the next large service area be? The game system couldn't possibly allow players to rush aimlessly, could it? The intrusion of pollutants had caused the people of Angel City to feel a sense of urgency and crisis, so they repeatedly pulled players from parallel worlds into this one, screening them to find the most courageous warriors. So, were the new semester assessments the very same selection contests organized by those superiors? Players who passed were sent to the border defense areas, becoming pawns in the fight to stop the pollutant horde. Those who failed would either die or be exploited for their remaining value. In any case, there would be no good outcome. Song Fuguang's movements gradually slowed, but why did the players have to obey the orders of the superiors? Why should they just be obedient pawns, manipulated by others? Song Fuguang quietly watched the turbid water sway. Its unusual movement quickly caught the attention of Zhang Fengao and Old Fox. What's wrong? I'm planning to get going as soon as possible, she said calmly. Go buy a compass and some more energy stones. Old Fox nodded without questioning. Okay, I get them right away. Why? Zhang Fengao continued to chatter. Why are you suddenly thinking of getting going? Did something happen? Song Fuguang nodded, then posted a pinned post in the forum's expert tip section. This concerns the safety of all players, so please be frank and truthful. First floor, please start the service area chain. For example, the next service area after Huaqiao is Renai, the next after Renai is Lianting, the next after Lianting is Chuan, and the next after Chuan is 2F. This concerns the fate of all players. If anyone takes advantage of this opportunity to falsify information, I will immediately offer a bounty for their lives. 3F. What's going on? Why are you suddenly so serious? 4F. Did the number 1 player figure out the truth about how we were dragged into this game? I'm so excited. I unconditionally support the number 1 player. You must give us back a peaceful and tranquil life. 5F. Oh my god, so does anyone know what the next service area after Chuan is? 6F. I know. It's Hushan. And please Please stop posting nonsense like this. Those who don't know should just shut up and leave this thread empty for those who know to respond, okay? That way, the number 1 player can gather information as quickly as possible. As soon as he said this, the number of replies decreased, and Song Fuguang promptly deleted the previous replies. Song Fuguang waited for a while, but no new replies appeared. It was understandable though. The hardcore players were busy killing pollutants and increasing their combat power. How could they have time to browse the forum? However, players who saw the post on the forum quickly shared it with their friends and family, so Song Fuguang soon saw the new replies. 7th floor. The next service area after Hashan's service area is Kongzhou's service area. Kongzhou's service area? Isn't that 2 Jing's base? So there are 4 smaller service areas between each large service area? Of course, this was just Song Fuguang's guess. If he wanted a definitive answer, he would have to wait patiently. No rush. Song Fuguang thought back to Wang Yue's words about lighting up the map. Could he have predicted this, and was subtly reminding them? Or perhaps it was just a coincidence. With Wang Yue's ability level at the time, she couldn't predict the future with great accuracy. Wang Yue had been missing for a week. During that time, she hadn't made a single move, as if she had vanished from the face of the earth. Even Song Fuguang was a little worried about her, not to mention Zhang Fengao. But no matter who sent her messages, she didn't respond. So, despite their concerns, they could only wait silently. No! Song Fuguang thought calmly. He could still ask Qin Mian directly. Qin Mian wouldn't refuse to tell him about Wang Yue's daily movements, would he? It wasn't like Wang Yue was being held captive in some secret research base. Besides, with Song Fuguang and the other's strength, even if they knew about Wang Yue, they wouldn't be able to take any action. While Song Fuguang was thinking, the old fox had already purchased the supplies he needed. Song Fuguang opened his mouth, about to speak, when a message suddenly popped up in front of him. Players, please click the link below to transfer to the classroom and meet the instructor as soon as possible. Here they come. Song Fuguang perked up, but didn't immediately click agree. Instead, he turned and asked the 2, did you receive the message? Yes. Then let's go. After clicking confirm, the 3 of them soon reunited in a familiar place. Besides them, Luo Jinchun and Tu Jing also arrived. Long time no see. All the students in Class A, except Wang Yue, were present. Zhang Fengao curiously asked, Teacher Qin, why did you call us here so late? Is there something important? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Mian slowly appeared. Zhang Fengao was stunned for a moment, then quickly hid behind Tu Jing, fearing that Qin Mian would attack again if they disagreed. Qin Mian glanced at her with a forced smile, and Song Fuguang took the opportunity to ask, Master, how is Wang Yue now? Yes. At the mention of Wang Yue, Zhang Fengao instantly forgot his fear and hurried out. It's been so long, and no matter how many messages I send her, she ignores me. Did something happen to her? She's a living being. It's impossible for her to disappear for no reason. Qin Mian didn't evade the question. She's undergoing secret training. You don't need to worry too much. She'd be very strong after training, but you guys won't be. Qin Mian said with a half smile. So, let's continue with the training. Tonic. Zhang Fengao responded with a whirlwind kick. She nimbly dodged it, but the next second, Qin Mian grabbed her with one hand, nearly breaking her arm. Zhang Fengao didn't dare scream anymore. She scrambled, tumbling and tumbling. Hurry up, attack the teacher. I hold her back. Bang! Zhang Fengao instantly fell face first to the ground. Song Fuguang, The others' expressions were complicated, but there was no time for reflection, as Qin Mian's attack was already approaching. Song Fuguang quickly dodged, not daring to use his newly revealed skill 3, that would be too much of a stunt. Even Qin Mian should be wary of Song Fuguang, given the ability to deprive other players of their abilities. Furthermore, they had only met Qin Mian a few times, strictly speaking. So, in the end, Song Fuguang used skill 2 covertly. In reality, Qin Mian barely used any abilities at all. Her sheer strength alone was enough to hold her own against 5 of them. She battered the 5 men, leaving them covered in bruises. Even Song Fuguang, despite her deliberate attempts to conceal her abilities, suffered similar blows to those suffered by Tu Jing. Qin Mian was successfully tricked by Song Fuguang and didn't notice anything unusual. Tu Jing, however, glanced at her a few more times, sensing something odd about her, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what. After successfully training the students for about 2 hours, Qin Mian lost interest. She tossed a pair of glasses to each of the 5 students. Here, wear them when you have time to train. Remember, at least 4 hours a day. I'd be able to check your training results in real time. If you fail, add 4 more hours until you pass. Song Fuguang quickly grabbed the glasses. They looked quite advanced. After he put them on, a pop-up appeared within his field of vision, prompting him to select a training intensity. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Hell. Song Fuguang hesitated for a moment, then, possessed by a demon, clicked on the advanced training intensity. The next second, Qin Mian's iron fist suddenly appeared. She instinctively tilted her head to the side, colliding with the innocent Zhang Fenao. Zhang Fenao was about to speak, tears welling up before he could say, "Oh my god, Sister Fuguang, could you have given me some advance notice? First, familiarize yourself with the online training. If you have any questions, ask me immediately." Qin Mian stepped aside, folding her arms. Song Fuguang had no time to reply. The virtual Qin Mian was too fierce. Her attacks were relentless, nearly killing her. Song Fuguang was quickly out of breath. Her dodging became clumsy, and her counterattacks were ineffective. The other person was just a virtual character, so how could he possibly be influenced by her? Tu Jing stared at Song Fuguang and couldn't help but ask, "What difficulty did you choose?" Song Fuguang choked up, "Advanced?" "What?" Qin Mian's eyes flickered over. "Everyone, choose advanced difficulty." Tu Jing? Question mark. Zhang Fenao felt as if the sky had fallen. She hesitated, but finally, Tu Jing glared at her. She dared not show any dissatisfaction, and gritted her teeth as she began her online training. Luo Jinchuan's initial attributes were decent, so her performance was comparable to Zhang Fenao, Tu Jing, and Song Fuguang. Of these students, the only one Qin Mian needed to pay attention to was Old Fox. His physical condition was weak, and even with the bonuses from his later years, he was still no match for the other 4 geniuses. Therefore, Qin Mian focused most of his attention on Old Fox. Old Fox soon became breathless and pale, but even in this desperate situation, the familiar old woman suddenly appeared before her eyes. She froze for a moment, then was swiftly punched in the face by the virtual character. Training ended, and the result was a failure. The old fox took off her glasses in a daze, her eyelashes drooping as she gasped. Her long, soft hair, damp with sweat, clung to her fair skin, making her look pitiful. One more time. Qin Mian stared at her coldly. The old fox didn't dare refuse. After a short rest, she put her glasses back on. This time, the deceased grandmother from her memory appeared again, but having prepared herself mentally, the old fox remained calm and studiously ignored her presence. Thankfully, the grandmother didn't intend to cause trouble. She simply gazed at the old fox quietly, her eyes full of kindness, as if offering her granddaughter some hidden encouragement. The old fox's eyes welled up, but she tried to hold back the tears, concentrating on dealing with the virtual character's attacks. Just pretend it was the grandmother. The old fox gritted her teeth and persevered, determined not to let the grandmother down. Training ended, and the result was a passing grade. The prompt sounded, and Song Fuguang breathed a sigh of relief. Even the virtual Qin Mian was finding it particularly strenuous, so it was easy to imagine how powerful Qin Mian would be when he exerted his full strength. Soon Tu Jing, Luo Jinchun, and Zhang Fenao all passed. And with the gentle encouragement of the old lady, the old fox finally managed to pass just barely. Progress. Qin Mian was generous with his praise. I hope you can achieve even more satisfactory results next time. That's all for today's class. Wait! Song Fuguang suddenly raised her hand, interrupting Qin Mian. Master, I have a few questions. She acted like a well-behaved student, and Qin Mian's eyes shifted, first checking the time, then finally landing on her. Say, what's the purpose of this system-assigned new semester assessment? We already completed it, but we haven't received the corresponding reward. I don't think that's right. She kept her hand raised. I have a guess, but I'm not sure if it's correct. Qin Mian looked attentive. Seeing she didn't refuse, Song Fuguang slowly said, Is our player's final destination a borderland? Become a warrior, and then guard the City of Angels, protecting the safety of all those within. Qin Mian didn't answer immediately. After a moment he said, You could say that. But it's going to take some time for you to complete this, barring any unexpected events. She smiled with an ambiguous smile. Isn't the 30-day deadline still here? Tu Jing remained motionless, but her mind was already rapidly processing the information from their conversation. Luo Jinchun and Old Fox, the 2 reserved types, remained silent. Only Zhang Fenao was silent. Huh? She gaped in surprise. But we still have a lot of maps to unlock. Don't we need to unlock all of them? No. Just now, Sister Fu Guang suddenly started a chain of service area addresses on the forum. At this moment, Tu Jing spoke up. We don't need to unlock all of them, right? Once the 30-day deadline is up, regardless of whether we successfully unlock all of them, all of us who have completed the new semester's assessment will be collectively sent to the border areas. Qin Mian nodded in affirmation. What about the players who haven't completed their assessments? Will they really be eliminated? Zhang Fengao carefully recalled the system announcement from that day. No, wouldn't that reduce the number of players even further? Not really. Qin Mian, seemingly in a hurry, answered quickly, only a handful of people can go to the front lines. There will be other arrangements for the remaining less capable. Alright, you all will train at least 3 more times tonight. If you don't complete the number, double it. I personally teach you next time. Who would dare disobey this? After leaving the classroom, Zhang Fengao, Song Fuguang, and the old fox exchanged glances. Finally, Zhang Fengao spoke with a heavy heart. Come on, begin. Let the storm intensify. Song Fuguang, The old fox looked at Zhang Fengao, then at Song Fuguang, and couldn't help but say, I feel like she's gone crazy. No need to feel, no need to think, she's just gone crazy. The old fox was speechless, at a loss for words. The 3 of them dutifully began their training. After the training session, they briefly cleaned up, and a new day began. Song Fuguang sat on the sofa, feeling he still had energy. She couldn't sleep, and neither could the old fox. The old fox sat quietly by the window of his room, his mind filled with only the fleeting memories of his time with the old woman. Those warm, happy, and heartbreaking memories pierced his heart like sharp knives, time and again. Tears flowed silently until that familiar figure appeared before his eyes again. Through his tearful eyes, the old fox stared intently at the man. Are you trying to lure me into your side? The man didn't respond, only smiling kindly. The old fox choked for a moment, blinking away the tears. He spoke firmly, I know you're a contaminant, and I know your schemes. I can tell you clearly now, I won't. I will never abandon my friends, nor betray them. With that, she drew the curtains without hesitation, completely isolating them from view. She would never be seduced or corrupted by the old woman alone. The old fox closed her eyes, and finally fell into a deep sleep. Song Fuguang also forced herself to take a nap, but she didn't sleep long before she was awakened by the shaking of the ground. He immediately knocked on Zhang Fengao and the old fox's door. When they came out, Song Fuguang dragged them out the window and landed in the back of a tricycle that was hovering steadily in midair. An earthquake. Song Fuguang stared expressionlessly at the shaking building, then climbed into the cab and moved the tricycle to an open area. Zhang Fengao suddenly woke up. No way. The flood hasn't receded yet. It seems the flood is gone. Indeed, the strong shaking tore the earth apart, and the mountain torrent quickly flowed into the ground, revealing the filthy surface of the ground that had been submerged for days. The ground was now covered in a mass of mud, sand, broken stones, branches, and other debris, making it difficult for anyone to land. Last night, Old Fox, following Song Fuguang's advice, had stockpiled a considerable amount of energy stones. Song Fuguang simply let the tricycle continue to float in midair. Will no one be hurt in this earthquake? Old Fox blinked dryly. It seems no buildings collapsed. I think this earthquake is meant to help the floodwaters recede, Zhang Fengao interjected. She was a rare bit of a wise move. Look, the flash floods are basically gone now, and they're not coming in anymore. Flash floods, and then earthquakes. Will there be mudslides next? The old fox frowned. Can we still make it safely at this rate? The conversation quickly ended as the awakened players began to pour out. But as they panicked and fled the building, they looked down and noticed cracks in the ground. Their despair intensified. No, this isn't safe. Get in the vehicles. Someone shouted, Do your vehicles all have flight capabilities? No, my modifications aren't complete yet. What should I do? Whose vehicle is that? Suddenly, someone pointed upwards. Her vehicle is huge. I wonder if she'd be kind enough to let us get to safety. Song Fuguang naturally heard this. She glanced at the back of her vehicle. It could hold a few people, but not many. A drop in the bucket. Before Song Fuguang could think of anything else, the shaking building suddenly stopped, and everything returned to calm. But the players didn't dare let their guard down. They glanced around cautiously, fearing they would be swallowed by the abyss below. The tall hotel wasn't safe, so they squeezed into the NPC shops on either side. I miss my mom so much. I miss home. Someone said something. Me too. I miss the old days. But would returning to our old lives guarantee us safety? Think about it. Would we have been treated so well in the previous world? Don't let your current suffering glorify past pains, sisters. Song Fuguang used his clairvoyance to check. The energy fluctuations rising from the ground had temporarily ceased, meaning the earthquake had temporarily ended and the players were safe. After moving the tricycle to a more secluded location, Song Fuguang opened the forum to check out the players' responses. 8th floor. The next service area after Kongo's service area is Shiyu's service area. 9th floor. The next service area after Shiyu's service area is Ganong's service area. 10th floor. After Ganong's service area is Chishan. 11th floor. After Chishan's service area is Chuwei. 12th floor. The next service area after Chuwei's service area is Qingang. 13th floor. After Qigang's service area is Lingza. 14th floor. After Lingza is Jinong. 15th floor. After Jinong is Yuan. 16th floor. After Yuan is Fuling service area. 17th floor. After Fuling is Jinglu. 18th floor. After Jinglu is Yuqing. 19th floor. After Yuqing is Qigui. 20th floor. After Qigui is Suhe. 21st floor. After Suhe, there's the watch house service area. 22nd floor. What? All the service areas are connected in a circle? Have we all been running around in circles like clowns these days? 23rd floor. What the hell is this crappy game trying to do? Suddenly, a deafening roar of thunder echoed, as if it were ripping the player's heart apart. Then, a familiar system prompt appeared. Server-wide announcement. Lu Fuxia base has officially met the requirements for a level 2 base. Base members, please bravely resist the onslaught of pollutants. Successfully resist the pollutant hordes, and all base facilities will be upgraded. Members will also receive generous rewards. Failure will result in the system wiping out all base members. All members outside the base, please return to base immediately and actively participate in the base defense. Note, the base commander and deputy base commander will be forcibly teleported back to base. Please prepare in time. Teleportation initiated. Teleporting. Teleport successful. In the blink of an eye, Song Fuguang, Zhang Fengao, and Old Fox were teleported above Lu Fuxia base. Looking at the dense, dark blue sky surging across the horizon, Song Fuguang didn't dare to be careless. He immediately pulled out the loudspeaker from his backpack and shouted, "All players follow me. Defend the base." Chapter 53. Song Fuguang had never seen so much pollution in her life. This was far more than what she and the Old Fox had encountered at the border. Although her superpowers had been upgraded, they weren't a type of group attack. And Zhang Fengao, the only one with a pollution control ability, hadn't improved much. Therefore, superpowers alone wouldn't be enough to deal with so much pollution. They needed weapons, powerful weapons. Before the pollution arrived, Song Fuguang frantically searched for weapons in her display. She removed most of the unused supplies from the shelves and immediately replaced them with a variety of weapons. Knives, guns, arrows, anything on the list, she grabbed without a second thought. While she was busy, the chat channel was buzzing with activity. Oh my god! A massive army of pollutants? Are the players at Lu Fuxia's base going to make another fortune from pollution? I'm so angry! Buy pepper. If you're envious, you can buy a ticket and join us. Braised beef noodles. I think so, but the distance between us is so far. If I buy a ticket, it costs tens of thousands. It's not worth it. And I? Too weak. Even if I head to Lu Fuxia's base, I won't be able to kill many pollutants. Spicy little meatball, this wave of pollutants couldn't be more timely. I was just worried about running out of money to upgrade my vehicle. Wait for me, everyone. I'll be there soon. Chow rice noodles, survival coins. Survival coins. I could almost see a flood of survival coins and combat power coming my way. Garlic crayfish. I'm not afraid of my brother's hardships, I'm only afraid of them driving Land Rovers. Seeing you guys about to escape poverty and reach the pinnacle of life overnight, I'm going to have trouble sleeping tonight. Laziji, you didn't mention the dangers at all. Regardless, the combat power and survival coins rewarded by killing pollutants were extremely tempting. So many players on the leaderboard immediately purchased tickets and boarded the maglev train at full speed to reach Lu Fuxia. There was no fear in their eyes, only a desire for rewards and supplies. The same was true for the base's residents. Whether they were the first players to arrive at the base to pick up trash, or those who arrived later to boost their spirit, they all viewed this base defense battle as a test of their own strength. And in the chat channel, while everyone was chatting, someone suddenly asked, "Have you completed all your new semester assessment tasks? If not, isn't this a great opportunity to get a ride?" At this point, many players were immediately tempted. Survival coins and the like didn't matter, the ticket money was spent, and it wouldn't break the bank. But failing to complete the new semester assessment tasks within the deadline was a different story. That's life-threatening. Compared to money, life is naturally more important. So, more players began to move, rushing towards Lu Fushua's base. Song Fuguang, who wasn't aware of this news yet, hurriedly loaded up her weapons and immediately took the binoculars offered by the old fox. What level of contaminant is it? If they start with high-level contaminants, the players will be in real trouble. It's currently intermediate. Zhang Fengao stared at his game panel and said, the evil twin tails sent in a battle report. This time, the siege monsters have no primary contaminants, only intermediate level ones. Intermediate. That's not a big deal. Besides their sheer numbers, they pose no threat. Song Fuguang could easily slay several of them. However, the dog game is treacherous and cunning, so players must conserve their stamina for the potential high-level pollutants that may appear later. But the base has only been upgraded from level 1 to level 2, so high-level pollutants shouldn't be present. While Song Fuguang was observing, the housekeeper hurried over. Base Commander, Deputy Base Commander. She called out twice, then quickly said, I arranged for the players to attack the pollutants from 4 different directions. Given the strength of our players, there's no need to worry too much for now. Current base information. Base level, level 2. Base Commander, Song Fuguang. Deputy Base Commanders, Wangwei Zhang Fengao. Official Base Residence, 10,214. Temporary Base Residence, 133,927. Wealth Balance, 824,900. Base Buildings, 1 Mission Hall, 1 Underground Shelter, 1st and 2nd floors, 6 residential buildings, 33rd floor, 1 canteen. The entire base has nearly 150,000 people, with nearly 40,000 per direction. Even if a massive contaminant attack were imminent, the players could easily drown them with a single spit. Song Fuguang felt slightly relieved. She stood guard at the front, her sky eyes unactivated, only wielding the upgraded dark light, ready to engage at any moment. The pollutants hadn't arrived yet, but the waiting players were already eager to take action. Old Fox and Zhang Fengao were ahead of Song Fuguang. Song Fuguang glanced at them, and then asked the butler, how long will this base defense last? At least 12 hours. The butler said, but that's under normal circumstances. Unusual situations. Some last up to 24 hours. Song Fuguang was puzzled. So random? Yes. The housekeeper replied affirmatively. The duration of a base defense battle depends primarily on the amount of pollutants surrounding the base. That's doomed. Song Fuguang thought silently to himself. Whether it was the Qinggang service area or the Lu Fushua base, there was a lot of pollutants around them. Today would be a tough battle. As strange and unnatural footsteps approached, the intermediate pollutant soon emerged. Song Fuguang couldn't wait to try out her new weapon, so she threw it with all her might. With a scorching, dark glow and a dazzling special effect, it flew at least 30 meters in one breath. Congratulations to the player for killing an intermediate pollutant. Your overall combat power increased by 10 points. Congratulations to the player for killing an intermediate pollutant. Your overall combat power increased by 10 points. Congratulations to the player for killing an intermediate pollutant. Your overall combat power increased by 10 points. Congratulations to the player for killing an intermediate pollutant. Your overall combat power increased by 10 points. Congratulations to the player for killing a mid-level pollutant. Your overall combat power increases by 10 points. It powerfully penetrated the mid-level pollutants, knocking down a large number of monsters wherever it passed. Great! Song Fuguang's eyes lit up, and he immediately grabbed the dark light that had returned on autopilot. It was covered in the sticky blood of the pollutants, a bit disgusting, but thankfully Song Fuguang had put on gloves beforehand. One more time. Song Fuguang launched his weapon again, and soon, a large number of pollutants fell. Zhang Fengao was envious. Isn't this too incredible? It's far more effective than her superpowers. Overuse of superpowers can strain the body and cause discomfort, but using weapons doesn't. At most, your hands will be sore for a while, but don't take it too easy. Zhang Fengao couldn't help but say, I should have found a better weapon earlier. Do you have survival coins? 3 piranhas followed Luo Jin-chun. Collector's edition weapons are hard to come by, so you should focus on cultivating your superpowers. Have you upgraded your superpowers? Has the flame gotten bigger? How many pollutants can you incinerate at once? After a string of death-defying questions, Zhang Fengao became withdrawn and didn't want to speak. The old fox laughed as he attacked the pollutants, Throw Feng Ao to the border, and he'd be quiet. Wow, you're so cruel, and you're so venomous. Zhang Feng Ao huffed. Just wait. When I rise from the ashes like a phoenix, you envy me. Luo Jinchen shrugged. Then I look forward to that day. The number of pollutants began to increase, so the others stopped talking and focused on the battle. The combat power contributed by the intermediate pollutants was too low, and Song Fuguang felt bored. She cast dark lights aimlessly, accumulating little by little, and in an hour, she managed to gain tens of thousands of combat power points. The old fox's combat power was already high, but she remained serious. Zhang Fengao, stimulated, felt like he had been given a shot of chicken blood, fighting harder than anyone else. Luo Jinchun leisurely waited for the piranha plant to devour the pollutants and convert them into energy, only occasionally raising his hand to deal with the trouble around him when the pollutants approached. He was comparable to the more casual Song Fuguang. The base defense battle didn't seem too difficult. If it had started earlier, the players might have felt overwhelmed. But now, even ordinary players can handle it with ease. So they all expressed their thoughts in the chat channel. God's Choice Monster Farming Spot. God's Choice Monster Farming Spot. With a little more effort, I can make it to the full server. Little son, stop it, I'm really jealous. The real and fake daughters of a wealthy family teamed up. Ah, I be there soon. Leave me a few, ah. Brotherhood, you idiots, have you ever considered that this was Song Fuguang's trick? She went to great lengths to trick you into serving as her free soldiers to guard her base, and yet you're still happy to do it. You're basically being sold off and being paid. Brave Yanong, I enjoy it. So what? After drinking milk tea and staying up all night, she said, exactly. We each need what we need. We need survival coins and combat power, and she needs the base to survive the leveling up battle. Since she doesn't mind us stealing her base's monsters, why not lend her a hand? Refusing coffee. We're all sisters. Helping won't hurt us. What? Only you men are allowed to show brotherly love, but we sisters aren't allowed to help each other? Stop trying to sow discord among us. Can't you bear to see us live in harmony? My favorite little pillow, what are you babble about? Hurry up. Stop chatting. Let's get serious. After this urging, everyone quickly focused on dealing with the pollutants. The housekeeper said the defense battle would last at least 12 hours, and the system had already increased the difficulty at the beginning. Song Fuguang could almost foresee what the battle would be like later. Without large-scale offensive weapons, they could only try to reduce the amount of pollutants in the early stages. Song Fuguang took a deep breath and dove headfirst into the contaminated area. Zhang Fengao, Jin Chun, and Old Fox, follow me. They were quite capable, and having more people meant more security. Upon hearing this, the three of them followed without hesitation. Where are we going? Deep behind the contaminated area? Of course not. Song Fuguang didn't even turn around. Get closer, so we can spot the high pollution levels first. Zhangfeng wasn't surprised at all. I knew it would be difficult. She muttered, by the way, wasn't the situation much worse when you were at the border? Luo Jinchun couldn't help but utter, shut up, little mouth. Zhang Fengao, Zhang Fengao was the talkative one, his chatter louder than the cicadas outside the window in summer, giving Luo Jinchun a headache. Song Fuguang laughed unceremoniously, and Old Fox also smiled faintly. But soon, Old Fox's smile faded. She stared blankly at the old woman in the contaminated area, her heart instantly clenching. Her condition had worsened again. If she didn't manage it. The old fox pursed her lips gently, instantly imagining dozens of different possible outcomes. She forced herself to look away from the other person. As long as she ignored him, his presence wouldn't affect her. But she truly missed Grandma. It had been a long time since she'd seen her. Song Fuguang suddenly felt something was wrong with the old fox, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. After a moment's thought, he walked towards the old fox, and quickly moved to his side. The old fox gave her a questioning look, and Song Fuguang smiled. Together. The old fox nodded without saying anything. After retracting her gaze, she subconsciously stared at Grandma. She remained motionless, but Song Fuguang hadn't noticed her at all. It was indeed her own fault. The old fox lowered her eyelashes slightly. The number of contaminants was increasing. After the players killed the first wave of monsters, a second wave quickly appeared. However, there were already many players in all directions of the base, and a steady stream of players were rushing towards Lu Fushua's base, so Song Fuguang didn't panic for the time being. She killed the contaminants with restraint, not letting herself escape exhaustion. She had to stay focused to deal with the next high-level contaminants. As the night deepened, some players began to feel exhausted. Unable to hold on any longer, they retreated and found a random spot to lie down and sleep. Players were not allowed to kill each other in the base, and with the order squad watching over them, everyone felt at ease. However, many more chose to return to their rooms, as the driving distance was short and the round trip could be completed in just a few minutes. As some players left, the battle gradually intensified. The pollutants were like a swarm of locusts. One player, wearing night vision goggles, said, "Oh my god, I'm almost having a panic attack. Let's check the survival coins in my backpack. Maybe they can cure me." That's not the same thing. The player felt nauseous. Why is there so much pollutants in this world? Behind our starting point, beyond the circles of several service areas, is there a sea of pollutants? Maybe. We're already in the 3,803rd class. Maybe all the players who died before have been recycled by the system and turned into pollutants. That's disgusting, right? I don't want to become pollutants after I die. If that's what you're saying, then I better run. Saving my own life is more important. It's possible that someone might be infiltrating the players to manipulate them, but after he said that, many people did hesitate. Survival coins and combat power are important, but no matter how important, they are not as important as their lives. If you want to get out of here, get out of here. Don't get in my way. One female player, short-tempered, launched into a barrage of abuse. It's like if you don't participate in the base defense tonight, you definitely survive to the finale. That's right. Don't you have any idea of your own worth? You cowards, get out of here. Don't let me get in the way. The female players at Liu Fushua's base were no pushovers. The few who started the discussion were immediately disheartened, and they angrily declared, "Since you're so determined to die, we respect you. You better hold out." What a joke. Just a few pollutants, barely enough to fill my teeth. Not enough. The evil twin-tails glared at the men, then suddenly called over to their companions, "Grab these cowards, who are sowing discord and maliciously inciting the players' emotions, and hand them over to the base manager." The evil twin-tails sneered, "I suspect they're spies from other bases, sneaking in to disrupt our harmony." "Okay, we go." Several female players quickly restrained the men. "Let us go. You have no right to do this. You can't accuse us of something we didn't know existed just because we don't want to play anymore. Do you have any sense of justice? You're committing a crime." Evil twin-tails, the base steward will judge whether you're innocent or deservedly punished. If you truly believe you're innocent, you shouldn't be so flustered. What do you think? She silenced the men with a single word, and they fell silent. Evil twin-tails nodded, "Take them away." As the men left, Evil twin-tails curled her lips in a sneer. What the hell? Such incidents were happening all over the base, and for a moment, the base steward was completely scrambled. She wiped her sweat as she worked, thinking she should probably find 10 more helpers. Song Fuguang briefly listened to the base steward's advice. Those with a strong mind won't be swayed by external influences, while those with a weak mind, who are easily influenced by external influences, won't be a loss if they leave. If someone is hesitant to even become stronger, then it's best to recognize their true nature and stay calm, rather than putting themselves in danger. Such a person wouldn't be able to fully demonstrate their strength even on the battlefield. Song Fuguang collected her thoughts, gazing at the monsters surging in the night. She truly wished she could expend vast sums on a fleet of massive weapons, and blast them to pieces with a single blow. Of course, with the financial resources of Song Fuguang and the base, she could only dream for now. With a resigned sigh, Song Fuguang resumed her battle. Luo Jinchun's piranhas were exhausted, so after recalling them and resting them, Luo Jinchun took the field herself. Thanks to Qin Mian's training and her own hard work, she had made significant progress, her moves sharp and her strikes deadly. Zhang Fengao, working with her, was able to deliver 150% of her power. Time quickly dawned on a new day, and Song Fuguang felt the thick night grow darker and darker, and a sense of foreboding suddenly welled up in her. This premonition subconsciously prompted her to activate her clairvoyance. Instantly, dense energy fluctuations reached the sky, and Song Fuguang's heart trembled. "Oh no! There's a high-level pollutant capable of flight. What should we do?" Zhang Fengao was stunned. "It seems our abilities can't reach the sky." Song Fuguang calmly gazed at the sky and began to think. First, these pollutants were targeting the base. To successfully destroy them, they would need to use high-efficiency weapons like muskets. Immediately notify those with muskets to return to the base, and prepare to face the high-level pollutants. The steward immediately made arrangements after receiving the order. Meanwhile, Song Fuguang, using his authority as base commander, issued a pop-up message to all regular and temporary members of the base. Everyone, your chance to strike it rich has arrived. I believe you all have the skills to successfully defeat the pollutants and survive tonight's battle. Therefore, all those with muskets and other long-range weapons, please retreat immediately and engage the flying high-level pollutants in the sky. Kill them. Survival coins and combat power are ours. Everyone in the base will be with you. The players, who saw the pop-up message, paused, looked at each other for a moment, and then decisively followed Song Fuguang's instructions and retreated to the rear. What about us? What should we do? Once they leave, the pressure on us will increase. Song Fuguang naturally had his thoughts. Remaining players, don't panic. Cooperate with your teammates and continue to kill the intermediate pollutants. If possible, use various flammable materials to build a firewall to block the advance of the intermediate pollutants. Gasoline, firewood, anything flammable, don't miss out, Song Fuguang ordered. Contaminants are afraid of fire. If we build a wall of fire, we regain our advantage. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately searched through their boxes and drawers, searching for trash in their backpacks. Someone, while rummaging, suddenly remembered, oh, aren't the ruins of the Qinggang base right next door? There must be a lot of flammable junk there. Hurry, people, go pick it up. A small group will collect flammable materials, some will fight the pollutants, and the rest will immediately join me in building the wall of fire. Under the leadership of the leader, flames gradually lit up throughout the Lu Fushua base. Then, the flames grew stronger, larger, and brighter, until finally, the sparks began to connect into a thin line, transforming into a blazing wall of fire. The wall, like a giant fire dragon, firmly shielded the entire Lu Fushua base. From midair, it resembled the most majestic and indestructible beast in the darkness. Success? A player cheered, sweat dripping from their chests. Song Fuguang had no time to rejoice, for the high scum had already arrived. Unable to fly, she could only hold her musket, and under the protection of the old fox, she accurately shot the leader hidden among the high scum. Her insight never faltered, sweeping through the high scum mass. Once she pinpointed her target, she pulled the trigger, a single strike to kill. Occasionally, she detected a fluctuation in the high scum leader's power, and without a second thought, she immediately used her ban spell to suppress it, then immediately opened fire. The high scum were countless, and their leaders were equally numerous. Soon, Song Fuguang's power was largely depleted. But it was only 2 in the morning, still far from dawn. Song Fuguang dared not relax. The gunfire around him blared like spring festival firecrackers, bang, 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 never stopping. Smoke billowed, and the thick smell of gunpowder filled everyone's noses. What should I do? I'm running out of money for bullets. It's over. I'm injured. A section of the firewall has been destroyed. Come, help me repair it. There seem to be more intermediate pollutants. High-level pollutants are descending from above the firewall and attacking us. It's no use. I can't use my superpowers anymore. I can't hold on any longer. It's so hopeless. When will this end? We won't. No. Grit your teeth and hold on. Either die at the hands of the pollutants, or die at the hands of the system, or survive. I won't accept this. I really won't accept this. Song Fuguang never lost her focus. She focused on attacking the high-level pollutant leader. In just one night, her combat power increased by another 1 million. But the result was that her superpowers were completely depleted, leaving her with no energy left. At this moment, she had a splitting headache, her eyes were black, and she was in excruciating pain. The others weren't much better off. After a full day of intense fighting, everyone was exhausted, utterly drained, and their fighting power plummeted. I can barely swing my sword. I'm so tired, so sleepy, I want to sleep. But are you really willing to die like this? You finally achieved a life of dignity, power, and freedom. Are you really willing to give it up? I'm reluctant, but... It's Su Yan Xiao. Su Yan Xiao is here. And Li Xiao, He Mingyao, and the rest of her trusted associates. The players from Huaqiao base have arrived. We're saved. Tu Jing is here too. And so is her mother, Lu Dingxiao. If the bosses at Lu Dingxiao's base take action, we definitely win. But are they taking advantage of our situation to plunder our base? After all, we're out of ammunition and food, and have no power to defend ourselves or resist. The player had barely finished speaking when Su Yan Xiao and Tu Jing gave orders to their subordinates. Everyone, follow the plan and help Lu Fushua's base survive this crisis. The next second, the two reinforcement teams separated in an orderly fashion and immediately began fighting. Louder gunfire rang out, And then the dying fire dragon revived. It grew brighter and stronger, roaring and roaring as if to devour all its enemies. Song Fuguang quietly exchanged glances with Tu Jing and Su Yanxiao, who smiled. Don't you welcome us? We come all this way here. It took a lot of effort. Welcome. Song Fuguang forced a smile and slowly approached them. I was right about you. They thought she was going to reminisce and reminisce, but the next moment, they heard Song Fuguang's 37-degree mouth coldly say, Since you're here, I leave these high-ranking bastards in the sky to you. I'm exhausted. I need to rest. With that, she collapsed backwards, lying on the ground, rapidly stuffing food into her mouth, like a beggar who's been wandering for 10 days, or half a month without a full stomach. Tu Jing, Su Yanxiao, How rude. Chapter 54. Song Fuguang was completely exhausted. She didn't know if this defense would last 12 hours or longer, so she needed to quickly recover her abilities and strength. Tu Jing and Su Yanxiao were both formidable figures. With them around, Song Fuguang could rest easy for a while. The two noticed her fatigue and, without further ado, immediately launched into action. Tu Jing was an expert at dealing with these highly polluted creatures. She could now accurately fire lightning bolts, even more effectively than a bow and arrow. But just in case, she still used a weapon along with her. Su Yanxiao, needless to say, gripped her musket tightly. Every shot sent a stream of pollutants plummeting down from the sky. Song Fuguang was amazed, but with her mouth bulging with food, she had no time to express her feelings. The old fox was running low on energy, so she called them over to rest. As for Zhang Fengao and Luo Jinchun, they were having a blast. The two of them were working together more and more effectively, never mind the fatigue. By now, they were completely absorbed in the pursuit of combat power and survival coins. The old fox was sweating profusely as she sat cross-legged beside Song Fuguang, her expression no better than Song Fuguang's. Song Fuguang looked at her hesitantly, Wang Yue's words still fresh in his mind. Are you okay? She asked carefully. If you're feeling unwell, be sure to tell me right away. I know I'm fine. The old fox forced a weak smile. I'd be fine after a short rest. Despite this, Song Fuguang didn't let her guard down. She reflected carefully on the other person's behavior over the past few days, and instinctively felt it was related to the old woman he mentioned. Was it the old woman who had brought back memories, or? Be careful. Song Fuguang's heart suddenly went off. She forced herself to activate her insight skill, immediately stripping the powerful seed from the body of the high-ranking leader who had attacked Tu Jing. Then, without warning, the powerful seed entered her body, and she felt a noticeable recovery of a small portion of her superpowers. Song Fuguang was stunned. Isn't her skill 3 supposed to be stripping? How could it have the same devouring function as Luo Jinchuan's? It couldn't possibly be that the powerful seed had deliberately entered her body. Song Fuguang frowned slightly, but the current situation didn't allow her to dwell on it. The pollutants' attacks intensified. After telling the old fox to rest well, she stood up and continued using the stripping skill. She wanted to conduct more experiments. This time, the strip seed entered her body again, becoming the material for her superpowers to recover. Song Fuguang's heart raced, and her spirits instantly became excited. Doesn't this mean she'd be a perpetual motion machine, able to replenish herself at any time, never running out of energy? She gazed at the overwhelming pollution before her, and suddenly found a better way to upgrade. She grasped her musket and, using it as cover, began scanning the energy of the pollutants in the sky with her perception skill. This ball of energy is huge, and that ball is also huge, and so is that ball, and that ball. Song Fuguang's heartbeat quickened, and finally, with a sharp look, she stripped Gao Wu of all his energy without hesitation. Balls of energy immediately queued up to enter her body, and she felt her strength rapidly recover. Not only did her energy become abundant, but her physical strength also increased significantly. It's truly an SSS-level superpower. Song Fuguang was completely enraged. After carefully admonishing the old fox for safety, she eagerly joined the fray. The old fox looked at her rosy complexion with a hint of doubt, but didn't ask any further questions. With Song Fuguang's strength, whatever happened to her was justified. As long as she was safe, that was all that mattered. The old fox had the ability to protect herself. Even if attacked by surprise, she could teleport. Moreover, Song Fuguang would be keeping a close eye on her. The old fox was Song Fuguang's current focus. After briefly focusing on the old fox, Song Fuguang skirted Tu Jing, Su Yanxiao, Zhang Fengao, and Luo Jinchun, stealthily making his way to a corner, where he began to devour his food with the unbridled abandon of a glutton. There were many high-ranking defile beings with superpowers, but Song Fuguang's primary target was the group of high-ranking defile beings soaring in the sky. Players lack flight capabilities, and can only rely on ranged weapons to deal with them. To prevent any accidents, Song Fuguang must prioritize eliminating the high-ranking enemy. Fighting on the ground is also fair. Song Fuguang devoured the supernatural seeds at an extremely fast pace, quickly replenishing them. Gradually, she felt her supernatural powers return to their peak, and continued to grow. She watched her supernatural powers rise from level 2, 62.91% proficiency, to level 2, 89.29% proficiency, to level 3, 5.24% proficiency. She watched her supernatural proficiency soar, and her supernatural level continued to increase, until, at dawn, it had steadily reached level 3, 27.88% proficiency. Song Fuguang was secretly shocked, but didn't dare show any sign of surprise. It seemed she had found the right way to cheat. Now, as her power level increased, her clairvoyance could reach great distances. Furthermore, because she was constantly replenishing her power, her body wasn't as uncomfortable as it had been before when she overused it. Some of this energy seemed to be transferred into her body, silently transforming her flesh. Song Fuguang opened his stats panel and took a look. ID 444090912418. Nickname Song Fuguang. Vehicle Electric Tricycle. Level 3 Power SSS level Clairvoyance. Current level 3. Current level Proficiency 27.88%. Skill 1. Insight. Able to see through everything, all-seeing. Skill 2. Prohibition. Temporarily disables the powers of other players. Skill 3. Deprivation. Uproots the power seeds in other players, reducing them to ordinary human form. Strength 500 plus 3. Const 500 plus 3. Spirit 218. Health 84. Comprehensive Combat Power 740-2846. Strength and Constitution points remained unchanged, but Song Fuguang did feel a bit stronger. She pondered, could these two be different paths to strengthening? Qin Mian should know the answer, but Song Fuguang's abilities were too extraordinary, and she didn't completely trust him. So Song Fuguang could only keep this to himself, waiting for the right opportunity to find the answer. She had been fighting for 4 or 5 hours, and now the sky was turning pale. Song Fuguang returned to the old fox, rifle in hand. How is it? I rested enough. The old fox smiled and said, you sit down and take a breath. I take over. Song Fuguang declined, no, I'm not tired yet. The old fox tilted his head slightly, his confusion growing. The man's complexion was rosy, and he certainly didn't look the man who'd been worn down by overuse of his powers. But could that be true? Could it be that he awakened a second power, or obtained some item that could quickly restore it? Even the old fox was slightly puzzled, let alone Tu Jing, Su Yanxiao, and especially Zhang Fengao. The man looked at Song Fuguang as if he had seen a ghost. No way. Why do you look so well? Are you hoping I'd be in trouble? Song Fuguang couldn't help but glare at him. No, that's not what I meant. Zhang Fengao opened his mouth, then realized the crowd around him, and swallowed his doubts. He changed his words, saying, as expected of you, an indestructible cockroach. She patted Song Fuguang flatteringly and said, in a voice only the two of them could hear, how can I become like you? Tell me later. Song Fuguang looked at her, not trying to lower his voice. With my superpowers? Zhang Fengao, ? Oh my god, you awakened your second superpower? She unconsciously raised her voice. Wow, you're so perverted. Do you want to live? Zhang Fengao broke through the defenses. Some people hadn't even managed to condense a small fireball, while others had already awakened their second superpowers. Zhang Fengao immediately shut himself down. Tu Jing and Su Yanxiao listened to the conversation calmly, their opinion of Song Fuguang instantly rising. Luck is unpredictable, and Song Fuguang is clearly a chosen one in the survival game. Although she didn't reveal her hidden cards tonight, it was enough for Tu Jing and Su Yanxiao to consider carefully. They hadn't considered becoming enemies or taking advantage of their vulnerability to raid their base tonight, but they hadn't previously overestimated their importance. But now was different. Song Fuguang could only befriend them, not antagonize them. The other party had many hidden cards, well hidden and unfathomable. If they encountered any difficulties in the future and they were willing to help, it would surely make things much easier for them. After the two of them had silently considered everything and were about to continue, a man suddenly rushed towards Tu Jing. Jing, it's me. I'm Dad. Tu Jing stared at Tu Guokong coldly. What are you doing here? I wanted to see you. Tu Guokong held Tu Jing tightly, his expression a loving father. I sent you a message earlier, but you didn't reply. Do you know how worried I was about you? Jing, are you busy? Why didn't you reply to my message? Tu Jing's expression was calm. I'm quite busy indeed. Her indifference made Tu Guokong even more uneasy. He gripped Tu Jing's hand even tighter. I know you're very busy right now, so Daddy's here to share your burdens. Look, Daddy has experience managing companies, and is very capable and resourceful. If you're willing to teach Daddy, I'd definitely be your right-hand man. Are you kidding me? Tu Jing tilted her head with a forced smile. Do you think I'm the naive, ignorant mother I once was? She slowly pulled Tu Guokong's hands away and forcefully shook them off. Daddy, I won't hand over power to anyone else easily. What do you think? That's the first lesson you taught me. Tu Guokong pursed his lips, his expression grim, but Tu Jing had no patience for an argument. She called directly to her mother, Lu Dingxiao, Mom, there's an old friend of yours here. I imagine you haven't seen each other for a while, so you probably have a lot to talk about. After Lu Dingxiao hung up, he quickly arrived in his racing car. She sat in the car, glaring coldly at Tu Guokong. She finally got out, put the car away, and strode towards the man. Come with me. Tu Guokong looked at Tu Jing, then at Lu Dingxiao. No, I want to stay here with Jing. That's not up to you. Lu Dingxiao smiled, then grabbed Tu Guokong by the scruff of the neck. How can a useless person like you, who can't even lift a hand or carry anything, help Jing? Holding her back? Lu Dingxiao showed him no respect at all. Tu Guokong felt humiliated and wanted to protest angrily, but he knew he was no match for Lu Dingxiao with his current strength. Finally, after weighing his options, he left with Lu Dingxiao, feeling frustrated. The little interlude ended, and all the players, who had been eavesdropping, quickly refocused their attention on dealing with the pollutants before them. Gossip was important, but it was also a matter of life. Life was at stake. After fighting for most of the night, many players were feeling a little tired, but the pollutant attacks continued unabated. Furthermore, the number of high-level pollutants was steadily increasing. Intermediate-level pollutants were now almost non-existent, and the exhausted players were no match for the high-level pollutants. Song Fuguang's expression grew serious, and she couldn't help but send a message to the base manager. Isn't it over yet? It seems so. The housekeeper replied, perhaps because your base is the top base in the survival game world, the monster attacks are slightly more intense. But don't worry, base captain. With your strength, you can easily deal with these monsters. Song Fuguang, just making big promises? I can handle Gao Wu, but what about ordinary players? Song Fuguang frowned. Do ordinary players' lives matter? They're here to help defend the base. I can't ignore their lives and safety, can I? Hold on a little longer. The housekeeper said helplessly, it'd be over soon. The longest battle to defend a base doesn't last more than 24 hours. Song Fuguang was unsure. For now, she could only try to deprive Gao Wu of his supernatural power seed. So, she and Luo Jingchuan's 3 piranhas quickly transformed into gluttons, working without a moment's rest. These high-ranking bastards aren't as strong as I imagined. A player commented, didn't they say they awakened their powers? Why haven't I seen them use them? Aren't they high-ranking bastards? Shut up. Isn't it better if they haven't awakened their powers? If they really use their powers, you'd be beaten to a pulp again, and miss the smooth sailing you had. Stop talking nonsense. Kill them quickly, and then go home and sleep. I gained hundreds of thousands of combat points this trip, and I also earned a lot of survival coins. I'm so satisfied. It has to be Lu Fushua's base. Picking up treasure here is like picking up cabbage. Listen. They say the areas surrounding Lu Fushua's base are rich in resources. After experiencing this, I don't want to leave. Let's go, why not? If you stay, we have another competitor. Oh, that high-level pollutant is really easy to kill. The topic was brought back. Is that all the high-level pollutants are capable of? They're not that difficult to deal with. I think we overestimated high-level pollutants before. Song Fuguang listened intently to their discussion, and couldn't help but think of a saying. There's no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you. She felt her superpowers almost overflowing, then looked at the bloated piranha plant. Don't waste the food you worked so hard to eat. Chapter 55. The tide of pollutants paused briefly, and the players could clearly feel the amount of pollutants decreasing. Is it finally over? Thank goodness. Really? But there hasn't been any notice from above. Are these pollutants trying to trick us? Whatever. I need to rest now. Don't call me unless necessary. Without a word, a large group of people lay on the ground. After a sleepless night of fighting, everyone's physical strength and energy were at their limit, with the exception of a few. Although they had gained a lot tonight, the exhaustion that permeated them from within was also tormenting. Song Fuguang and the base manager hadn't made any movement, and the players weren't sure whether the battle was completely over or if the pollutants were brewing a larger one. So they simply slept on the ground, racing against time to give themselves a chance to relax and catch their breath. Song Fuguang's physical strength and abilities were at their peak, and since her tricycle had a flight mode, she immediately took it out and said to Tu Jing and the others, "I go over and take a look." The old fox was the first to speak, but Zhang Fengao beat her to the punch. "It's not safe, isn't it, sister? Going alone. If the contaminants hit, will you be able to escape? I'm worried about that, too." The old fox continued, "Or I go with you." Luo Jinchun only had the piranha plant, and since it couldn't fly, it couldn't help. So, she remained silent, gazing at Song Fuguang with worry, her concern evident. "I won't get too close. I just observe from a distance." Song Fuguang sat inside the vehicle. "Don't worry. Don't you know me? If there's danger, I slink away faster than a rabbit." Indeed, Song Fuguang's personality wouldn't fight a battle he couldn't win. Rest and recuperate first, to avoid a surprise attack from the high-level pollutants. After giving a few instructions, Song Fuguang took off in her tattered tricycle. The daylight provided a much wider view, and as she sped through the air, Song Fuguang could clearly see the black spots surging on the ground. They resembled swarms of ants, densely packed and endless, with no end in sight. These were low-level pollutants, posing little threat to players. Song Fuguang needed to find the high-level pollutants. She activated her Sky Eye's insight skill, searching for the most intense energy fluctuations within her area. After about half an hour, Song Fuguang successfully located a spot. The tricycle slowly stopped, and she gazed at the empty space beyond, alarm bells blaring. The next second, more balls of supernatural light surged forth, and Song Fuguang turned without hesitation, running. "Attention! High-level contaminants are approaching." After using his position as base commander to issue a warning to everyone, the tricycle practically shot towards the base like an arrow. Song Fuguang kept checking the rearview mirror. There was clearly nothing there initially, so how did the high-level contaminants suddenly appear? A spatial overlap? Or a teleportation array? Could that be the edge of this captive survival game world? Were all the contaminants spawning from that edge? Song Fuguang's doubts grew, but now was not the time to explore the hidden truth. She could only wait until the base defense battle was over. She ran at a furious pace, stripping and devouring the supernatural seeds of the high-level contaminants as she ran. Soon, she noticed the high-level contaminants slowing down, as if they had noticed something was amiss. A moment later, the group of high-level pollutants suddenly sped up, determined to kill Song Fuguang today. Song Fuguang didn't hesitate to fight. After consuming several superpower seeds to replenish his depleted superpowers, he fled towards the base with a desperate sprint. What a joke! He was alone, and there were a whole group of pollutants behind him. Only a fool would stop and fight them alone. She ran for a few minutes, and just as the pollutants were about to catch up, a sudden flash of lightning descended from the sky. With a sizzling sound, the pollutants behind her began to fall to the ground, their flesh ripped apart. It was Tu Jing. Tu Jing arrived in a plane. Song Fuguang had never seen Tu Jing's plane before. It was huge, like a large passenger plane, completely different from the small helicopter Song Fuguang had imagined. Song Fuguang was shocked. "How cool! Where did you go to provoke these monsters again?" Tu Jing sent her a message to ask. "This is a long story. I explain it in detail after the battle." Song Fuguang took advantage of the chaos to steal a few supernatural seeds, and began to counterattack with Tu Jing. "This should be the last wave," Song Fuguang explained, "but this wave of pollutants is more intelligent than the previous ones. Be careful." Tu Jing nodded. "Understood." As he finished speaking, the plane hovered steadily in midair. Then, the hatch opened, and a group of players quickly retrieved their aircraft, jumping in one after another and departing. These were probably Tu Jing's men. They were dedicated and hard-working, so they wouldn't easily miss a high-level pollutant. They were also quite powerful, and the pollutants behind them were quickly slowed down by them, unable to advance any further. As Song Fuguang was observing, Old Fox suddenly appeared. She was sitting in her flying vehicle, and Song Fuguang couldn't help but ask, "Where are Zhang Fengao and the others?" "They went in another direction." Old Fox whispered, "The base manager told us to split up and guard every direction of the base to prevent a surprise attack." Okay. Now wasn't the time for small talk. Song Fuguang, rifle in one hand, used his supernatural powers to scan and devour the supernatural seeds within range, like a devouring machine. The high pollution, without supernatural powers, wasn't a threat, but their sheer numbers were a threat. Soon, the players were forced to retreat into the base, completely forced inside by the sheer volume of pollutants. To make matters worse, a sudden downpour extinguished the original Fire Dragon defense line, reducing it to a line of black ash. Zhang Fengao couldn't help but curse, "This game system is inhumane." Without the defense line, the pollutants' attack became incredibly fierce, and the number of injured players quickly increased. Song Fuguang's dark light had already been wielded countless times, taking the lives of numerous monsters, but it was a drop in the bucket compared to the overall battle situation. I can't hold on any longer. Have any reinforcements arrived? Damn it! How long will this end? It's just a base defense battle. There's no need to torture us players to death, right? It's already daybreak. How much longer are we going to fight? Breaking news. An NPC has opened a shop in our base. They sell healing potions, attribute point boosting cards, ability recovery potions, and more. Buying agent needed. I do it. Anyone who needs it, send me a list of supplies privately, and I get them right away. I want some too. I want some too. Forget it, forget it. I just go buy a bunch and set up a stall. Don't worry, everyone. Sensing a business opportunity, the player instantly embarked on a brief shopping agent career. Soon, the first agent arrived at the store. Seeing the familiar model, the player froze for a moment. Without time to hesitate, he pointed at the items in front of number 37 and said quickly, "I want this, this, and that." "Forget it, give me 500 of all of these." Number 37 naturally wouldn't refuse a business opportunity. After the player successfully paid the survival coins, number 37 distributed the corresponding supplies to the player's backpack. "Alright. Do we have enough of these?" The player couldn't help but ask before leaving. "Yes." Number 37 nodded. "As many as you want." The player was satisfied. That's a relief. "Wait, I come back later." Soon, number 37 became the busiest place. Song Fuguang suddenly understood. No wonder the other party had said he would go to Lu Fushua's base. So he knew at that time that monsters would attack Lu Fushua's base, right? Song Fuguang pondered for a moment. He had to find a way to build a good relationship with number 37 and extract more useful information from him. After making up his mind, Song Fuguang suppressed his extraneous thoughts and continued to deal with the contaminants. Another 2 or 3 hours passed. If it took a little longer, it would be time for lunch. The players had been replenished, their combat power restored, and they were evenly matched with the contaminants. Song Fuguang took a break and grabbed the base manager. "Is this all over only if we kill all the contaminants? Or did they just leave on their own at the appointed time?" The butler shook his head. "I don't know. It's mainly to do with the game's will." "What does that mean? Depend on the system's mood?" Song Fuguang frowned. "Is there no other way?" The butler continued to shake his head, and Song Fuguang had no choice but to accept reality. The break ended, and Song Fuguang plunged back into battle. Not to mention the ordinary players, even Tu Jing and Su Yanxiao were exhausted. After a fierce battle for most of the day, even with the aid of recovery potions, everyone's mental state was almost at its limit. And it was at this moment that the pollutants' attack became more ferocious than any before. The butler's eyes suddenly lit up. The last wave. This is the pollutants' desperate counterattack. Everyone, hold on. Once we finish this wave, we're done. At this moment, their numbed minds were unable to think too much. They subconsciously believed the butler's words, and desperately brandished their weapons to kill the enemy. Combat power, survival coins, victory. These became their motivation. Song Fuguang had already leaped into the air, frantically scanning and absorbing the superpowers within the high-level contaminants. She had no time to think about anything else, for she was preoccupied with her own affairs. Everyone was desperately trying, including the old fox. She wanted Song Fuguang's base to survive this crisis safely, more than anyone else, so she worked harder than anyone else. She continuously struck at the high-level contaminants with her spatial blade until a sudden, intense sense of danger arose within her. She instinctively turned her head, only to see the tip of a blade bearing down on her vitals. The old fox instinctively tried to use spatial displacement, but it failed at that moment. Was she going to die? The old fox stared at the rapidly enlarging sword, not panicking at this moment, but rather unusually calm. Perhaps for her, death was a kind of relief. She couldn't help but smile, but what greeted her wasn't the pain of being stabbed by the weapon, but the familiar figure of the old woman. She stood trembling in front of her, taking the fatal blow for her. The old fox was startled, and for a moment, she felt her heart tighten, the pain so severe that she almost couldn't breathe. She stared blankly at the other person's slowly falling figure, her lips parted, but the grandma she had called so many times couldn't come out. The other person was a contaminant, not her own grandma. She couldn't be fooled. But this contaminant was so foolish. Why had she saved her? Why had she blocked that sword for her? Was she like her granddaughter? The old fox's powers suddenly revived, and she instinctively embraced the other person's body, quickly moving to a corner, where she could be sheltered from others. She stared at the other person without saying a word, and he remained motionless. That sword strike instantly killed him. Her only old friend in the game world. The old fox couldn't describe her current feelings: sadness, confusion, indifference, and a sense of loss. With the pollutant dead, no one could influence her anymore. But there was no old woman watching over her in this world anymore. She tucked the body into her backpack, then steeled herself and returned to the battlefield. She desperately numbed herself with battle, trying to ignore the pain in her heart, unconscious and unaware of the passage of time, until the system announced, server-wide announcement, congratulations to all players for successfully defending their base against the pollutant army. Lu Fushua base has now officially been upgraded to a level 2 base. Base benefits have been updated. All ordinary base members gain a 15% bonus to their mental power. Deputy base leaders gain a 25% bonus to their mental power, and base leaders gain a 35% bonus to their mental power. Note: the infrastructure and commodity information of Lu Fushua base have been updated. Base commanders and senior management are requested to build a base as soon as possible to deal with more and greater dangers in the future. Chapter 56. Victory. Song Fuguang breathed a sigh of relief, her tense nerves slowly relaxing. The remaining pollutants were gradually receding, like a tide, quickly vanishing completely. As the system sound faded, cheers echoed in Song Fuguang's ears. The surviving players shouted excitedly, despite their exhausted bodies. Song Fuguang had intended to search for the housekeeper immediately, but after a quick glance, she suddenly realized that Old Fox was gone. After a moment's careful observation, Song Fuguang quickly rushed over. Just as she was about to leave, Zhang Fanao grabbed her. "Sister, where are you going?" "Looking for Old Fox." Song Fuguang raised an eyebrow. "Why?" "I go with you." Zhang Fanao chuckled, locking eyes with Luo Jinchun. "Take us with you." It wasn't a big deal. Song Fuguang simply got the two of them onto the tricycle. A minute later, Song Fuguang arrived precisely at Old Fox's location. The old fox was sitting on the ground resting. Seeing Song Fuguang, she showed a hint of surprise. "Why are you here?" "Looking for you." Zhang Fengao jumped out of the back of the car. "What are you doing sneaking out here all by yourself? The battle is already won. Why haven't you joined us?" Zhang Fengao angrily questioned the old fox. The old fox smiled helplessly. "I'm tired. I was planning to rest for a while before coming to see you." "Is that so?" Zhang Fengao glanced at her pale face. "Okay, I forgive you this time. But next time, don't go off to the corner and act like a lonely girl." The old fox agreed. Zhang Fengao was pleased with her performance. She exchanged glances with Luo Jinchun again, then, without warning, pulled a 6-inch cake from her backpack. "Zheng Yaxian, happy birthday." The old fox was startled. "What? Isn't today your birthday?" Zhang Fengao held the birthday cake, his eyes sparkling like a puppy's. "I calculated, and today, after entering the survival game, happens to be your birthday. So is it a surprise?" "Is it a surprise? I met a die-hard fan of yours at the service area a while ago. She told me almost everything about you, including your birthday. Ever since I found out, I've been thinking about secretly planning a birthday party for you. It's just that the weather wasn't kind, and we happened to be caught in the battle to defend the base." Zhang Fengao babbled, "But that doesn't matter. We won, and I can wish you a happy birthday. One more thing. I forgot to buy candles when I went shopping, so..." She mysteriously pulled out 2 emergency candles. "Do you think these are okay? It's not white. Jean Chun and I got some natural paint and painted it on. It's safe and pollution-free." Zhang Fengao continued to speak, but the old fox was already in tears. She cried continuously, and at that moment, she didn't know whether she was moved by Zhang Fengao or by Grandma. The feelings of victimization finally surged up, easily breaking her strong will. She sobbed quietly, and Zhang Fengao beamed triumphantly. Are you touched? I can't help it. I'm just that considerate and I value my friends. Zhang Fengao acted like a fool. This old fox wasn't crying tears of joy over a small birthday cake. Song Fuguang had a guess in mind, but she kept it to herself. She then took out the lighter Tu Jing had given her for free and lit 2 candles. Make a wish. The old fox tried to control her emotions, nodding with red eyes, yes. She closed her eyes and clasped her hands together. I hope we can be together forever. After a pause, she added, until the survival game is over. Oh, you can't say your wish out loud. It won't work if you do, Zhang Fengao said anxiously. The old fox opened his eyes and blew out the candles. It doesn't matter. No matter how long it takes, as long as I can be with you, I'm already content. Zhang Fengao's lips curled at this, me too. The wishing ceremony was complete, and Zhang Fengao eagerly took out his knife and fork and divided the small cake into 4 portions. Let's eat it, 4 of us. Sister Tu Jing is old enough. She definitely doesn't like cake anymore. Luo Jinchun frowned. You just want more, right? You greedy bastard. So what? Zhang Fengao put his hands on his hips. I prepared something else for them, generous portions, and they fill you up. I come this far. It's rude to try to snatch food from us kids. Song Fuguang, The old fox couldn't help but laugh. You can have my share too. No way. Zhang Fengao immediately refused. It's your birthday. You're the star player. You must give me your share. No excuses. She threatened with a ferocious venom, her teeth bared, and the old fox had no choice but to nod. Song Fuguang had just received his piece of cake when the housekeeper came up to him. She looked at the people in front of her and said, Base Commander, let's talk somewhere else. What can't we listen to? Zhang Fengao pricked up his ears and leaned closer to the butler. We're deputy base commanders, after all. The butler was silent. I mean, let's talk in the office. Aren't you tired of sitting here? Zhang Fengao. It's quite tiring. Now that the battle is over, there's still a lot to be done. Song Fuguang first invited Tu Jing, Su Yeshao, and the others over and arranged rest rooms for them. Zhang Fengao was a powerful figure and knew Tu Jing well, so Song Fuguang handed this task over to her. Since many people had come to help for free. Although they had their own selfish motives, they had all been a great help to Song Fuguang, so Song Fuguang waived the accommodation fees for the next 3 days for everyone in the base. With so many players finally arriving at the base, Song Fuguang had to seize the opportunity and recruit as many idle players as possible. That way, when the base was upgraded again, she would have more resources to draw upon. With free accommodation guaranteed, the players could rest to their heart's content. The housekeeper had already assigned someone to make arrangements, and everything was proceeding smoothly. As for the traces of the battle, we wait until everyone woke up to discuss them. Song Fuguang walked into the housekeeper's office, and the housekeeper got straight to the point. Base Commander, I think we could hold a small celebration to win over the crowd. Nowadays, a small concert only costs 200,000 survival coins. What do you think? Song Fuguang looked at her. Only? Yes, the system will provide everything, including the equipment, singers, and bands. We even have plenty of snacks and drinks. The butler looked at his dashboard and explained, after purchasing this service, you don't have to worry about anything, just leave everything to the system. Many players are currently watching our base. If we perform well this time, our base will become irreplaceable in the hearts of all players. The butler was professional, and Song Fuguang nodded. Then I do as you say. Okay. The base had sufficient wealth, so the butler didn't ask Song Fuguang for more. After fighting all night, Song Fuguang was exhausted. The butler noticed her yawning and told her to go back and rest. Song Fuguang stood up and took a few steps, then realized, aren't you tired? The butler smiled, no. My attribute points are higher than yours, so this little bit of strength is nothing to me. Song Fuguang blinked. Alright. The butler had already arranged a room for Song Fuguang. After Zhang Fengao and the others finished their work, Song Fuguang washed up and lay down. The base gradually returned to calm, but the chat channel was bustling with activity. Are there any changes after Lu Fushua's base successfully upgraded? Anyone want to share their thoughts? I got rich overnight. They've been fighting for so long, they're exhausted. How could they have time to care about you? Peace-loving. They've been working so hard. They deserve the combat power and survival coins. I want to go home. Did you hear? Song Fuguang waived their accommodation for 3 days. Free and easy. Accommodation isn't expensive anyway. What's the big deal? Are you Lu Fushua's trolls? Flowers blooming with wealth. Although it's not expensive, it's a thoughtful gesture. Just for Song Fuguang's kindness, I want to go to Lu Fushua's base and have some fun. AAA team leader Wang Gang said, come on, we have a concert tonight. You still have time to leave. Yun, really? I'd be there right away. The concert successfully captured the players' attention, though some players grumbled, it's such a busy time. Still holding a concert? How can you be so idle? Of course, the person who made this comment was quickly attacked and scolded so much that they dared not speak out again. The chat room was bustling with activity, with players primarily discussing Lu Fushua's base. The players inside the base, on the other hand, had fallen into a deep sleep until the sound of music drifted slowly into their rooms. Song Fuguang was the first to open her eyes. She got up and walked to the window. Outside, it was already dark, but the concert stage was already set up, right in the center of the square. Below the stage, the lighting technicians were making final adjustments, while the singers and band were already chatting on stage. As the music began, many players gathered around the stage, drinks and snacks in hand, waiting for their only entertainment to begin. Song Fuguang couldn't sleep, so she washed up and went downstairs to find something to eat and join in the fun. The others were still asleep or had already left. She glanced at the group chat. Zhang Fengao had already grabbed a seat with Luo Jinchun, waiting for Song Fuguang and the others to arrive. Song Fuguang responded, then quickly ate something and walked over. Is the old fox still awake? No. Luo Jinchun said. I sent her a message but she didn't reply. I guess she's still asleep. She's not feeling well, so let her sleep a little longer. Zhang Fengao explained. I heard from her fans that she seems to have a congenital heart disease, so she hasn't been able to do strenuous exercise since she was a child. Because of this illness, her parents divorced and neither wanted her. Only her grandmother was willing to give her a bowl of rice and support her. Song Fuguang listened quietly, suddenly understanding the old fox's obsession with her grandmother. No! Song Fuguang turned abruptly and ran. Zhang Fengao and Luo Jinchun were confused, but subconsciously followed. What's wrong? What happened? There's something wrong with the old fox. Song Fuguang said hurriedly, quickening his pace. At this moment, the old fox lay on the bed, drenched in sweat. The old woman, clearly dead, now appeared before her with uncanny clarity. Yaxian, come with me. I take you to a wonderful place. There, we can stay together forever, free from worries, and the need to worry about our livelihood. The old fox's consciousness was hazy, but her subconscious told her not to agree, so she reluctantly refused. No. Don't you want to stay with Grandma? She asked tremblingly. Do you want to watch Grandma die before your eyes again? Xianya, 3 times is the limit. Or is it that Granny's place in your heart isn't as important as you think? No, Granny is dead. You're not Granny. She struggled fiercely. You're just a contaminant pretending to be Granny. You're not doing this for my own good. You're just trying to lure me into corruption and become your companion. The other person chuckled softly. But only by being with me can you become stronger and better help your friends. Besides me, no one will teach you with all their heart and soul and think so deeply about you. Do you want to watch Song Fuguang and the others die? With the information and strength they currently possess, they won't survive the subsequent war. Xianya, join us, and then you can pass on information to them as you please. No one will stop you, not even me. The polluted lured, only in this way can they survive, and only then can you survive. The old fox continued to struggle, her eyes tightly closed, her clothes nearly soaked with sweat. Seeing her soft approach was failing, the old woman immediately changed her demeanor. Her tone was aggressive and stern, and she demanded with rage, unless you don't consider them friends at all. They truly care about you, but you won't give up your own interests to protect their survival. I go tell her right now, and expose your true colors. No! The old fox cried out instinctively, I agree. Don't go find Fuguang, don't go near her. The old fox realized reality. If she didn't agree, this contaminant would only haunt her until she broke. I promise, but you won't harass any of them again. The contaminant smiled. Okay. You're such a good kid. Come on, come with me. Don't worry, I teach you wholeheartedly and treat you like my own child. The old fox looked dejectedly at the hand extended before finally, helplessly taking it. If someone must fall, then that person should be herself. I was useless to begin with, but Fu Guang, Fengao, and Jin Chun were different. They were powerful, and had unlimited potential. They had a bright future, and they would surely lead the players to successful survival and ultimate victory. So, It was enough for me to be the only one scorned by everyone. The old fox forced a smile. Are you satisfied now? The pollutant's expression remained unchanged. You know from now on that I'm saving you, not harming you. Good boy, your future self will thank me. As soon as these words fell, the old fox's body vanished from the bed. At the same time, Song Fuguang slammed the door open. Before he could turn on the lights, a system alert rang out, ringing in the ears of all players. Server-wide announcement. Attention! Attention! A player has fallen into the trap of becoming a pollutant. Surviving players, please find and kill this corrupted player immediately. For killing a corrupted player, the system rewards the player with 1 million combat power points and 1 million survival coins. Chapter 57. The room was empty. Luo Jinchun strode over and felt the sheets, frowning. It's still warm. She just left. Really? Zhang Fengao quickly closed the door, then lowered his voice and answered cautiously. Could that fallen one the system just mentioned be an old fox? Song Fuguang shook his head coldly. I don't know. Even if she knew, and had certainty and evidence in her heart, she couldn't admit it at this moment. She lowered her eyelashes, her tone filled with an inexplicable emotion that Zhang Fengao couldn't understand. Perhaps she had something to do, so she left early. She should have finished the concert with us before leaving. Luo Jinchun continued, this heartless woman. I teach her a lesson next time I see her. Zhang Fengao glanced at Song Fuguang, then at Luo Jinchun. Then I do the same. Next time we meet, I join you in giving her a good beating. It was a light-hearted remark, but no one laughed. Luo Jinchun looked at Song Fuguang. Why do players become corrupted? Is it related to the existing pollutants? Yes. Song Fuguang didn't deny it. Pollutants can transform into those most important and cherished in your heart, even those who have passed away. They use coercion and inducement, offering warmth, then forcibly taking it away. They use numerous methods until your defenses completely collapse. So, Song Fuguang's gaze flickered between the two people in front of him. All players have the potential to become corrupted. Luo Jinchun fell silent. She wondered, if a pollutant transformed into her own mother and appeared before her, would she deceive herself and allow herself to become corrupted? No, I wouldn't. To her, her mother was her mother, and she was herself. Even though she held her mother in high regard, she wouldn't let her influence any of her decisions. Just like me, I wouldn't be a burden to my mother. Although they were mother and daughter, they were two independent people, two people who respected each other's choices and everything. So, falling into depravity would never happen to her. Then her eyes shifted, but Zhang Fengao wasn't sure. If pollutant pretended to be Wanhua and approached her, and offered her a little benefit, she would probably fall into depravity on the spot, and then happily follow pollutant away. The gazes from the two men were so intense that Zhang Fengao's scalp tingled and his back felt cold. Why are you looking at me? She couldn't help but protest. Do you think I'm that fragile? Song Fuguang nodded without hesitation. Are you really that strong? You don't think you're so determined, do you? Luo Jinchun and Song Fuguang spoke together. You have a huge misunderstanding of yourself. You little brat who gets mad at Sister Wanhua for saying something so cold. Ah! Zhang Fengao suddenly covered her head and screamed. Stop talking. She glared, then raised two fingers and swore to the sky, if one day I become a pollutant, I will kill myself right here and then. I won't cause you any trouble. I won't even give the enemy any strength. Zhang Fengao huffed. Is this okay? Song Fuguang raised an eyebrow. You better. If you don't dare to do it yourself, I can do it for you. Luo Jinchun said coldly. Zhang Fengao was heartbroken. You are so cruel. You show no mercy. We've been friends for so long after all. Especially you, Luo Jinchun, you heartless one. Zhang Fengao muttered like Tang Monk, from her room to the central square. Finally, Song Fuguang said, but I think Sister Wanhua will deal with you first before we do anything. Zhang Fengao, question mark. This person is so annoying. Zhang Fengao became even more withdrawn. But after a moment, her eyes lit up, and her tone suddenly became cheerful. It doesn't matter. I'm content to see Sister Wanhua before I die, to die directly at her hands. If Sister Wanhua killed him personally, then all his debts to her would be repaid. How could this not be a good thing? Song Fuguang and Luo Jinchun exchanged glances. Extreme alert. Song Fuguang stared at her. From now on, you're not allowed to leave my side. If anything seems out of place, I kill you. She gestured with her hand. Zhang Fengao. The concert had begun. The upbeat rhythm, the dancing, the dazzling smiles, but the three of them, huddled in the crowd, couldn't smile at all. Finally, they dejectedly entered a nearby beverage shop and silently sipped their sweet drinks. Tu Jing approached with Lu Dingxiao. "Why don't you go over and play?" Zhang Fengao called out to the two and said in a low voice, "I'm not in the mood." She watched them sit down beside her and across from her. "Why didn't you go over and play?" Lu Dingxiao smiled. "These are just activities for young people, just have fun." Tu Jing raised an eyebrow and said more bluntly, "Not interested." Zhang Fengao nodded, then suddenly thought, "By the way, where's Uncle Tu? Didn't he reunite with you?" Tu Jing and Lu Dingxiao exchanged glances, and Lu Dingxiao finally replied, "He had bad luck. He died in the defense of the base just now. No trace of his body was found. Although I'm heartbroken, survival games are cruel. It's also his fault that he wasn't as skilled as others. He was too weak." Zhang Fengao suddenly realized, "That's such a shame. We were so close to victory, but Uncle Tu fell in the darkness before dawn. But to die peacefully is a blessing now." Song Fuguang listened with a calm expression. Tu Guokong certainly couldn't have been killed by a mere pollutant, but as an outsider, he couldn't say how he died. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Please accept my condolences. Song Fuguang offered a soothing word. Lu Dingxiao smiled, "Thank you." Zhang Fengao also ordered a small sweet drink for the two of them, but just as the water was about to arrive, Zhang Fengao suddenly paused. Then, with a gloomy expression, she stared blankly in a certain direction outside. After what seemed like a long struggle, she finally hurriedly stood up. "I have to leave for a while, I'll be back soon." With that, she ignored the others' protests and ran out at full speed. Song Fuguang and Luo Jinchun followed her closely. Not only that, Song Fuguang activated his Sky Eye to keep a constant eye on them, to prevent them from getting into trouble. Zhang Fengao's heart pounded as she watched the two figures not far away. They were clearly her biological mother and brother, but as she approached them, she felt as if her feet had taken root. She was overwhelmed with emotions, a myriad of thoughts rising to her mind, yet she suppressed them fiercely. Weakly closing her eyes, Zhang Fengao took a deep breath and tried to appear calm as she walked over. She spoke softly, her throat clenched. "Mom." Wang Shuyu instinctively turned around, and upon seeing Zhang Fengao, her brows furrowed slightly, then quickly relaxed. "It's you. Mom, don't you want to see me?" Zhang Fengao felt a pang of pain in her heart. "Why aren't you happy to see me?" She then looked at her younger brother, who had been held by Wang Shuyu's hand. How blessed he must be! He had received all the love before he was even born. He had been pampered from the beginning to the end, and had never suffered a single hardship. But what about me? Does she have to give in to the other person in everything? Why, aren't they both her biological children? Zhang Fengao's breathing was a little ragged, his voice trembling. "Mom, I'm only on the server leaderboard, but why haven't you contacted me once in all this time? Don't you miss me? Don't you want me anymore?" Zhang Fengao's mood was clearly off, and with so many people around, Wang Shuyu didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so she explained, "Your brother was sick, and I was taking care of him, so you've forgotten you have a biological daughter, huh?" Zhang Fengao suddenly became agitated. "Why do you cherish him so much? What's so good about him? He's not as healthy as me, and he's not as good as me in academics." Zhang Fengao was devastated. "Why do you cherish a piece of shit so much? How am I inferior to him? Is it because I'm not a son that I can't carry on your husband's family line? But I'm the fertile one. I can carry on your genes, pass them down through the generations. Why are you clinging to a rooster that can't lay eggs, giving him all your motherly love? Do you know that a lowly, weak little rooster like him will only end up as feed for pullets in the slaughterhouse?" She spoke without restraint, and Wang Shuyu immediately rebuked her. "Zhang Fengao, he's your brother." "No, he's not. I deny it." Zhang Fengao's heart ached, tears welling in his eyes. "Mom, times have changed. The future for us female gamers is brighter. And stronger too. If you came to me today just to cause trouble with me," Wang Shuyu looked at her daughter coldly, "then please leave. You're strong and can already take care of yourself, but your brother is different. He's still young, and he needs me." Zhang Fengao couldn't help but burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. "I can take care of myself?" She gave him a cold, mocking smile. "Mom, have you forgotten that I'm only 14? Why do you think a 14-year-old girl can take care of herself?" Zhang Fengao looked at his brother with resentment. "You rather spend countless hours caring for a worthless person than—" A sudden, burning pain shot through his face. Zhang Fengao's face was slapped sideways, his hair disheveled. "Zhang Fengao, I'm warning you one last time. He's your biological brother." He's not. He's not. I deny it." Suppressed emotions suddenly surged, and Zhang Fengao unsheathed his rifle, pressing it against his brother's forehead. Wang Shuyu's eyes widened in horror. No, no! But she was greeted by 5 consecutive bursts of gunfire. When she looked over, her cherished son's face was covered in blood, a look of death beyond mortal endurance. The little boy slowly slid to the ground, the bullet hole in his forehead a horrifying sight. Wang Shuyu collapsed and screamed, Tianxi. Tianxi? Wake up! I'm your mother. She remained motionless. Zhang Fengao squatted down with a smile on his face, his expression both cruel and innocent. Mom, my brother is dead. What are you going to do? I'm your only child now. Wang Shuyu instinctively raised her hand. Zhang Fengao didn't stop her, but whispered, What? Are you going to kill me? But if you kill me, you won't have any children anymore. And Mom, can you beat me? Zhang Fengao stared at his mother quietly, a half-smile in his eyes, no trace of fear or guilt for killing his brother. Wang Shuyu suddenly felt a tingling sensation throughout her body, as if she had just met her daughter for the first time. You're a pervert. How could you be so cruel to a child? But weren't you also cruel to a child back then? Where were you when you threw me alone in the big house? When the nanny abused me and didn't give me food? If you can ignore my pain, then naturally I follow suit and ignore yours. Zhang Fengao smiled brightly. After all, I'm your biological daughter. I carry your genes and bloodline, so it's not surprising that I resemble you. What do you think, Mom? Wang Shuyu was speechless. She stared at Zhang Fengao blankly for a long moment before she spoke again. You achieved your goal. From now on, I consider everything for you and prioritize your interests. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and said, I think you're satisfied now. Zhang Fengao nodded. Yes, Mom. Thank you, Mom. I love you forever. She then took Wang Shuyu's hand. Come on, Mom. I take you to meet my friend. Wang Shuyu tried to pick up her son's body, but Zhang Fengao set her on fire, reducing her to ashes. In his rage, Zhang Fengao's supernatural powers surged, their power unleashed. Wang Shuyu's mouth opened at the sight, but in the end, she said nothing. She followed Zhang Fengao indifferently, not even glancing back at the dark ashes on the ground. She was already dead, so why turn back? Looking forward, doing her utmost to support her only daughter was her most important priority. Zhang Fengao returned to the sweet shop with a smile on her face. Then, under the gazes of the 4 people, she raised her hand, tightly clasped with Wang Shuyu's, and excitedly announced, Everyone, I found my mother. Chapter 58. Song Fuguang, who had been watching everything from beginning to end, remained silent. Seeing this, Luo Jinchun, like an autistic child, remained silent along with Song Fuguang. Tu Jing and Lu Dingxiao exchanged glances, and finally Lu Dingxiao spoke, Long time no see, you're here too. Yeah, I was thinking of bringing over to play. Wang Shuyu forced a smile and nodded, I didn't expect to see you here. Lu Dingxiao smiled, I stay with Jingjing. She came to support her friends, and I couldn't leave her alone. No matter how old my daughter is, she is still my daughter. I'd be worried if I didn't take care of her myself. Lu Dingxiao seemed to be making an indirect comment, and Wang Shuyu, feeling a little embarrassed, quickly changed the subject. Lu Dingxiao stopped there, and didn't say anything further. In her opinion, both Wang Wei and Zhang Fengao were inherently pitiful. One had truly lost his mother, while the other's mother was still there, yet it felt as if she had been lost. Lu Dingxiao couldn't tell which of the 2 children had suffered more. Zhang Fengao sat down, and considerately shared his sweet drink with Wang Shuyu. She smiled brightly, Mom, drink it. This bowl is clean. I haven't even had time to pick up my chopsticks yet. Wang Shuyu didn't refuse. She needed time to process her overwhelming thoughts and emotions. A quiet silence fell over the table, while the music behind them grew louder and more upbeat. The cheers and screams of the players, and the thumping of their drinks, made Wang Shuyu and Zhang Fengao feel even more uncomfortable. Song Fuguang was at ease, but not in a good mood. The old fox's depravity left her chest heavy, filled with an indescribable feeling. Song Fuguang was lost in thought, when Luo Jinchun's voice interrupted her. Want to go out for a walk? There are a lot of food stalls next door. Sure. Since he was just sitting there, his thoughts were scattered, so Song Fuguang readily agreed. Tu Jing said, I'm going to join my mom, so you guys go shopping. Zhang Fengao, upon hearing this, said, I finally got to reunite with my mom, and I want to catch up with her. She emphasized the last 3 words, and Wang Shuyu's heart trembled. She instinctively wanted to run away, but her mind controlled her. Zhang Fengao was her daughter, after all, and she longed for her love, so she certainly wouldn't treat her like her brother. After comforting herself, Wang Shuyu took the initiative to speak and said goodbye to everyone. After everyone left, Wang Shuyu adjusted her composure. Are you and your friends very close? Yes. Zhang Fenghao's voice was emotionless as he spoke. We fought side by side, and are friends who trust each other deeply. But your abilities are impressive. Both Song Fuguang and Tu Jing have established their own bases. Why don't you work hard? With your abilities, you could easily achieve what they did. Zhang Fenghao turned around and interrupted her. And with your abilities, Mom, you could easily establish your own career and carve out a niche for yourself. But in the end, why do you still rely on others and plan for them? Are you not doing it because you lack the ability? Wang Shuyu was speechless. Zhang Fenghao pressed, or are you subconsciously feeling inferior, believing you can't succeed? The system has already enhanced your attributes. Why are you sacrificing your own development and potential to take care of that loser? Don't you think he's a burden to you? Enough. Wang Shuyu took a deep breath. He's dead? Don't mention him anymore. Zhang Fenghao smiled. Okay, but I still want to say this. If you had placed your bet on me earlier, I would have helped you succeed. But now, Mom, you can only rely on yourself. Wang Shuyu frowned. What do you mean? I don't need you to think about everything for me. I'm not that loser. Zhang Fenghao stared at Wang Shuyu in amazement. You missed me when I needed you most, and your compensation is too late. I don't need you anymore. Wang Shuyu's frown deepened. So what? I once longed for your love and your apology, but when I had the chance to receive them, I realized you no longer had any influence on me. Whether you love me or apologize for what happened in the past, it doesn't matter anymore. Zhang Fenghao said from the bottom of his heart, your son is dead, and your daughter doesn't need you anymore, so go. You can continue to cling to other men, or do anything else. But if... She paused, her tone turning cold. If you dare to attack Song Fuguang and sister Tu Jing, I will personally take your life. Just like killing that piece of trash. Mom, don't be so optimistic, and don't try to challenge my boundaries. After saying that, Zhang Fenghao turned and left without hesitation. How could he possibly reconcile with a murderer? If he and Wang Shuyu were happily together, what would become of sister Wang Wei? How would she feel? Her mother was dead, but her mother's murderer was still alive and well. If she had foreseen this, how painful and distressing would she be? So Zhang Fenghao would never do such a thing. Zhang Fenghao would never hurt Wang Wei. Wang Shuyu stared blankly at the resolute, small figure, suddenly lost in thought. There was no news of her husband, her son was dead, and her daughter had abandoned her. Where would she go next? The world was so vast, but she suddenly felt like a floating duckweed, drifting aimlessly with no fixed place. Song Fuguang withdrew his attention from Zhang Fenghao and nodded with satisfaction. She still has some conscience. What's wrong? Luo Jinchun asked. After briefly recounting the incident, Luo Jinchun laughed. She may be young, but her values are positive. After saying this, Luo Jinchun changed the subject. Actually, I have something else to ask you. Song Fuguang raised an eyebrow. What? Do you think you could become a pollutant? Luo Jinchun closely watched Song Fuguang's reactions and facial expressions, trying to discern whether she was lying. Impossible. Song Fuguang denied without hesitation. Even if all of you became corrupted, I couldn't. Here, Song Fuguang paused. Unless I'm forced to join the pollutant camp. Just like the time she and the old fox faced a crisis at the border, who would want to become one of those deviant creatures if they had no other choice? Luo Jinchun blinked. I also don't think you become a fallen one. But Zhang Fenghao might not be. Song Fuguang agreed wholeheartedly. With Wang Yu in front and Wang Shuyu behind, anyone could very well deal her a fatal blow one day, so... Next, we need to keep a close eye on her. Who? Zhang Fenghao's furry little head suddenly leaned over, and she pricked up her ears to observe. Listen, who are you going to keep an eye on next? Song Fuguang crossed his arms. You? Why me? I'm not doing anything bad. She couldn't help but mutter, you're being too suspicious. Really? Luo Jinchun curled his lips. We all agree that you have the potential to become a fallen. Zhang Fenghao, huh? Is it that obvious? She scratched her head. I thought I was acting strong. Song Fuguang shrugged, and Luo Jinchun also had an indescribable expression. After a while, Zhang Fenghao lowered his head. I miss sister Wang Wei. If she were here, I wouldn't be so lost. Speaking of Wang Wei, Song Fuguang missed her terribly. I don't know when I see her again. She's been trained by teacher Qin for so long, her strength must have improved tremendously, right? So, do you think she could predict that we're thinking about her right now? Zhang Fenghao's eyes lit up. Who knows? Instead of dwelling on those trivial matters, why not have a good meal? Song Fuguang's voice drifted over. I have a feeling our days ahead won't be easy. Zhang Fengao chased after him in surprise. How did you know? Someone on the forum posted that they found poisonous mosquitoes in the wild. Players bitten by them will develop a persistent high fever and have difficulty breathing, and in severe cases, they can even die. Right now, the poisonous mosquitoes are only in the wild, but experts estimate they soon enter service areas or bases and indiscriminately attack all players. This is devastating. We finally had a peaceful day. Zhang Fengao muttered as he reported the forum information. The pounding music behind him created a uniquely warm and peaceful atmosphere. The number of poisonous mosquitoes wasn't high today, so even though some players on the forum had cautiously issued warnings, many didn't take them seriously. Even if they were more poisonous, could they kill people? Besides, it takes time for the mosquitoes to fly over. After a tiring day yesterday, let's relax today. Mosquitoes can't be as numerous as pollutants, right? With this nonchalant attitude, many players indulged in a brief moment of indulgence. Song Fuguang took this to heart and immediately instructed his housekeeper to make the necessary pest control and epidemic prevention preparations. Now that the base had been upgraded and more players had joined, the base's wealth had also increased. Upon Song Fuguang's order, the housekeeper immediately built a hospital. Song Fuguang's system dashboard now displayed Base Level, Level 2. Base Commander, Song Fuguang. Deputy Commanders, Wang Wei, Zhang Fengao, Luo Jinchun. Official Residence, 39,172. Temporary Residence, 261,934. Wealth Balance, 20,913,800. Base Buildings, 1 Mission Hall, 1 Underground Shelter, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors, 50 residential buildings, 33rd floor, 10 canteens, 1 hospital, 1 maglev train station, 2 supermarkets, 5 disinfection and epidemic prevention stations. The base's major upgrade not only improved its infrastructure, but also significantly increased its number. Some players, noticing the changes in the base, felt a little more prepared and stockpiled various supplies at the supermarket in advance, just in case. But most were still immersed in the concert, briefly forgetting their pain and fatigue. The lights in the base were ablaze tonight. Song Fuguang, Luo Jinchun, and Zhang Fengao ate their way from street to street. Finally, as the clock struck midnight, they heard the familiar mechanical voice again. Server-wide announcement. Players who have completed the new semester assessment tasks, please prepare in advance and pack your luggage. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock sharp, a train will take you to the new map. Server-wide announcement. Players who have completed the new semester assessment tasks, please prepare in advance and pack your luggage. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock sharp, a train will take you to the new map. Server-wide announcement. Players who have completed the new semester assessment tasks, please prepare in advance and pack your luggage. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock sharp, a train will take you to the new map. Server-wide announcement. Players who have completed the new semester assessment tasks, please prepare in advance and pack your luggage. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock sharp, a train will take you to the new map. Chapter 59. Where are we going? Zhang Fengao asked subconsciously. After a moment, she answered herself, Borderland? Or the City of Angels? The latter would be great. If it were the latter, she would be able to see Wang Wei. Song Fuguang shook his head, time to go back and rest. No matter where they went, entering the new map tomorrow meant a tough battle. Their team gradually dwindled from 6 to 5, then 4. They couldn't go any smaller, any fewer, and it would be no different from fighting alone. Thinking of the old fox, Song Fuguang still felt a mixture of emotions. Regret, and resentment for arriving too late. Okay, I go back to sleep right away. With the possibility of seeing Wang Wei, Zhang Fengao couldn't be more obedient. She sprinted back, saying, Hurry up and follow. Luo Jinchun replied indifferently, Oh. Many people had completed their new semester assessments. After returning to their rooms to wash up, Song Fuguang stared at the forum interface for a while. There were at least 1 million people. Will so many people be sent directly to the border to kill the pollutants? But wouldn't it be a death wish for untrained players to enter the battlefield? Song Fuguang couldn't figure out the system's intentions, and could only close her eyes and force herself to rest. After all, once she entered the battlefield, time was no longer hers. She slept well, but Zhang Fengao, on the other hand, had dark circles under his eyes. Song Fuguang's gaze fell on her face. You didn't sleep last night? I did. Zhang Fengao said sheepishly, I just stayed up a little late. The thought of seeing Wang Wei soon filled her with emotion, and she was so excited that she couldn't sleep. Song Fuguang glanced at her with a half smile, then quickly ate his breakfast. Zhang Fengao, not wanting to be outdone, also devoured his food with hearty mouthfuls. Tu Jing, Lu Dingxiao, Su Yanxiao, He Mingyao, and the others were still inside the base. After a few quick greetings, Song Fuguang asked them, "Have you made all your arrangements?" Yes, they nodded. As long as there aren't any particularly serious problems, those of us left behind can handle them. That's good. Song Fuguang thought for a moment. Su Yanxiao and Tu Jing wouldn't harm him or launch a surprise attack, but He Qingde was a different matter. What if he suddenly went berserk and attacked him? I wonder how well I developed these past few days, your retribution. Zhang Fengao had already received her modified vehicle via system email. She had had a blast using it during the battle the night before, repeatedly praising the flying tires. Combining flight with her fire abilities made her a truly effective tool for dealing with ordinary pollutants. She was eager to try, looking forward to the arduous battle that lay ahead. At 8 o'clock sharp, the maglev train arrived on time. Zhang Fengao was about to board when a uniformed attendant stopped her. Sorry, each player has a different train to board. Please wait for the player whose name is called before boarding my train. Song Fuguang, Tu Jing, Luo Jinchun, Zhang Fengao, Su Yanxiao, please board. Lu Dixao, He Mingyao, Li Xiao. Wang Ye, please board this train. Tu Jing and Lu Dixao, along with Su Yanxiao and He Mingyao, were separated. Song Fuguang looked over, and they both looked relatively calm. If you need anything, contact us online. After a nod, the two groups boarded their respective trains. The two maglev trains weren't large, and after a few people entered, there was room, but no other players were allowed to enter. Song Fuguang's mind raced for a moment as the train began to move. Instantly, the surroundings grew blurry, hazy, and indistinct. This immediately put an end to Song Fuguang's attempts to peer into the game map. Not only that, from her seat in the front row, Song Fuguang saw the same teleportation circles Qin Mian had seen. She felt them enter one teleportation circle after another until, half an hour later, the train came to a steady stop and landed on the ground. Players, we reached our destination. Please disembark. Song Fuguang looked outside. This was a small station, but the only train currently inside was the one they were on. Their destination was different from the other players and trains. Zhang Fengao was the first to stand up. After getting off, she glanced around. How high-end. This place felt like a cyber world depicted by AI, brimming with technology. The cold metal buildings, the exaggerated architectural design, and the boundless ocean below. Every frame told the player that this was a place far more advanced than the newbie village. After the 5 people disembarked, the maglev train whizzed away. Zhang Fengao's eyes widened. It just abandoned us like that. If it doesn't tell us where we're going, where are we supposed to go? We can't just wander around here forever, can we? Song Fuguang considered for a moment, then stealthily opened her sky eye. But a moment later, a sense of crisis overtook her, and she quickly closed it. In just a few seconds, she had already sensed countless higher-level psychic light clusters. Higher-level beings are not only more powerful, but also more perceptive. If Song Fuguang hadn't slipped away quickly, she would have likely been spotted by her master by now. Thinking of this, Song Fuguang's expression became serious. The natives here have much higher psychic levels than us. If a conflict breaks out, even the combined forces of us wouldn't be a match for them. Then proceed with caution. After Tu Jing finished speaking, Su Yanxiao continued, let's go out and see what's out there. Maybe someone came to pick us up, but they're late, or they're trying to observe us secretly, and didn't show up right away. She analyzed, let's just walk around nearby and don't stray too far. Zhang Fengao agreed. She was incredibly curious about this new world. No wonder everyone wants to be the boss. Life is truly wonderful. She gazed enviously at the various aircraft in the sky. No danger, no fighting, and there's a dedicated attendant every day. She began to grit her teeth. Although my life wasn't much better before, it wasn't as precarious as it is now. I hate them. I really want to burn them all to ashes. If it weren't for these bosses, she wouldn't have been forced to separate from Wang Wei, not even knowing whether she was alive or dead. Forget it. Luo Jinchun kindly told her to face reality. You're trying to kill people with that little spark of fire. Zhang Fengao lunged forward with his fangs bared. Luo Jinchun nimbly jumped out of the way, leaving Zhang Fengao empty-handed. Before he could say anything, a voice rang out from next door. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Song Fuguang turned to look. The man was neatly dressed, the fabric of his clothes unusual. Even without knowing the material, one could tell it was expensive. Zhang Fengao was furious. What's it to you? Are you crazy? Are we standing here in your way? You're such a jerk. You knew we were country folk standing here, yet you still insisted on coming over to chat with us. Zhang Fengao sneered. Hey man, you're just trying to get our attention, aren't you? But you succeeded now. You managed to get our attention. The man speaking jumped up and was about to curse, but Song Fuguang stared at him for a moment and suddenly asked, Isn't that a cheap suit you're wearing? Of course. The man immediately corrected himself. This is the latest combat uniform, worth millions. Song Fuguang suddenly realized, and then, without warning, made a move. Grab it. She started, and Luo Jinchun immediately followed. The two men quickly stripped the other's combat uniform. The man tried to fight back, but was horrified to discover that not only was he unable to use his powers, he had lost all of them. He screamed, What the hell did you do to me? I'm calling the police. I'm going to put you all in jail. For life. So noisy. Luo Jinchun released a piranha plant, swallowing the man whole. Then he cautiously asked, There shouldn't be any surveillance here, right? Song Fuguang thought for a moment and said, It's not a big deal. If anything goes wrong, Teacher Qin will definitely help us. Tu Jing and Su Yanxiao, watching all this, said, Su Yanxiao couldn't help but ask Tu Jing, Have they always been this overbearing? Yeah. Tu Jing nodded, her voice elusive. You get used to it. After all, they were his sisters. He couldn't hit or scold her. What else could they do besides go along with him and become his accomplices? After all, that man was truly disgusting. Su Yanxiao suddenly realized, okay. After a moment, she continued, It would be great if we had a few more of these clueless people. We each have a set of combat uniforms, and maybe we even have some left over for the novice village. Su Yanxiao's words invigorated Zhang Fengao. If the mountain doesn't see me, I go see it myself. Let's go! There are so many arrogant people here. I don't believe I can't snatch 5 sets. She was about to leave, when someone suddenly grabbed her collar. She turned around and saw Song Fuguang. Zhang Fengao opened her mouth. Why are you pulling me? Song Fuguang, Tu Jing, Luo Jinchun, Zhang Fengao, Su Yanxiao, right? Yes. Su Yanxiao smiled at the strange woman. Are you here to pick us up? The woman nodded slightly. Yes, please get in with me. She pointed to the maglev train parked behind her. Admiral Qin Mian sent me to take you to meet your classmate, Wang Wei. Sister Wang Wei? Zhang Fengao suddenly became excited. Okay, let's go. She couldn't wait to see Wang Wei. After boarding the train, Zhang Fengao couldn't stop imagining the scene of her reunion with Wang Wei. I wonder if she's lost weight, if she's gotten stronger, if her hair has grown longer, if she still remembers me, if she misses me. She kept mumbling, and even though it was just a few words repeated over and over, her anxiety and nervousness were palpable. Song Fuguang propped his head up, becoming even more determined to keep a close eye on Zhang Fengao. This player was currently the most likely to become a fallen. The maglev train didn't travel long, and soon, the 5 of them arrived at a place resembling a training base. Led by the woman, they successfully entered the room. She explained, Wait a moment, Wang Wei will be out soon. Zhang Fengao responded repeatedly, Okay, thank you. The woman smiled, then turned and left. Song Fuguang found a chair and sat down. Tu Jing, Su Yanxiao, and Luo Jinchun followed suit. About 10 minutes later, there was a noise at the door. Looking up, they quickly caught sight of a figure with white hair and a wrinkled face, sitting in a wheelchair. Zhang Fengao was stunned, unable to accept the reality. She stared blankly at him for half a minute, then her nose felt sore, her eyes reddened, and she burst into tears, rushing over. Sister Wang Wei, how did you become like this? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I should have stopped you that day. If I had persisted a little longer, even if Qin Mian had beaten me to death, I would have stopped you. You wouldn't have been ruined like this by that hateful woman, Qin Mian. Zhang Fengao burst into tears. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I didn't protect you well enough. The white-haired old man remained silent, and Song Fuguang sat down unconsciously. He straightened up. Is this really Wang Wei? That's impossible, right? How could someone who was perfectly fine become like this after less than 2 weeks apart? Song Fuguang frowned, but before he could comprehend the situation, Qin Mian's speechless voice echoed faintly from behind. Zhang Fengao, why are you hugging my teacher and weeping? Zhang Fengao was stunned and turned back sobbingly. Your teacher? Nonsense. Or your teacher? Qin Mian, seemingly unable to bear it any longer, raised his hand and pointed steadily in another direction. Your dear sister is over there. Chapter 60. At the sound, everyone looked in the direction Qin Mian pointed. There, Wang Wei, dressed in a silver combat uniform, her long hair tied low in a ponytail, not a single strand of hair fraying her face, looked decisive and swift. She was leaning against the doorway, her arms folded, silently watching Zhang Fenghao's embarrassment. Zhang Fenghao's face flushed as he realized what was happening. She frantically wiped away the tears and sprinted towards Wang Wei. Sister, you're okay. That's great. I thought you'd been tortured into an old woman after not seeing you for a few days. You don't know how I saw you become an old woman just now. Heartbroken, he could barely breathe. At that moment, Zhang Fenghao even considered how to destroy the world. Thankfully, it was all a misunderstanding. Her most cherished sister, Wang Wei, was fine unharmed. Wang Wei was held tightly by Zhang Fenghao. She tried to push away but failed. Just then, Song Fuguang, unnoticed, approached and slapped her hard. You really scared me to death. Song Fuguang breathed a sigh of relief, not letting on too much emotion. I'm glad you're okay. Tu Jing also joked, I thought you were forcing things, overdrawing your body and health in pursuit of greater strength. Wang Wei pursed her lips and said unhappily, I'm not stupid. Yes, sister, you're the smartest, Zhang Fenghao said, his head held high. Wang Wei glanced down at her twice, then pulled her away from him with a cold expression. All right, everyone, calm down and listen to what Teacher Qin has to say next. Qin Mian finally caught everyone's attention. He looked at them with a half smile. No special arrangements. Just stay in the training room for the next few days and train. If you fail, practice 10 more times until you pass. Zhang Fenghao cried out, unable to wipe away tears. Isn't the teacher too cruel? Qin Mian glared at them. Either die in the training room or die at the hands of the pollutants. Your choice. Zhang Fenghao didn't dare to speak again. Song Fuguang asked, what about the other players who didn't ride the maglev train? They might faced with mosquitoes and diseases. Everyone has their own path to take. Qin Mian said calmly, will they no longer have to face those things if you return? This is a survival game, not childish play. If you can't hold on, you die. Death is the end of everything. Qin Mian said calmly, if you stay here and train honestly, becoming stronger, perhaps you can be of some small help to them. After saying this, she looked at Wang Wei and said, I leave it to you. Wang Wei nodded, and Qin Mian walked over, pushed his teacher, who had caused the misunderstanding, away, and disappeared without a trace. Without Qin Mian, Zhang Fenghao relaxed instantly and quickly asked, Sister Wang Wei, how have you been lately? I miss you so much. I miss you so much every day that I can't eat or sleep. My dreams are filled with you. Wang Wei, fine. Wang Wei remained indifferent, then turned her gaze to the others. Let me first tell you about the current situation. Repeatedly ignored and snubbed, Zhang Fenghao's expression remained unchanged, but secretly, her heart threatened to shatter into pieces. She lowered her eyelashes slightly, realizing at that moment that she still hadn't forgiven him. Wang Wei hadn't forgiven Wang Shuyu, nor had she forgiven herself. The tenderness and concern she had occasionally shown him was simply because she was naturally gentle and kind. Even if it were another stranger, she would still be the same. Zhang Fenghao silently stepped back. Should he distance himself from her? Or disappear from her sight completely? Every time she looked at him, would she be reminded of her own mother, the one who had driven her mother to her death? When she looked at him, did she always feel heartache for her mother, filled with resentment and injustice? Zhang Fenghao was confused. Luo Jinchun noticed the change in Zhang Fenghao's mood and quietly moved past Song Fuguang to stand before him. Sensing the other person's scrutiny, Zhang Fenghao forced a strong smile. What's wrong? I'm keeping you company. Luo Jinchun said bluntly. You look off. Zhang Fenghao was stunned. How could I? I'm just too happy. She feigned composure. I reunited with Sister Wang Wei. What could be wrong with me? After a pause, Zhang Fenghao continued, even if I'm off, it's probably just because I resent the bright moon hanging high in the sky, but it doesn't shine on me. Luo Jinchun nodded. That's what's wrong. I suspect you turn your love into hate. Zhang Fenghao, I'm not that Yandera or gloomy, don't worry. Hearing this reason, Zhang Fenghao actually breathed a sigh of relief. Even if I hate the whole world, I can't hate her. Luo Jinchun still didn't believe her. She stood firmly beside Zhang Fenghao. We already lost the old fox. We can't lose you again. The mention of the old fox made both Zhang Fenghao and Luo Jinchun feel heavy-hearted. I wonder how she's doing now that she's become a fallen. Will she lose her memory, or completely forget everything that happened before? Or will she be bullied by other high-level pollutants? Can a skinny little girl like her survive among the pollutants? Wang Wei got down to business. The training ground here simulates the environment of the border. All you have to do is deal with different pollutants every day. Of course, in this simulated environment, pollutants can use their powers, but we can't. We can only use our bodies to fight them and defeat them. When we can defeat the pollutants with our physical bodies alone, we be considered qualified. If you train diligently, your combat skills and awareness will improve rapidly. The time in the simulation is random, switching between day and night at irregular intervals, so don't rely on your common sense, it's useless. In the simulation, you switch to team mode only after passing individual mode. After passing both individual and team modes, you be immediately sent to the border. So, time is running out for everyone. Song Fuguang listened. Have you been to the border? Yes, Wang Wei said cryptically, but the border isn't something you should be thinking about right now. First, improve your performance and lay a solid foundation. If there are no further questions, we can begin now. Tu Jing looked at her, then at Su Yanxiao. Shall we go? Su Yanxiao had no objection. Okay. Song Fuguang had no further questions, but before leaving, she suddenly remembered. Is there a signal inside? No. Wang Wei smiled. That's a hell of a prison sentence. Zhang Fengao was a little overwhelmed, but he didn't dare to resist Wang Wei, so he could only obediently follow Tu Jing to the training room. Song Fuguang stared at Wang Wei for a moment, then said nothing. He and Luo Jinchun left side by side. Wang Wei watched the other slowly disappear, the emotion in her eyes unreadable and unpredictable. The training room was spacious, about the size of a football field. Song Fuguang entered and closed the door. Before he could turn around, a mechanical voice rang out. Training ready. Training begins. The next second, the pollutants surged over and immediately launched their attack. Because it was virtual mode, so Song Fuguang couldn't use her powers to scan for the enemy's presence. She was instantly beaten and screamed. Some powers plunged her into a drenched state, others made her feel as if she were trapped in an icy cellar, and still others made her feel as if she were in a flaming mountain. The high-ranking official's powers were so varied that Song Fuguang nearly lost half her life. Relying solely on physical combat, isn't that just accepting a beating? When you get used to being beaten, when the pain is gone, you have the opportunity to fight back. Despite her complaints, Song Fuguang still pulled out the dark light and, regardless of anything else, started stringing a bunch of candied haws. The dark light flew out, and the pollutants it hit instantly vanished into thin air. But before Song Fuguang could catch her breath, new pollutants quickly arrived, their numbers only increasing. Song Fuguang's eyes froze slightly. Since she wasn't going to die, she'd just wait and see how much her strength would improve. She quickly adjusted her breathing rhythm, found the pollutants' flaws, and without hesitation, launched a counterattack, hitting the target. In the training room next door, Luo Jinchun, Tu Jing, and Su Yanxiao were gradually adapting to the rhythm. Only Zhang Fengao was dazed. Why isn't my ability improving? I've been working so hard. Her ability level had increased, but its power hadn't changed much. This left her confused and panicked. If she continued to be so useless, unable to keep up with the others, what would be her fate? What would Sister Wang Wei think of her? Would they think she wasn't working hard enough? Not serious enough? Zhang Fengao's mind was in a tizzy, with all sorts of worries constantly swirling through her consciousness. The pollutants pummeled her, and she wanted to escape the training room as soon as possible. But she couldn't. She couldn't escape. She had to bravely face herself and break through. Emerging from the cocoon and reborn from the ashes, she could do it. Qin Mian sat leisurely in the monitoring room. Beside her, the white-haired old woman smiled and asked, "Is this the person you've been looking for who can break the impasse? Teacher, haven't you witnessed Wang Yue's abilities?" Qin Mian tilted his head. "Even if you don't believe me, you should believe Wang Wei." The old woman blinked. "I do believe in her. I hope these people won't let me down in the end. I can't wait any longer. It will speed up the process." Qin Mian replied calmly, "We already waited so long. We don't care about a little while. Isn't that right, teacher?" The old lady chuckled. "That's right. We will definitely win." Song Fuguang struggled to get her first passing score. After she emerged exhausted from the training room, Wang Wei took her directly to a room in the next building. The room had everything she needed. She checked the time. It was noon, perfect for a bite to eat and a nap. After a quick wash, Song Fuguang finished her lunch and a few bites and fell asleep. She was sound asleep when she suddenly felt something approach her. She reflexively opened her eyes, and a magnified version of Wang Yue's face appeared before her. Get up. Go kill someone. Song Fuguang, ? Wen Zhuqing, Angel City's treasurer, is currently on a mission. 1. Song Fuguang sat up. What's his relationship to Wen Qi? Wang Wei. He's Wen Qi's great-grandfather, managing Angel City's vast wealth. Kill him. We need his money to fund military expenses. Song Fuguang pondered for a moment. Is that what Teacher Qing meant? Pretty much. Wang Wei said calmly, the Wen family has been corrupt for generations, controlling almost 80% of Angel City's finances. Because of the Wen family, the border soldiers' expenses are being withheld. I understand. Song Fuguang interrupted Wang Wei. The player was about to be sent to the border, so the Wen family's withholding of military funds was effectively withholding the player's rewards. Song Fuguang would definitely not let such a person off the hook. She asked excitedly, how? With my hands? Song Fuguang, Wang Wei smiled. You know the methods of killing him better than I do, don't you? Come on, get up and pack, it's time to leave. Just the two of us? Song Fuguang asked as he put on his shoes. Can we do it? What if he has bodyguards or something? Not the two of us. Wang Wei paused, staring deeply at her. It's you. This operation, it's just you. Song Fuguang, huh? Chapter 61. Song Fuguang lurked by the roadside, racking her brains to figure out why she boarded Wang Yue's pirate ship. Asking a level 3 novice to take on a boss alone, what's the difference between that and willingly committing suicide? But Wang Wei wasn't worried about her. She simply said, cryptically, we see what happens. You know what to do when the time comes. What else could Song Fuguang say? She obediently took the maglev train to the address Wang Wei had given her, then disguised herself as a perfectly ordinary, seemingly harmless beggar, waiting for the show to unfold. She waited for about an entire afternoon. At 6 o'clock, as night fell, a luxurious airship rapidly approached in the distant sky. Song Fuguang perked up. Was this the right time? Just as the thought crossed her mind, the airship was instantly struck, most of its hull ablaze, and it plummeted downward. But soon, several darker black specks shot out from inside, and quickly fled in all directions. Song Fuguang calmly activated her clairvoyance to scan the opponent's supernatural powers. She couldn't deprive them of their abilities at such a distance. She had to close the gap first. As if someone had heard her thoughts, the black dots quickly scurried towards Song Fuguang. Song Fuguang glanced over and saw pursuers relentlessly pursuing them, herding them like ducks in a row. Song Fuguang made no rash moves. She remained perfectly concealed in the darkness, waiting to be the victorious omen. The two groups had already begun to clash, their supernatural powers and high-tech weaponry radiating a brilliant light. This area, far from Angel City, was merely a desolate suburb, devoid of other humans, making the battle in the sky all the more exciting. Song Fuguang stared intently, unable to discern which one was Wen Zhuqing. She planned to wait until both were equally wounded before wiping them out. It would be better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to spare one. But what if the other group was Qin Mian's? Song Fuguang propped her cheek up. It seemed her good teacher was also a complete idiot. Song Fuguang watched for the better part of an hour. By then, the remaining two groups had descended very close to her. Song Fuguang narrowed her eyes slightly, using the faint light from the battle to quickly identify the white-haired old man among them. This must be Wen Zhuqing. Having confirmed her target, Song Fuguang activated her supernatural power without hesitation, first neatly imprisoning Wen Zhuqing's power. But he quickly broke free. Meanwhile, Wen Zhuqing glanced around in disbelief. Who's attacking? Oh no! Song Fuguang frowned. Wen Zhuqing's superpower level was higher than his own, and his own blocking skills were nearly useless against him. However, Song Fuguang quickly activated a second blocking attack, swiftly and ruthlessly gouging out the superpower seed within him. If one doesn't work, try a second time. If the second doesn't work, try a third time. Sensing danger, Wen Zhuqing attacked again without a word. He indiscriminately bombarded everyone around him, a wave of panic rising within him. Without his superpowers, what would he have left in this world? By then, the enemies he offended over the years would be ready to devour him alive. So he couldn't stay here, he had to leave. There's a trap here, and there's a trap and a net set specifically for him. Wen Zhuqing began to retreat frantically. Song Fuguang's brow furrowed, determined not to let him escape. She and Wen Zhuqing engaged in a secret struggle, her powerful tentacles entwining the supernatural seed within her body like daughter, patiently peeling it away bit by bit. Feeling the seed loosen, Song Fuguang had no time to catch her breath. when Zhu Qing had gone mad, willing to endure a fierce attack to escape. He was certain someone was trying to make his life miserable today, and that person wasn't anyone currently fighting him. He had no way of finding that person in the darkness, so he could only flee. But the others wouldn't let him have his way. They attacked him like a pack of mad dogs, their faces determined to die. When Zhu Qing was nearly pissed off, but he feigned composure, even resorting to enlisting his trusted confidants to shield him from the attacks and delay the enemy's retreat. Stop them. I compensate your families generously, giving them a hefty sum to ensure they have food and clothing for the rest of their lives. The subordinates, already resentful, paused involuntarily upon hearing this. They stared at each other for a moment, then charged the enemy without hesitation. Aren't they risking their lives and toiling away on this kind of work just to give their families a better life? Since there's an opportunity to fulfill their wish, why hesitate? As soon as they moved, a female voice rang out. Whether your master survives or not is uncertain, but you will definitely not receive your compensation. Because? When Zhu Qing must die today. Song Fuguang paused as he peeled the superpower seed. What did that mean? Wasn't this Qin Mian's man? Wang Wei had asked him to come here just to take advantage of a bargain. Since when Zhu Qing was going to die anyway, why not let him absorb his superpowers to increase his strength? Wang Wei had clearly guessed his upgrade method. Song Fuguang pursed his lips. Now wasn't the time to dwell on this. She carefully observed her surroundings to make sure no one noticed her, then stealthily pursued Wen Zhu Qing. Since Wang Wei was so earnest, she couldn't let his kindness go to waste. When Zhu Qing had already been injured in the fight, and his unstable superpowers had significantly reduced his strength, he fled in panic, but for Song Fuguang, who was at his peak, chasing him wasn't a problem. She and Wen Zhu Qing left the killer behind and ran towards the sky, one in front of the other. Almost there, almost there. They both thought silently. When Zhu Qing was nearing Angel City, and Song Fuguang was about to strip him of his supernatural powers. Suddenly, both of them rejoiced. Just as when Zhu Qing was about to enter Angel City territory, Song Fuguang swiftly and ruthlessly ripped the supernatural seed from his body, quickly pulled it close, and swallowed it whole. A surge of energy instantly surged through his body, causing Song Fuguang to feel dizzy. Without even a moment to process it, he quickly retrieved his tricycle and fled. The pursuers surged forward from behind. The woman leading them effortlessly killed Wen Zhu Qing, her eyes fixed on Song Fuguang's direction. Go! Song Fuguang had become prey. Realizing this, Song Fuguang dared not delay and immediately hid in an urban area. Her powers hadn't yet been digested, and her attribute points hadn't increased. With her current strength, she couldn't handle so many enemies simultaneously. She tried to minimize her presence, like a small mouse slinking through the darkness, trying her best to avoid being detected by her predators. But the enemy's detectors were more advanced, and they quickly tracked Song Fuguang down. Seeing a blurry figure approaching, Song Fuguang didn't hesitate and quickly launched herself into a flight towards the more complex buildings. With the buildings providing protection, the enemy wouldn't be able to catch her for a while. As she pondered this, a figure suddenly appeared before her. Song Fuguang paused, then without hesitation, grabbed the man and engaged him in a struggle. Before she acted, she clearly saw the look of surprise on his face. Song Fuguang was confused, but she had no time to dwell on it. The man behind her had already caught up, and she had to quickly dispatch him. In 3 rounds, Song Fuguang easily defeated him. She thoughtfully sensed the psychic power within her, then unleashed her mental force without hesitation to attack the brains of the men behind her. As expected, their steps paused for a moment. Something was going to happen. Powerful mental power could also attack humans. Given this, Song Fuguang's chances of success were high. After peeling the psychic seed from the corpse, Song Fuguang swallowed it again and continued his escape. But before long, another cannon fodder was delivered to Song Fuguang. Song Fuguang didn't hesitate. With his sword in hand, he took another deep breath. Suddenly, things became simpler. Now, with only one person chasing her, Song Fuguang slowly stopped after escaping to a relatively safe area. She turned back, her gaze fixed on the woman who had slowly approached. The other woman attacked without a word. Unwilling to be outdone, Song Fuguang pressed forward, quickly engaging in combat. The other woman was unarmed. As for why, Song Fuguang flashed a dark light in his hand, instantly sending her flying over 10 meters. Song Fuguang pressed on, his attack fierce and devastating. The woman, clad in combat fatigues, her face obscured, struggled until she was completely powerless and subdued by Song Fuguang. He then ripped the helmet off her head. Have you had enough, old fox? Zheng Xianya's face was forced to reveal itself, hazy in the darkness, making it difficult to discern clearly. Zhang Xianyao was stunned for a moment when her real name was suddenly called, then she laughed. I thought you'd forgotten about me, the Fallen. After saying this, she took advantage of Song Fuguang's moment of letdown and leaped to her feet, placing her weapon against his neck. Long time no see, Fuguang. Song Fuguang remained motionless, staring at her intently. Zhang Xianyao held him tightly. I didn't expect to run into you in Angel City, but now that I have, your fate tonight is sealed. Whether it's the pollutant or the Fallen, they're irreconcilable with you players. Zhang Xianyao paced slowly beside her, irritating Song Fuguang. He easily shook off her weapon and then restrained her. You're so annoying now. I still prefer the old you. Zhang Xianyao was silent for a moment. I'm not the same person anymore. Why? Are you no longer called Old Fox or Zhang Xianyao? Song Fuguang lowered his voice. If that's not you, then why did you send your teammates to me? I wanted them to kill you. Zhang Xianyao spoke calmly. It's a pity they were inferior in skill, and all perished under your dark light. Song Fuguang laughed. Your mission failed, won't you be punished? I killed Wen Zhuqing. What punishment can I offer? As for my teammates, I told you, they were inferior in skill. Zhang Xianyao explained calmly, her expression infuriating, causing Song Fuguang to grit his teeth. Song Fuguang finally raised his fist. If you keep looking like this, I bring Zhang Fengao, Luo Jinchun, Wang Wei, and Tu Jing over and give you a good beating. Zhang Xianyao, She fell silent for a rare moment, and Song Fuguang took the opportunity to inquire, how did you become a Fallen? Who lured you into becoming one? The pollutant who pretended to be your grandmother? Where did you go after becoming a Fallen? The border? Or somewhere else? What are the differences between becoming a Fallen and being a player? For example, the system. For example, the main questline? Or? Zhang Xianyao looked up and interrupted her, half smiled. You're asking so many questions at once. Which one do you want me to answer? And why do you think I tell you the answers to all your questions? Zhang Xianyao said coldly, Song Fuguang, I'm no longer your teammate. Please accept reality and stop dwelling on the past. Song Fuguang didn't rush to refute her. She stared at Zhang Xianyao through the dim light for a moment before abruptly speaking, I miss you so much. Chapter 62. Zhang Xianyao was stunned, reflexively turning her head away, not daring to meet Song Fuguang's gaze. Miss me? Zhang Xianyao chuckled, her words tinged with sarcasm. I'm a Fallen. If other players knew you, you'd be banished to my side. You're concerned about me. Song Fuguang interrupted her. Zhang Xianyao paused. I don't understand what you're talking about. You clearly miss me so much. Why are you pretending to be so dead? Song Fuguang folded his arms and stared at her with a piercing gaze. If you don't care about me, how can you put yourself in my shoes? And you just sent your teammates to me, wasn't it so I could kill them and improve my strength? Zhang Xianyao, I don't believe that becoming a Fallen changes one's character and morality. You're still the same old fox. Isn't that right? Zhang Xianyao was speechless. If you insist on thinking that, then I have nothing to say. Song Fuguang, What kind of scumbag quotes are there? She really wanted to punch him. Song Fuguang took a deep breath and decided to change the subject. Is your sole mission to kill Wen Zhuqing? Zhang Xianyao rolled her eyes at her, then nodded, yes. If that's the case, then leave. Song Fuguang took a few steps back. With the old fox's current defensive state, there was no way he could get the answer he wanted from her. Rather than that, it would be better to consolidate their current relationship. Zhang Xianyao stared at her intently. You won't kill me? Why should I? Song Fuguang crossed his arms calmly. Killing you won't do me any good. Didn't Wang Wei tell you? You should try to trust us. Besides, what's the big deal about becoming a Fallen? Isn't it just a change of faction? Does that mean Fallen are less human and can't cooperate with players? The system doesn't have that rule. Zhang Xianyao didn't argue. She gave Song Fuguang a deep look and quickly disappeared. Song Fuguang gazed disconsolately into the empty darkness, then sent a message in the group chat. I met the old fox. Zhang Fengao was the first to jump out. Where is she? She dared to abandon us for so long. I give her a good beating. Send me her location. After the old fox became a Fallen, everything about her was erased, as if everything before was just an illusion. She's gone, Song Fuguang replied. Zhang Fengao, well, this heartless woman has abandoned me again. Song Fuguang stared at the screen and laughed. It was getting late, and she was about to leave when Wang Wei sent a message. Elite man in a suit, 02 Indy 4, Lane 36, District 92, Urban Village. Kill. Song Fuguang? Question mark. No, sister. Song Fuguang couldn't help but rub his head. Do you think I'm a turtle in a wishing well? Wang Wei ignored her and said, kill him, and you can come back and transform your body. Your strength will increase at least tenfold. Okay, I'll be there right away. Song Fuguang didn't hesitate any longer and immediately checked the navigation. It seemed to be nearby. She was currently in District 18 of the urban village, about a 20-minute walk from her destination. Song Fuguang retrieved his tricycle, placed the energy stone in its place, and then took off, whizzing off towards Area 92. The terrain of the urban village was complex and ever-changing. First, he activated his sky eye to scan the surroundings. Song Fuguang quickly spotted a bright, shimmering ball of supernatural light. This individual's strength was comparable to Wen Zhuqing's, but Wen Zhuqing had the old fox and several pollutants to consume, while who else could this individual consume? Song Fuguang alone would surely face a difficult situation. After landing and stowing the vehicle, Song Fuguang quietly crept over, preparing to investigate the situation first. While absorbing supernatural powers was beneficial, his life was more important. Song Fuguang crouched stealthily in the darkness, hiding himself among the debris in the alley. After ensuring he wouldn't be discovered, he quickly activated his sky eye to scan the surroundings indiscriminately. In a dimly lit house, Song Fuguang clearly spotted the man in the suit. The other party was talking to someone. Song Fuguang listened, but couldn't understand. She held her breath, watching everything as if watching a surveillance camera. Wang Wei hadn't allowed her to reveal any information, so Song Fuguang's sky eye tentacle circled the other party, and suddenly, without warning, struck directly at his brain. Enter, surround, then ruthlessly crush. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. With one successful strike, Song Fuguang swiftly peeled off the other party's supernatural power seed, quickly brought it to his mouth, and then, with a roar, opened his mouth wide and swallowed it in one gulp. Feeling the abundant power filling his body, Song Fuguang turned his attention back to the remaining people in the room. But by then, the other party had already become alert and quickly sounded the alarm. Song Fuguang heard him say hurriedly, seal off the entire urban village. No one is allowed to leave. Tell the city lord that the crown prince is dead. Crown prince? The next city lord? Song Fuguang thought as she fled silently. This crown prince wasn't that powerful after all. But that wasn't her concern. The urban village was about to be sealed off. She had to escape as quickly as possible. Song Fuguang gathered her strength, but just as she was about to succeed, a flashing energy shield suddenly rose, enveloping the entire urban village. There was no escape. Song Fuguang paused and thought calmly. Her only option now was to disguise herself as someone from the urban village and slip through. She quickly retreated, finding an empty house to hide in. The crown prince's death was a matter of grave importance at this point, and it wouldn't end easily. Song Fuguang's only concern now was whether the people in the urban village would be implicated by her. With Wang Yue's abilities, she should have thought of that. Song Fuguang opened the system panel and immediately sent a message to Wang Wei. However, when the system panel opened and she saw the offline mode, she burst into laughter. It's like this again. Song Fuguang's eyes gradually grew colder. Constantly losing signal meant the players were being driven to their doom. After we get out, we have to find a new method of communication. Also, what exactly is this system currently available to the players? Are these Angel City Masters sharing the same system with the players, or not? These were the answers Song Fuguang needed to find, but for now, Song Fuguang regained her composure and returned to reality. Survival was paramount. Her sky eye tentacles darted everywhere, occasionally taking out an Angel City soldier when she saw an opportunity, then devouring their supernatural powers. In a short period of time, her strength increased significantly. Song Fuguang had nothing else to do. Finally, she tried using her supernatural powers to invade the stranger's mind, using her powerful mental force to control them, much like Hufugui. But sadly, it failed. Under her powerful mental attack, the other person died instantly, leaving no chance for resuscitation. After several attempts, Song Fuguang gave up. She sat in her room and sighed, but then, she felt a strong sense of danger. She instinctively rushed out of the room, and a second later, a laser cannon struck the spot where she had been, reducing the entire house to ash in an instant. Song Fuguang's expression was grim. How could she find herself? Thermal imaging? But no one offered her an answer. The sense of crisis rose again, and she had no choice but to continue her escape. Although the urban village was vast, it was exposed by high technology. Song Fuguang's mouth was bitter. Whether it was Wang Wei or Qin Mian, Someone should come and save her first. Song Fuguang looked up at the blockade overhead, hesitating for a moment before finally daring to risk using her supernatural powers to attack. If she left behind a trace of energy, and the Angel City people eventually captured it, and developed a method to counter her, that would be disastrous. The pursuit intensified, and Song Fuguang fled in panic. She had few weapons at her disposal, and against the Angel City's high-tech weaponry, it was like an egg against a rock. Song Fuguang quickly expanded her Sky Eye's range to its maximum, searching for loopholes as much as possible. Supernatural powers could spread regardless of any obstacles, so Song Fuguang quickly spotted the hurried Qin Mian. Song Fuguang paused slightly, a strong intuition forming. Wang Wei hadn't communicated with Qin Mian, so under these circumstances, it was best for Song Fuguang to avoid letting Qin Mian notice her presence. But if she didn't ask Qin Mian for help, who else could help her escape? Song Fuguang ran relentlessly. The commotion startled everyone in the village, who frantically looked up at the dark sky above. What happened? Why are people from above coming? Are we going to die? Run! Run! Someone shouted, and the place suddenly became chaotic. Song Fuguang kept a constant eye on the outside. She saw some people attempting indiscriminate attacks, even attempting to raze the entire village to the ground, but Qin Mian stopped them. Faced with Qin Mian's refusal to yield, the two groups reached a stalemate, neither willing to retreat. Song Fuguang pondered for a moment, a vague feeling brewing within him, but lacking further information, he ultimately gained no conclusion or idea. Don't panic. Wang Wei must know everything. Escape is the most important thing now. Song Fuguang fled with the crowd for a while before realizing that both sides had reached an agreement. A large force would be dispatched into the village. Some would recover the crown prince's body and investigate the cause of his death. Some would pursue the murderer and imprison him. Song Fuguang's flight quickened upon hearing this. She followed the crowd to the edge of the village, blending in with the crowd and begging Qin Mian to let her out. Qin Mian watched the whole thing coldly until, as her gaze swept through the crowd, she suddenly caught sight of Song Fuguang's familiar face. She paused for a moment, then looked away as if nothing had happened. But in a split second their gaze met. Song Fuguang discerned a warning in his eyes. Song Fuguang scratched his head. Since Qin Mian had already spotted him, he wouldn't just stand by and watch him die, right? But Song Fuguang had underestimated the impact of the crown prince's death, especially given Wen Chuqing's assassination tonight. The attackers that had been chasing Song Fuguang for a while arrived again, and chaos erupted all around. Song Fuguang didn't dare to be careless, even considering forcing her way through the protective shield and escaping. But just then, she sensed a familiar presence. The next second, Song Fuguang turned around, staring intently at the gun pointed at her, motionless. Someone pulled the trigger, and the bullet was about to hit Song Fuguang. But in an instant, the scene around them shifted, and Song Fuguang had been quickly moved. She took in the unfamiliar surroundings, and the familiar voice of the old fox echoed behind her. Do you want to die? The other person's voice was cold, without any emotion. Song Fuguang turned around. Won't you save me? I know you're there. The old fox sneered, then turned and left without hesitation. This time, the old fox truly left. Song Fuguang paused for a moment, then quickly returned to the training center. The outside world was too dangerous, and staying with Wang Wei and Qin Mian made her feel more secure. After successfully returning to the training center, Song Fuguang immediately approached Wang Wei. What do you mean? Killing Wen Chuqing would be fine, but why did he ask me to deal with the crown prince? It was only because the old fox happened to be nearby tonight, otherwise Song Fuguang would have been in great pain. Wang Wei was still awake, sitting in her room, as if waiting for Song Fuguang's arrival. Hearing this, Wang Wei slowly raised her eyelids. You're fine now. I know. Song Fuguang opened his mouth. I'm back safely. The old fox will take your place as the assassin of the crown prince and suffer the siege of Angel City. Chapter 63. Song Fuguang stopped talking. Why? Why would the old fox do this? Just because of their past friendship? Song Fuguang didn't believe it. Song Fuguang frowned, feeling that Wang Wei and Qin Mian were plotting something big. Wang Wei didn't address her doubts, simply saying, go and rest. When you wake up, they can modify your body. The modified body will be more suitable for your superpowers. What modifications? Song Fuguang was determined to get to the bottom of it. What specific modifications? All aspects. Wang Wei looked at her intently. After the modifications, your body will be able to absorb all superpowers in the world. Song Fuguang didn't react immediately. She frowned and thought for a moment. Do you want me to be a garbage collection station, recycling all superpowers and making everyone ordinary? If everyone lost their superpowers, then the world would achieve relative fairness, especially for ordinary people. But Angel City's technological advancements are even more significant. Doesn't this pose a greater threat to ordinary people? How can ordinary people, with nothing to offer, secure their own interests in the future? Wang Wei seemed to know what she was thinking, and continued calmly, when you become the strongest, the ultimate sovereign god, the rules of this world will be yours to set. You believe me, Song Fuguang said, his voice cryptic. Wang Wei pursed her lips, but didn't argue with Song Fuguang. Go to bed. Song Fuguang couldn't resist Wang Yue's temptation. She watched him leave for a long moment, until he was almost out of sight. Then, raising her voice, she asked, will I end up as a discarded pawn? No. Wang Yue's pace remained unchanged. We won't let you become a pawn. Well, Wang Wei and Qin Mian had cooperated, but they weren't completely open. Song Fuguang couldn't help but curl his lips. How interesting. In that case, let her see who would be the ultimate victor. She was indeed exhausted today, so Song Fuguang fell asleep quickly after returning to her room. The next day, she approached Wang Wei, full of energy. Wang Wei didn't say much, simply leading her to the laboratory after breakfast. Someone was already waiting in the lab. Song Fuguang glanced around, not seeing Qin Mian, but her white-haired teacher. Noticing Song Fuguang's gaze, he tilted his head, smiled kindly, and nodded at her. Song Fuguang smiled back, and was quickly taken away for a full-body examination. She couldn't understand the data, but that didn't stop her from memorizing it all by rote. Her face feigned relaxation, but her eyes were wary, though no one paid any attention. After reviewing all the data, the group of men in white coats immediately began to whisper, seemingly discussing a transformation plan. Song Fuguang yawned, then turned to Wang Wei for a casual chat. Have you completed the transformation? Wang Wei nodded. Everyone who enters Angel City will be transformed. Song Fuguang raised an eyebrow. When in Rome, do as the Romans do? Wang Wei ignored her casual expression and said simply, my master, and I will accompany you during the transformation. The time required will depend on the difficulty. It could take a day or two, or 10 days, or half a month. Song Fuguang didn't react. Wang Wei believed him. After all, they were teammates who had been together all along. Even if they didn't have much affection, they wouldn't put themselves in danger. And as long as the transformation wasn't harmful to her, Song Fuguang wouldn't miss the opportunity to become stronger. Soon, the white-coated men came up with a transformation plan. Several of them handed the plan to the old woman, who scanned it from top to bottom, finally pointing to one item. This one. The white-coated men exchanged glances. Okay. They went about their business, while Wang Wei pulled Song Fuguang towards the old woman. The old woman looked at her and Song Fuguang. After this, your body will be able to store all the energy. This was like a vast reservoir within Song Fuguang's body, and her supernatural powers wouldn't be depleted in a short period of time. Carrying a power bank? Song Fuguang wondered at an inopportune moment. She stared at the seemingly kind-hearted master, feeling no strange sensation. Okay. After this, you will immediately follow Qin Mian to the border defense area to acclimate yourself to your new bodies. Once you adjusted to your new bodies, there are more important missions waiting for you. Song Fuguang could roughly guess what the mission was, simply to kill people and deprive them of their supernatural powers. Or perhaps they could be stripped of their powers, but spare their lives. Either way, Song Fuguang was eager to try. Since there was injustice in the world, let's send everyone back to the starting line and compete again. There were some important matters Song Fuguang needed to know before the transformation, and after a busy day, his transformation finally began at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Wang Wei stayed by her side. Meanwhile, Tu Jing and the others in the training room also received the relevant news and began to enter the Transformation Research Institute one by one for inspection and upgrades. Zhang Fengao and Luo Jinchun complained, we sound like robots. Because the version is too low, we have to recycle it for an update. Luo Jinchun glanced at her speechlessly. The body is merely a vessel. As long as the soul lives, it can continue to reincarnate and regenerate. Zhang Fengao sighed, you still believe in this? Before she could finish her sentence, Luo Jinchun, annoyed by her noise, lifted her leg slightly and quickly passed by her. Zhang Fengao scratched his head and looked at Tu Jing again. Tu Jing's eyelids twitched, and she interrupted Zhang Fengao, let's go, finish this quickly and get back to training. Tu Jing loved the exhausting feeling of training. Her competitive spirit was aroused, and she vowed not to give up until she got a perfect score. The transformation continued incessantly. Song Fuguang had no idea how long it had been going on. When she woke up, Wang Wei was the only one by her side. She opened her eyes, clenched her fists, and felt the strength within her body. It was indeed much stronger than before. You have 1 night to rest. Wang Wei looked at her calmly and said, starting tomorrow, you will begin your mission. Song Fuguang sat up. What mission? You know when the time comes. Wang Wei didn't intend to tell him in advance, so Song Fuguang shrugged helplessly. Okay then. But what about Jin Chun and the others? Wang Wei was happy to answer. They already gone to the border. Your transformation took about 10 days. During that time, they also successfully completed the transformation and went to the border to adapt in advance. Once the mission here is almost complete, you and I will also go to the border. Song Fuguang understood. Okay. She got off the modified bed and went back to her room alone to eat and rest briefly. The next morning, at 6 o'clock sharp, Wang Wei knocked on her door. Song Fuguang opened the door and welcomed him in. Wang Wei closed the door behind her and handed him a scroll. Song Fuguang took it, confused. What is this? The next person you're about to kill. As Wang Wei spoke, Song Fuguang happened to open the scroll. The scroll was long. Song Fuguang stared at the densely packed names, his eyelids twitching. Do you think I'm a killer? After killing these people, the situation in Angel City will be under initial control. Wang Wei looked at her. You will also benefit greatly. Except for a few top gamers, like Qin Mian, you will pose no threat. Song Fuguang was deeply moved by these words. She put the scroll away and said, Tell me more about teacher Qin Mian. To be honest, I don't know anything about her. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. Qin Mian's ability 3. Wang Wei spoke slowly, immortality. Song Fuguang's gaze narrowed slightly, his thoughts racing for a moment before finally concluding, then she must have lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, right? Wang Wei didn't deny it, but urged, hurry and complete the mission. The situation on the border is not optimistic. These days, many players have become corrupted and joined the pollutants. Hearing this, Song Fuguang dropped his nonchalant demeanor, unfolded the scroll again, and began selecting his assassination list. Wang Wei had other missions, so Song Fuguang remained alone. However, after her transformation, her strength had greatly increased, and coupled with her extraordinary abilities, she was more than capable of dealing with ordinary people. Even if the opponent was superior, Song Fuguang could set a trap and lure them into it. Song Fuguang was busy with assassinations, a mission neither difficult nor easy. She moved cautiously in the darkness, and she never encountered the old fox again. Assassinations were best carried out at night. During the day, Song Fuguang would either catch up on sleep or disguise herself, blending into various situations to gather information. Thanks to Hope Moon's sixth sense, Song Fuguang encountered no major danger. The list on the scroll was so densely packed that it took Song Fuguang a full month to erase every name. As her mission progressed, everyone in Angel City felt a sense of insecurity, fearing they would be killed without explanation. The feeling of imminent death nearly terrified these people, while Angel City's defenses were constantly strengthened. Song Fuguang tossed the scroll, covered in crosses, back to Wang Wei. Mission accomplished. Wang Wei nodded and put the scroll away. We can leave for Angel City immediately. Wait. Song Fuguang stopped her, a puzzled look on his face. Are you only going to kill these few? Aren't you going to kill the others? Not yet. Wang Wei smiled. We kill them later. Let them live in fear for a while. Song Fuguang curled his lips. You're so mean. Wang Wei rolled her eyes at him, then, after taking her onto the maglev train, brought up another matter. We don't have much time. Are you sure you can clean up the contamination as quickly as possible? Song Fuguang paused for a moment, then repeated the familiar words. I'm a human, not someone who makes wishes. The turtle in the pond. I know you can. Wang Wei ignored him. As long as their powers are stripped away, all factions will become obedient. She turned her head and looked at Song Fuguang. What do you think? Song Fuguang was silent for a moment. I think you changed a lot. She stared at Wang Wei intently. Tell me honestly, has something happened? Wang Wei stared at her for a moment, then dropped a bombshell. We only have less than a month left. The situation has become chaotic. Once Angel City and the pollutants react, we players will be the first to bear the brunt and become cannon fodder in the fight between the two sides. So, to escape this predicament, Wang Yue's voice was cold. The only way to get out of this predicament is to strike first. Chapter 64. Players are the weakest of all factions. To avoid being isolated and helpless, They must muddy the waters and fish in troubled waters. This is exactly what Wanhua has been striving for recently. After quickly weighing the pros and cons, Song Fuguang curled his lips slightly. Let's go, I can't wait. Angel City is some distance from the border, but Wanhua has a more advanced spaceship, so the two of them only needed 3 days to reach it. After arriving at the border, Song Fuguang met Zhang Fengao, Luo Jinchun, and several other unfamiliar faces. These are the players who were teleported here later. Luo Jinchun explained simply, during your transformation, many players passed the new semester assessment, and the system placed them in the border. Song Fuguang understood, and briefly greeted the others, before being led by Wanhua to the adjacent rest room. Zhang Fengao pulled Luo Jinchun along eagerly. You're finally here. Jinchun and I have been living a life worse than death lately, she complained, chattering away every detail of the past few days, giving Song Fuguang and Wanhua a basic understanding of the current situation. You won't have to stay here anymore, Wanhua said. The operation will begin tonight. Follow Fuguang to the northwest to capture a pollutant leader. We? Zhang Fengao pointed at himself. Can we? Wanhua looked at her and said, without further explanation, go get ready. Having come to this point, Zhang Fengao and Luo Jinchun exchanged glances and nodded. Song Fuguang had insisted on practicing simulations during the journey, so she was eager to get started. Wanhua looked at her. Be quiet for a while. You be busy later. Song Fuguang's eyelids twitched at this. Zhang Fengao and Luo Jinchun packed up quickly, and once they arrived to join them, the four of them set off immediately. Zhang Fengao glanced at Wanhua. Just the four of us? There's already a hunting team over there. They'd be responsible for dealing with the minions. For some reason, Zhang Fengao felt a little unsure. With their current strength, could they succeed? But seeing Wanhua's calm expression, Zhang Fengao had to suppress his worries and focus on resting. After all, this was their first important mission, and they had to perform well. The journey was quick, and as night fell, the four of them arrived at Wanhua's destination. From the spaceship, they could see the artillery fire from afar below. After landing, the atmosphere of murderous intent intensified. The border guards here had barely a moment to breathe, constantly firing their weapons. Emerging from the spaceship, Wanhua pointed in a direction. Let's go over there. Song Fuguang, unsuspecting, followed. This pollution leader's ability is Explosion, level 5, and currently capable of leveling mountains. Wanhua briefly explained, once we kill it, we can retreat and move on to our next mission location. Zhang Fengao was overjoyed. Great. The reward for killing the pollution leader was enormous, and she couldn't wait. Wanhua glanced at her, looking deeply at her for a moment, then calmly turned her gaze away without saying anything else. Song Fuguang noticed the meaningful look in his eyes, his brows raised slightly, and his gaze couldn't help but linger on Zhang Fengao for a moment longer. What did he mean? Could Zhang Fengao have already degenerated into a contaminant and quietly lurked among them? As the saying goes, the darkest place is the darkest beneath the lamp, the most dangerous place is the safest place. The contaminant leader hid at the back. After several people, relying on Wanhua's intuition, quietly sneaked past, Song Fuguang took the initiative and attacked directly with his mental power. The leader felt a sudden dizziness and almost lost her balance. By the time she finally realized what was happening, the lethal attack was already approaching. She had no choice but to retreat, but she felt a faint discomfort in her abdomen. This discomfort suddenly filled her with a sense of danger, and she didn't even have time to block the attack, but quickly protected her abdomen. Several attacks landed on her, instantly tearing her skin apart, leaving her looking utterly miserable. Tu Jing Wanhua, Zhang Fengao, and Luo Jinchun frantically attacked the contaminant leader, distracting her and giving Song Fuguang ample time to stealthily dig out the other person's supernatural power seeds. Song Fuguang didn't hesitate, zeroing in on the supernatural power growing within the other person and devouring it intently. Now that she'd grown stronger, she no longer needed to peel the supernatural power seeds before devouring them. She could now dig and eat at the same time, achieving remarkable efficiency. Noticing the gradual change in her own supernatural power, the leader was startled and unsure, then turned and ran without a second thought. Zhang Fengao was stunned. What's going on? She ran away. Chase. At Wanhua's command, Song Fuguang hurried after her. She rushed ahead, desperately hoping the pollution leader would lure her into the pollution's lair, where she could feast and become even stronger. Song Fuguang's pursuit was swift. The leader dodged here and there, finally vanishing in a flash. Song Fuguang had no choice but to wait for Wanhua and the others to catch up. This way. After meeting, Wanhua pointed in a direction. then glanced at Zhang Fengao with a complicated expression. Be careful. Zhang Fengao was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. He grabbed Luo Jinchun and whispered, Jinchun, did you hear that? Sister Wang Wei just showed concern for me. She's thinking about me. Luo Jinchun, I heard it. She said disdainfully, stop dawdling. Hurry and chase. Zhang Fengao, energized by the concern, felt like he'd been given a shot of chicken blood. He was full of energy and momentum, and in the blink of an eye, he had caught up with the others. Get out of the way, let me lead the charge. Before he finished his words, the attack arrived. Zhang Fengao dodged in shock, but before he could say anything, more attacks came pouring in, seemingly free of charge. Be careful, Wang Wei shouted, moving first. Seeing this, Song Fuguang immediately disappeared into the darkness, quietly heading in the direction of the attack. At the same time, Wang Yue's private message arrived. There's a lot of contaminants in this area. Please be careful. Song Fuguang glanced at her and replied, then quickly began his life of blood-sucking. She had intentionally hidden herself, so the contaminants couldn't detect her. With this move, she frantically devoured the contaminants' superpowers, causing great panic among them. The contaminants looked at each other, their initial confusion and uncertainty leading to their indiscriminate attacks on all around them in less than 10 minutes. Song Fuguang ate heartily, but it wasn't enough. There were many pollutants with superpowers, and she had eliminated less than 1,000th of them. Thankfully, Wang Wei and the others were distracting her, so Song Fuguang devoured them without hesitation. She had ample room within her body to store superpowers. By the time the pollutants erupted, Song Fuguang had already advanced 2 levels, from level 3 to level 5. Come back. Wang Yue's message arrived again. Song Fuguang didn't hesitate and immediately headed for the location she had sent. Halfway through, Song Fuguang's sense of crisis intensified. She instinctively dodged to the side, only to see a massive crater formed in the area where she had been. Then, the pollutant leader she had been chasing slowly emerged. Finally, I caught you. Song Fuguang frowned and immediately reported her situation in the group chat. After the message was sent, Song Fuguang said innocently, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just passing by. The other party scoffed and attacked immediately. I don't care if you're just passing by or not. If you're a player, die. Song Fuguang retreated swiftly as the supernatural power attacked, calmly storing the opponent's energy. The pollutants and the players were locked in a deadly conflict, so there wasn't much she could say. But to buy time, Song Fuguang patiently chatted with the pollutants. I don't think we players have provoked you, have we? Aren't the people working against you from Angel City? The other party saw through her subtle thoughts, but didn't mind giving Song Fuguang a little information. Do you think people from Angel City aren't players? The most hateful ones are those players in Angel City. If they hadn't broken the rules back then, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Song Fuguang pondered, hearing you say that. Could it be that the people in Angel City were the first generation of players? They drove you, the indigenous people, from your homes, and used you for experiments, ultimately turning you into this half-human, half-ghost existence? The leader didn't deny it, and accelerated his attack. Song Fuguang dodged repeatedly. Do you want to cooperate? Let's work together first to eliminate the players who broke the rules, and then we can slowly deal with our issues. Everything can be discussed. The leader sneered at this. You want to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Dream on. You're full of tricks, and none of you can be trusted. I'm different. Song Fuguang put on a sincere smile. My hobby is peace, and my wish is world peace. I'm different from those players who just want to be the best. Song Fuguang said seriously, trust me. The leader sneered again. Trust you? I rather trust you than trust me. Men will be honest. Song Fuguang, that's not the right comparison. She was trying to persuade him to change his ways. After all, with the help of pollutants, it would be much easier to deal with Angel City. As the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies. Don't you want to destroy Angel City? Angel City has been practically infiltrated like a sieve by you half-bloods, yet you haven't taken action yet. Don't you want to take action? Sister, trust me this once. Song Fuguang blinked. With just one order from you, we will immediately support you as the new lord of Angel City. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Wei and the other 4 had arrived. The leader paused, narrowed his eyes, and regarded Song Fuguang unkindly. Let's cooperate. Whether we're enemies or not is up for discussion. Song Fuguang paused. Don't you want to reclaim your lost home and live the peaceful life you once had? Your opportunity is right before you now. If you miss this opportunity, you never get it again. If you're willing, We can launch a surprise attack on Angel City right now and catch them off guard. Wang Wei glanced sideways. Question mark. The leader continued to narrow her eyes, staring at Song Fuguang for a long moment. Finally, something occurred to her, and she slowly nodded. Okay, I trust you this once. If you dare to lie to me, I'd be the first to skin you alive. Chapter 65. Song Fuguang said seriously, I'm very cooperative. After a brief agreement, the pollutant attack ceased and bypassed Song Fuguang and his companions, leaving them alone. After a brief self-introduction, Song Fuguang learned the name of the pollutant leader. Zhu Ling. Zhu Ling had absorbed a lot of superpowers from Song Fuguang and was still weak, so she didn't completely let down her guard against the players. She kept a constant watch on them. What's your plan? Song Fuguang looked at Wang Wei, who looked back. After a moment's deliberation, Song Fuguang asked, should we launch a surprise attack on Angel City tonight and catch them off guard? Zhu Ling remained silent. She was thinking, Angel City isn't something they can easily approach. With their strength, even if they got close to Angel City, they wouldn't be able to break through its defenses and successfully infiltrate. Angel City has very sophisticated technology for pollutant detection and early warning. Have you heard the story of the boy who cried wolf? Song Fuguang said calmly, we don't have to succeed tonight. We just need to be well prepared to disrupt their judgment. During the holiday, when they mistakenly think we're just playing around and start to let down their guard, we catch them off guard and kill them. Zhu Ling smiled. You're not showing any mercy to Angel City. Song Fuguang smiled. We just want to live in peace and dignity. Zhu Ling ultimately didn't reject Song Fuguang's offer. To her, the pollutants were countless, and even if she spent a year killing them all, she wouldn't be able to finish them off. Since she could cause Angel City trouble, she naturally relished the opportunity. After the deal was finalized, Zhu Ling immediately set off, quickly disappearing from their sight. After she left, Song Fuguang continued to devour his supernatural energy until dawn, when he returned to Wang Yue's airship. Tu Jing was already resting in the airship. Seeing Song Fuguang, she stopped him and asked directly, are you planning to let them both deplete each other's strength first? Yes. Song Fuguang didn't deny it. We haven't fully matured yet. We need as much time as possible. Putting the two camps against each other will help us grow our own strength. Song Fuguang sat down across from Tu Jing. Besides, both of them are currently incredibly powerful. Even if we were given a year, we might not be able to catch up. Since that was the case, the only option was to deplete Angel City and its pollutants as much as possible. This roughly matched Tu Jing's suspicions. She nodded. The system store is already selling potions that can activate players' superpowers. At least 5 figures are gaining new superpowers every day. Not enough. Song Fuguang propped his chin up. Superpowers alone aren't enough. We must let them engage in life-or-death combat to improve their combat skills. We're already making arrangements. Tu Jing detailed the situation in the novice village to Song Fuguang. The Lu Fuxue, Hua Chao, and Lu Dingxiao bases had already openly formed an alliance. The only remaining major base and the Qingda base were in turmoil, with signs of a potential power grab. Therefore, under the control of the 3 major bases, players were hesitant to act rashly. Most importantly, the 3 major bases hadn't done anything to harm the players' interests. Furthermore, they were very willing to help ordinary players, so the vast majority of players were currently obedient to their orders. The players were essentially united, a tight knot. As long as they grew stronger, they would be able to successfully rise to the top and gain a certain say in this world. But Wang Wei only gave Song Fuguang a month. It was too urgent. Song Fuguang scratched his eyebrows and said to Tu Jing, we need to stir up this mess as much as possible. Tu Jing's lips curled slightly. Leave it to me. Tu Jing was adept at this sort of thing. With her assurance, Song Fuguang's worries faded. He prepared to return to consolidate his stored energy and rest for a while before continuing his work. Song Fuguang didn't intend to communicate with Qin Mian. After all, her subtle tactics would be easily seen through. If she managed to disguise herself well and remain unnoticed, the players would have a significant advantage. Qin Mian was a member of the Angel City faction, and was supposed to be fighting for Angel City's interests. Song Fuguang didn't want to antagonize him unless absolutely necessary. After all, she still needed him. Thinking of this, Song Fuguang quickly fell asleep. After waking up at noon, Song Fuguang first gathered her energy, then put on her glasses, and trained diligently for about an hour. Afterward, she left the room, hungry. Zhang Fengao immediately called out to her, are you awake? Come on, come on. Angel City was bustling yesterday. Zhang Fengao said, pushing the food on the table towards Song Fuguang. Song Fuguang sat down next to her and Luo Jinchun. Didn't you get some rest last night? I did, she smiled. But I didn't sleep well. With all that noise, who could sleep? Before Song Fuguang could ask more, Zhang Fengao chattered away, explaining what he had done. Didn't the crown prince die a while ago? Angel City is so heavily guarded that even a passing fly has to be checked before entering. Zhang Fengao was mysterious. Even with such an ironclad defense, a large amount of pollutants still managed to infiltrate Angel City last night, causing considerable chaos. Song Fuguang understood. That old fox is probably responsible. It's more than that. Luo Jinchun interrupted. The pollutants that infiltrated Angel City earlier, combined with the hybrids they sired with humans, have completely destroyed Angel City. Now, those human superiors are furious and conducting a citywide search. Song Fuguang raised an eyebrow. This result was beyond her expectations. Originally, she had intended to use Yu Ling to cause a little chaos in Angel City, but she hadn't expected the final effect to be so positive. Zhu Ling sent someone to say they continue tonight. Wang Yu walked in from outside at some point. And she hopes we can help. How can we help? Zhang Fengao was confused. If we dare to take action, we'd probably be caught red-handed. Wang Yu turned to look at Song Fuguang, whose eyelids twitched. Me again? Wang Yu remained silent. Song Fuguang sighed. Even oxen plowing the fields have rest days, right? Despite this, she quickly agreed. Wang Yu saw this. This strategy can only last 10 days at most. At the end of the 10 days, a new group of players will arrive. That group of players is huge, enough for us to have some say. But we don't have a foothold of our own. Luo Jinchun said, should we continue to disperse them, and let them blend in, with the people of Angel City? Zhang Fengao glanced sideways. Why not? This arrangement would be very convenient for gathering information or muddying the waters. Jinchun means we need our own base. Song Fuguang said calmly, a base independent of Angel City and the border area. Zhang Fengao was silent for a moment. Isn't that the novice village? We can return to the novice village anytime we want. She blinked. Isn't that right? Song Fuguang pondered for a moment, then turned to Wang Wei and said, I go negotiate with Zhu Ling later. Now we can prepare to establish a base. Shouldn't we be able to establish a base in this space? Wang Wei took out a base establishment token. Sure. Just send me a message when you're successful. As she was about to hand the token to Song Fuguang, he stepped back cautiously. You be the base commander. Managing Lu Fushua's base was hard enough, and now Wang Wei was sending him out on various missions every day. How could Song Fuguang have the time to manage a second base? You still be the base commander, but I handle base affairs. Wang Wei didn't take the token back. Your name is more useful. Song Fuguang looked at her. All right. After the discussion, Song Fuguang immediately rushed towards Zhu Ling. After easily locating Zhu Ling, Song Fuguang didn't immediately negotiate with her. Instead, he infiltrated the pollution and fished in troubled waters. She took advantage of the clashes between the pollution and the Angel City troops to pick up any loose ends. One day she tapped into the pollution's abilities. The next day she tapped into the abilities of humans. In just 1 week, she made rapid progress, becoming a level 6 psychic. Zhu Ling only knew that she was passionate about fighting and didn't know Song Fuguang's true intentions. So once she realized that Song Fuguang was genuinely interested in cooperation, she stopped paying him any further attention. With Song Fuguang and Wang Wei sowing discord between the two factions, the week-long battle was brutal, with casualties unheard of. 2 days later, seeing that time was almost up, Song Fuguang finally explained his purpose to Zhu Ling. Zhu Ling looked her over. I can't make the decision. If you want to gain a foothold, demonstrate your strength. Zhu Ling smiled. Fist or the voice? Song Fuguang felt reassured by Zhu Ling's words. After relaying Zhu Ling's words to Wang Wei immediately led Tu Jing and Su Yanshao toward the predetermined destination. It was not far from Angel City, but its location was strategic, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. The target location was plagued by contaminants, but for the current players, this was not a problem. After spending a day and a night clearing out the new base, Song Fuguang accepted the base establishment token from Wang Wei. After manually binding the token, Song Fuguang pressed the confirm button and then click use. The base creation token has been successfully used. Please choose a name for your base. Name. Song Fuguang looked at Wang Wei, who pursed her lips. Newborn. Song Fuguang had no objection and immediately entered the name. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Song Fuguang for successfully creating a newborn base. Players can choose any base they like to join. Note: this base has been detected as being located on a new map, so players do not need to exit their previous base. Chapter 66. User 38276. They actually created a new base and a new map. Meow meow meow. 666. It looks like it's not far from Angel City. I go check it out. Sales representative. Is this our base in the new map? We're finally organized. Otherwise, we'd be in a very difficult situation, caught between the indigenous people and the pollutants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We only just started developing, so it'd probably take us a while to catch up with these two factions. Rubber band. It's not a big deal. These two factions have been fighting recently, so now is a perfect opportunity for us to develop slowly. While the chat channel was still scrolling, a system announcement suddenly sounded. Server-wide announcement. The new base is the first official base in the new map, so the benefits of this base are: all attributes of official base members will be doubled. Base leaders enjoy the same benefits as official base members. Hot Pot Lover. Oh my god. This perk is incredible. Has the game system suddenly had a change of heart? Why are they being so kind to us? Warning, it feels like a scam. Have you looked in the mirror? Who cares if it's a scam? Let's get what we can first. I seen the base location. I'm heading there right now. Cat ears. Wherever you go, I go too. Little Firecracker, and me. Add me in. Players entering the new map rush to the new base, leaving those still in the novice village envious. They silently vowed to themselves. They too must enter the new map as soon as possible to claim the base perk of doubling their stats. There's no greater reward for skyrocketing. After Song Fuguang established his base, Wang was sent him out to sow discord. This time, she was going to Angel City, so Song Fuguang took Tu Jing with him before leaving. Tu Jing raised an eyebrow, said nothing, and simply asked, "Where's the destination?" Song Fuguang forwarded the location Wang Wei had sent him. She stared at it intently for a moment. Looks familiar. How familiar? Song Fuguang stared at the address for so long that he couldn't find anything familiar. He looked at Tu Jing in confusion. Tu Jing shook her head. I can't put my finger on it. Although the address was within Angel City, Song Fuguang and Tu Jing didn't find any buildings when they arrived. As a last resort, Song Fuguang activated his supernatural power to cover the entire surrounding area, even above and below the ground. After a moment, Song Fuguang pointed down at the ground below them. Here. Song Fuguang lowered his head, following her finger. Underground? Yes. After finding the location, Song Fuguang immediately directed his mental power downwards. After a moment, she said something cryptic. There's a huge laboratory down there. The laboratory was well disguised, making it difficult for ordinary people to discover. After all, who would have thought that above the laboratory was a perfectly normal commercial district? Tu Jing licked her lips. Did Wang Wei tell us anything else? Nothing. Song Fuguang tilted his head and looked at Tu Jing. Even though she didn't tell us anything, that proves we have no constraints and can do whatever we want, right? Tu Jing smiled. Just do it. Or create some chaos first to make them nervous. Song Fuguang said uncertainly. There are a lot of sophisticated instruments in there, and I don't know what they're for. If it were a normal lab, it would be fine, but there was a concern that the virus from before might still be lingering inside. No problem. Tu Jing understood, then found a secluded spot and placed her palm close to the ground. A moment later, supernatural powers gathered in her palm. Following Song Fuguang's guidance, Tu Jing artificially sent a wave of lightning and thunder through the lab below. The circuitry below was instantly affected, and most of the equipment malfunctioned. But that wasn't enough. Song Fuguang followed up, attacking a large group of lab workers until the lab was in chaos. Only then did she and Tu Jing quietly and calmly leave the commercial district, concealing their achievements. After walking away, Song Fuguang extended his mental power, keeping a constant eye on the lab's movements. Through her surveillance, she keenly heard a few words: out of control, system failure, cancelled. Song Fuguang knew too little, so she decided to wait and see, reacting accordingly. She and Tu Jing checked into a small hotel, keeping a close eye on everything going on in the lab. This laboratory was enormous, covering at least several dozen acres. Song Fuguang was puzzled as to why they had built the laboratory beneath the commercial area. Could it be that the most dangerous place was also the safest? It's surrounded by a military zone. Tu Jing suddenly said, security in this area is stronger than elsewhere. No wonder. Song Fuguang understood. At this moment, the underground laboratory was in chaos. Song Fuguang looked at the hurried white-coated people, his gaze shifting to focus on the largest machine somewhere. If they were destroyed, who knew what the consequences would be? She pondered for a moment. Since Wang Wei hadn't reminded her, it proved she could do it. So, as night fell, she excitedly pulled Tu Jing into the shadows. Get started. I have a feeling those machines aren't good. Tu Jing stared at her, then placed her palms on the ground again. At Song Fuguang's command, the massive machines exploded one after another, blazing with flames and deafening roars, even the ground vibrating noticeably. Instantly, a panicked crowd rushed out. What's going on? What happened? Song Fuguang and Tu Jing didn't stop until they had destroyed all 9 massive machines. She quickly pulled Tu Jing along and fled with the panicked crowd. The laboratory was damaged, and the Angel City guards were about to arrive. Song Fuguang and Tu Jing had to leave quickly before they were surrounded. With the experience of their previous escape, Song Fuguang successfully escaped with Tu Jing. Looking back at the defenses that had suddenly become impenetrable, Song Fuguang and Tu Jing didn't hesitate to return to base. Before they could even catch their breath, a system notification suddenly rang out. Warning! Warning! An unknown bug has occurred in the system. Warning! Warning! An unknown bug has occurred in the system. Warning! Warning! An unknown bug has occurred in the system. After ringing for over a dozen times, the warnings abruptly ceased. A moment later, a new system notification sounded. The unknown bug has been fixed. Please play with peace of mind, everyone. Song Fuguang and Tu Jing stared at each other for a moment, and Song Fuguang spoke first. Did we just disrupt the game server? Tu Jing nodded slowly. That seems to be the case. During the period of the unknown bug, the player's network became unstable, and many messages disappeared in an instant. Song Fuguang pondered. If all the servers in the lab were destroyed, perhaps players could live their lives normally as before. No need to be wiped out. No need to be forced to complete quests. Without the control of the game system, players can truly be free. Song Fuguang looked up again, fixed his gaze on Tu Jing. Tu Jing naturally understood what she meant. She had endured this controlled life for a long time, so she asked Song Fuguang, "Did Wang Wei give me other addresses?" "No." She stroked her chin. "But she gave me some names before. I already killed them all." Tu Jing's mouth snapped shut. "Then let's wait a little longer. Perhaps the time isn't right yet." Angel City's top brass had been slaughtered by Song Fuguang, and now the game servers had been destroyed. Add to that the pollutant army lurking outside the city, and Angel City was under siege from all sides. It was likely going to be incredibly busy. In that case, we have to seize the opportunity to improve the player's abilities. Tu Jing nodded. The players entering the new map are all quite strong. The only thing they lack is equipment and weapons. But Song Fuguang couldn't provide that. Although her window shop had been upgraded, it primarily sold daily necessities and common items. Rare weapons, evolution potions, and modifications were all level restricted and couldn't be sold. However, Song Fuguang's lack of solutions does not mean Wang Wei has no solutions. So Song Fuguang remained calm and waited quietly for Wang Yue's plan. Soon, Song Fuguang learned from Zhang Fengao that number 37 had opened a shop at the newborn base. Not only that, he was also selling unlimited quantities of various weapons, items, and other supplies urgently needed by players. Song Fuguang fell into deep thought. Number 37's appearance was unusual. Could he have been summoned by Wang Wei? What exactly was Wang Wei planning? Song Fuguang had a hunch that Wang Wei was planning a major event, but she had no evidence, and she seemed reluctant to reveal it. Not leaving Song Fuguang idle for long, Wang Wei assigned him a new mission: to continue depleting the power of Angel City and the pollutants until she called a halt. Wang Wei had a plan in mind, and Song Fuguang diligently carried out her orders. 10 more days passed, and Song Fuguang had become a level 7 psychic. For the past half-month, she had been devouring psychic energy relentlessly, stealing both Angel City and the pollutants' camps without a trace, causing them to lose considerable strength. Yet, thanks to Wang Wei or some mysterious individual's deliberate cover-up, Song Fuguang remained completely undetected. Feeling the abundant power within him, Song Fuguang felt that if he stole another 10 days of his spiritual energy, he could easily cover the entire Angel City. Angel City was small, so Song Fuguang was currently able to control most of its movements. But compared to Angel City's power, the endless supply of pollutants was clearly a far greater threat. Song Fuguang pondered for a moment, then asked Wang Wei, "When will the power of the pollutants diminish?" Wang Wei stared at her intently, then suddenly raised his gaze to the inky sky. When the moon disappears. When the moon disappears? Song Fuguang instinctively looked over, puzzled. How could the moon disappear? Wait. Song Fuguang suddenly realized something, her eyes widening in shock. She said uncertainly, "You're not? You want to blow up the entire moon?" Chapter 67. Wang Wei is so bold, but how exactly can the moon be destroyed? Song Fuguang stared at Wang Wei suspiciously. Do you already have a plan? Wang Wei nodded, not hiding anything. There's no rush. Let's deal with Angel City first. If the pollutant's energy is related to the moon, then the pollutant should indeed be used to deal with the people in Angel City first. Song Fuguang pondered for a moment. We dealt with most of the people we can deal with now. I can't do anything about the rest. Song Fuguang had perfectly executed all the tasks Wang Wei assigned him. She wouldn't have been able to handle more. For example, the true rulers of Angel City, or those senior military officers, faced with more advanced technology and weaponry, Song Fuguang's mortal form was no match for them. I know. You don't have to worry about what's next. Wang Yue's eyes were unfathomable. Just go and pester Qin Mian. Pestering Qin Mian? That's what Song Fuguang enjoyed. Not only did she go herself, she also brought Tu Jing, Zhang Fengao, and Luo Jinchun along. Qin Mian stared at the 4 students before her, her eyelids twitching. What are you doing here? Have you finished your training? Have you completed all the system tasks? Everything is done. Song Fuguang stepped forward with a smile. Of course, we missed you, teacher, so we came to see you and learn some more useful skills. Qin Mian said with a forced smile. Is that so? The 4 of them nodded in unison, and Qin Mian remained expressionless. You're the best. Since they were already here, Qin Mian couldn't just send them back. So, she simply shoved the students into her own team and assigned them all to various dangerous missions. At first, Zhang Fengao and Luo Jinchun were a little uneasy, but with the dedicated care of Song Fuguang and Tu Jing, they quickly caught up and completed the mission with flying colors. Qin Mian glanced at Zhang Fengao in surprise, but said nothing, continuing to urge the others on their adventure. Zhang Fengao's mood suddenly darkened. Am I holding everyone back? Luo Jinchun paused, and Zhang Fengao muttered to himself. Although my ability is S rank and can effectively control pollutants, my strength hasn't improved much. Is it because I'm not working hard enough, or am I simply not as strong as I think I am? She didn't understand. She'd been training diligently, fighting tooth and nail, yet now, she wasn't even as strong as Luo Jinchun. It was as if everyone else was making progress, but she alone was stuck in the same place. This disparity, and the result falling short of her expectations, left her feeling deeply distressed, nearly ready to give up. Song Fuguang and Tu Jing turned around at this. Didn't you ask Wang Wei what happened? Zhang Fengao was stunned for a moment, then shook his head gently. No. I didn't dare. Song Fuguang, After this mission is over, I ask for you. Tu Jing grabbed her arm unhappily, and pulled her close to her. Stop imagining this. Zhang Fengao nodded, still feeling down, a forced smile on his face. Thank you, Sister Tu Jing. You're welcome. Song Fuguang stared at Zhang Fengao, speechless for a moment. Her eyes darted back at Zhang Fengao, baffled. How could he have suddenly become like this, having been fine just a moment ago? Something flashed through her mind, and she subconsciously tried to grasp it, but failed. Song Fuguang's brow furrowed, her intuition telling her that this was the key to breaking the deadlock. But now she had no clue, so she could only suppress this question and board the maglev train with her teammates to the new mission location. After Luo Jinchun and Tu Jing comforted him with their fists, Zhang Fengao's mood improved significantly. Song Fuguang remained vigilant, deliberately allocating some of his mental energy to Zhang Fengao, keeping a constant eye on him. The mission Qin Mian had assigned was much simpler than Wang Yue's. The 4 of them were either destroying the pollutants or on their way to destroy them. Beyond that, there was nothing else to do. The pollutants no longer posed a threat to Song Fuguang, so she'd been feeling dreary and bored for the past few days. Finally, she made it to her day off when Wang Yue's message popped up. Come quickly. After a pause, another message arrived. Remember to bring the 3 of them. Song Fuguang had no doubts. Zhang Fengao was both excited and nervous upon hearing this. She longed to see Wang Wei, but she was also worried she looked down on her abilities, thinking she'd been slacking off and not training properly. With this conflicted feeling, Zhang Fengao was forced to sit down beside Luo Jinchun. Don't overthink it. Luo Jinchun's dark eyes fixed on Zhang Fengao. People who like you will always like you no matter what you become, just like an old fox to us. Even though she had become a fallen, their feelings remained unchanged, and they even felt sympathy and pity for each other. Zhang Fengao understood the logic, and she gave a casual smile. I know. After saying this, not wanting to cause further worry, she quickly changed the subject and talked about other things. She tried hard to feign energy and vivacity. Song Fuguang and Luo Jinchun exchanged glances for a moment, but their moods didn't relax. Instead, they grew more serious. Tu Jing stared thoughtfully at Zhang Fengao, occasionally responding. 3 hours later, the four of them successfully reached the address Wang Wei had sent. Wang Wei was just ahead, but before she could greet them, a barrage of artillery fire suddenly descended. Song Fuguang hurriedly dodged. What's going on? This is where the survival game servers are located. Our goal today is to destroy all of them. Zhang Fengao instinctively raised his hand and pointed at himself. There's also contamination. Wang Wei glanced at her, his eyes filled with a complex mix of reluctance and helplessness. Zhu Ling is already attracting their attention up ahead. We need to hurry. This way. When everyone arrived, Wang Wei immediately set out to lead the way, with Song Fuguang following first, followed by Tu Jing. Zhang Fengao was stunned for a moment before being manually pulled forward by Luo Jinchun. The survival game server was located in a vast, pristine forest, with mountains stretching endlessly, seemingly endlessly. Song Fuguang and Wang Wei walked side by side. Will destroying the server free the players? You're overthinking it. Wang Wei said calmly. It just means we won't be forced to complete various system-assigned missions. The threat we face has never been the game system. Wang Wei rolled her eyes. It's the forces that control the game, and the pollutants. But by destroying the game system, players won't be eliminated by the system for failing to complete their missions on time. Just based on this, Song Fuguang was going to blow up the server. She quickly released her mental energy to cover her entire surroundings. After a moment, her mind clearly captured several large instruments. She pointed forward, over there. Let's go! Zhang Fengao, hearing this from behind, immediately stepped forward with a heroic and confident air. Wang Yue's gaze followed her, then slowly retracted, her eyelashes drooping. With Zhu Ling and the contaminant at the vanguard, the five of them easily infiltrated the facility amidst the chaos. The relevant personnel inside had already fled in all directions, and the security guards, weapons clutched in their arms, panicked and blindly fired at the dense cloud of contaminant. Song Fuguang didn't even glance over. She stared intently at the server, advancing at lightning speed until she was stopped at the door. Humph! You damned rats finally show up. He was high and mighty, about to say something, but Song Fuguang, impatient enough to dispatch him, said, Let's go. Without even glancing at the man's limp body, Song Fuguang tilted his head. The server is yours, and the people are mine and Jin Chun. The others agreed, and the five of them immediately divided the work and rushed towards their respective targets. Song Fuguang and Luo Jinchun stood back to back, one directing the piranha plants to devour the technicians, while the other skillfully used her mental power to attack the strangers' brains and devour their supernatural powers. She and Luo Jinchun worked together seamlessly, successfully protecting Wang Wei, Tu Jing, and Zhang Fengao as they entered the server space. The server was enormous, almost as tall as a 33-story building. Without hesitation, Tu Jing used her lightning power to attack the server nearest her. Wang Wei, unwilling to be outdone, casually aimed a nearby sharp object at the server, slashing it in the blink of an eye. Zhang Fengao scratched his head and quickly unleashed a flame, setting the server on fire. The three of them didn't hold back. Soon, a distinct electric current echoed in their heads, and Zhang Fengao exclaimed in joy, It worked. But her joy didn't last long. Wang Yue's expression grew serious. They're coming. Hurry. It was obvious who they were referring to. Song Fuguang pondered for a moment. Don't worry, we can hold out for now. Despite this, Zhang Fengao remained deeply concerned. This time, the group was numerous, and not only that, they were armed and aggressive. Song Fuguang and Luo Jinchun exchanged a glance, then quickly retreated behind the server. The attack landed on the server immediately after their movements, inflicting nearly devastating damage. Seeing the server on fire and billowing thick black smoke, Song Fuguang twisted his lips and glared defiantly at the enemy. The enemy's eyelids twitched wildly, mindful of their superior's orders, and forced to continue pursuing the intruder. Song Fuguang exchanged glances with Luo Jinchun and the others, then darted between the servers like cunning loaches. The enemy's concerns about the server restrained their actions, but this presented them with a golden opportunity. Under Song Fuguang's deliberate guidance, the server was nearly blasted to pieces by the squad. Seeing the server almost unrecognizable, flickering with lightning, Song Fuguang narrowed his eyes, and, using a borrowed knife, dealt the server the final, fatal blow. Warning! The game has experienced an unknown glitch. Administrators, please repair the server immediately. Warning, the game has experienced an unknown glitch. The system voice in the player's head abruptly stopped. Song Fuguang subconsciously looked at Wang Wei. Wang Wei nodded and spoke rapidly, "It's done, retreat." Suddenly, her voice paused, and her pupils constricted. At some point, a massive weapon was pointed squarely at Song Fuguang and Zhang Fengao, who happened to be standing next to her. The moment the other party made a move, Wang Wei, without hesitation, lunged at Song Fuguang. Bang! A deafening sound echoed. Zhang Fengao stared blankly at Song Fuguang and Wang Wei, who had already retreated to safety, and couldn't help but open his mouth. "Sister, are you still mad at me?" Chapter 68. Zhang Fengao stared at Wang Wei through tearful eyes, and for a moment, he almost couldn't breathe. She was oblivious to the changes around her, but Song Fuguang keenly noticed that Zhang Fengao had changed his position. She subconsciously glanced at Wang Wei. "Is the old fox here too?" Wang Wei nodded. "She's always here." "The old fox has always been here?" But Song Fuguang hadn't noticed any trace of her. But now wasn't the time to dwell on this. Seeing more and more people surrounding them, Song Fuguang acted decisively, grabbing Wang Wei and trying to move closer to Zhang Fengao. "Let's go!" Zhang Fengao instinctively took a few steps back, putting some distance between them and Song Fuguang. She smiled and shook her head, her eyes sad. "You guys go." "What about you?" Song Fuguang frowned. Before she could say anything, Zhang Fengao had already rushed out like crazy. Her special powers manifested, like a burning flame, breaking through the encirclement in the blink of an eye. Luo Jinchun instinctively tried to chase after her, but Tu Jing calmly stopped him, saying, "Don't worry about her." Luo Jinchun turned around, but, "Let's retreat." Wang Yue's face was expressionless, her tone unwavering. Luo Jinchun looked at Song Fuguang, then at Tu Jing. Finally, Tu Jing spoke, "Let's go." Wang Wei must have known what was going on. Luo Jinchun had no choice but to let Zhang Fengao disappear. After the four of them worked together to break through the encirclement, they quickly boarded the airship and departed. The airship was silent, no one spoke. Song Fuguang approached Wang Wei. "What's going on?" "It's not like you don't care about her personality." Even if Wang Shuyu had done what she did to her mother, Zhang Fengao was innocent. Moreover, Wang Wei had never shown any hatred towards Zhang Fengao before. Wang Yue's eyelashes trembled slightly. "Your existence is more important. Isn't it normal for me to protect you?" Her expression remained unchanged. "Only if you're alive can we succeed." "You know that's not what I want to ask." Song Fuguang stared at her intently. "Can't tell me, or don't want to tell me?" Wang Wei looked up at her and suddenly smiled. "This is something she has to go through. Will she become a fallen?" "Yes." Wang Wei didn't deny it, and Song Fuguang's heart suddenly grew heavy. Luo Jinchun unconsciously clenched his palms. "Why? Why does she have to go through all this?" "Suffering builds strength. Only by becoming a fallen can her powers break through." Wang Wei looked Luo Jinchun straight in the eye. "It's not that she's weak, but..." After a pause, Wang Wei explained in a simple way, "She has inner demons. These inner demons have hindered her progress, causing her to keep spinning in circles, stagnant." Luo Jinchun, "But this method doesn't necessarily have to be used." "This method is necessary." Wang Wei straightened her back. "This is the only way she can break herself down, reassemble herself, and break through." Luo Jinchun was well aware of Wang Yue's abilities, so she opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. The old fox had become a fallen, and Zhang Fengao had also become a fallen. So who would be next? Himself? Or Song Fuguang? Or perhaps Tu Jing? The atmosphere inside the airship grew increasingly oppressive, but Wang Wei seemed oblivious. The survival game server controlling the players has been destroyed. We now have ample freedom and time to join the final battle. Let Angel City and the pollutants consume each other until the players grow. Wang Wei spoke so much, a rare moment. The three listened quietly, finally nodding earnestly to indicate they had taken note. Taking in the three people's reactions, Wang Wei said everything he needed to say and said nothing more. The airship suddenly became utterly silent. Here Zhang Fengao, forcibly transported by the old fox, squatted on the ground with a blank look in his eyes, motionless. The old fox approached her. "Come on, don't just stand there." Zhang Fengao was silent for a moment. "My world has turned gray." "That's normal, because you're a fallen." The old fox twitched his lips. To the fallen, the world is colorless. That's why we saw those colorful fluorescent strips in the advanced training grounds. So that's how it is. Zhang Fengao replied woodenly, a bitter expression on his face. So that's how it is. Her mood was clearly off, and the old fox couldn't help but slowly squat down, his eyes level with hers. Are you feeling bad? If so, just cry. Zhang Fengao tried, then honestly said, I can't cry. Why are you here? She finally reacted, staring intently at the old fox. When did you get here? The old fox lowered his eyes, not answering her directly. Instead, he said, time is running out. We should leave. Where to? Zhang Fengao was confused. Go where we need to go. The old fox met her gaze. For example, infiltrating the pollution camp, and ultimately collaborating with Fu Guang and the others. Zhang Fengao opened his mouth slowly. So, it was Sister Wangwei who sent you here. The old fox's affirmative tone made it impossible for her to deny it. I always been in contact with her, and taking you away was the mission she gave me. You and I are the most crucial link in everything. Zhang Fengao suddenly laughed, but then she burst into tears again. So tell me, does she hate me? Has she forgiven me? Or has she? Zhang Fengao choked back a sob. She still hates me. Zhang Fengao was dwelling on her own thoughts, lost in her own world. The old fox looked at her. Wangwei cares about you, doesn't she? If she didn't, I wouldn't have shown up. But I wasn't the first person she rescued. Although I have no objection to her saving Fu Guang, I want to be the most important person in her heart. Zhang Fengao's tears streamed down her face. I don't think she's forgiven me yet. If she had forgiven me, I would be the person she cherishes most in this world. Instead of being the one abandoned in times of danger. The old fox couldn't argue with her, and simply said calmly, if we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave. What do you mean? The old fox smiled faintly. My enemies from Angel City are chasing us. Zhang Fengao was horrified. Why didn't you say so earlier? She immediately abandoned her sorrow and hurriedly grabbed the old fox and ran away, but alas, it was too late. Looking at the heavily armed soldiers surrounding them, Zhang Fengao couldn't help but feel despair. Am I going to die here today? The old fox said nothing and attacked directly. Zhang Fengao was on the verge of tears. They were alone and unarmed. How could they possibly defeat these people? The thought had barely crossed her mind when she realized her position had shifted. What are you still standing there for? Act now. Otherwise, even the gods themselves can't save you today. Zhang Fengao, She had been forced into a trap by the old fox, so she had to fight back with all her might. I settle this with you later. Zhang Fengao gritted his teeth, gradually becoming ruthless and forgetting his feelings. Since we all become fallen, let's kill them to our heart's content. After the game servers were destroyed, players keenly noticed that their control panels couldn't be summoned. What's going on? Are we free from the control of the survival game? Jiokaiwa, it seems so. All our game data is lost. AI Chukong, is this a good thing or a bad thing? I just want to survive. Of course it's a good thing. Without the game system, we won't be wiped out. We're completely free. Victory is just ahead. Will it come back? What if it's repaired? When this possibility was mentioned, most players were nonchalant. If it comes back, it comes back. I don't really care. At worst, we just be controlled like before. Song Fuguang looked at Wang Wei. Wang Wei explained, I reached a cooperation with Qin Mian. She will help us erase the game data. Unless the person behind the scenes creates another survival game. Even if a survival game is created here, the players won't be easy to manipulate. At least with Song Fuguang's strength, she was fully capable of resisting the alien's forceful binding. Song Fuguang suddenly realized that the players had been completely liberated. Now, they simply needed to unite as much as possible and strike a fatal blow against the pollutants and Angel City. At the same time, they must expand the base as much as possible until it becomes a behemoth like Angel City. This will take considerable time. Wang Wei seemed to know what Song Fuguang was thinking. There's no need to rush now. After the server is destroyed, the players won't be easily wiped out. We have plenty of time. When you have time, come back to the base with me to establish the various rules for the base. Besides establishing rules, there are also tasks like training soldiers and building logistics. With so much work, Wang Wei can't handle it all by herself, so she must find help. This is a perfect opportunity to bring all the experts together to get to know each other and cultivate combat chemistry, preparing for the upcoming final battle. After hearing Wang Yue's arrangements, Song Fuguang, Tu Jing, and Luo Jinchun agreed. After greeting Qin Mian, the four of them returned directly to the new base. There were already quite a few players in the base, but they were all very busy. Song Fuguang quietly passed by the players, and first went to see number 37. Long time no see. Number 37 looked up. Do you need weapons? Song Fuguang smiled. No, my base does. I need to fully arm it. This was a large order. Number 37 pondered for a moment, then handed Song Fuguang a list. Are these enough? Song Fuguang took a closer look. Long-range attack cannons, detection radars, various mine traps. Everything was there. That be all for now. I come back to you if you need more. The order was enormous, and after Song Fuguang had emptied her family's savings, she was left with less than 10 million survival coins. The combined income from the product display, forums, and her earnings from killing pollutants during this period added up to several billion. Song Fuguang felt no regrets about returning to poverty. She called Wang Wei over and handed her a pile of weapons. Hurry up and have someone arrange the newly arrived goods. Wang Wei nodded in agreement and began to work. After about 3 days of planning, the new life began to take shape. Song Fuguang gazed at the base, which had resemblance to a small military base, with a sense of satisfaction. With the weapons in place, the only thing left was the soldiers. She narrowed her eyes at the base's inhabitants and quickly, through the authority of the base commander, issued a base announcement. From now on, all inhabitants must unconditionally cooperate with the base's training plan. Chapter 69. The training program began, and Song Fuguang became bustling with activity. Without the threat of annihilation, the players' morale was high, their eyes filled with a strong desire to liberate themselves and achieve ultimate victory. Wang Wei, Tu Jing, Su Yanxiao, Lu Dixiao, and others were all currently stationed at the new base, adjusting the intensity of their training daily based on the results of the day. Song Fuguang sat in the main seat, gazing at the roomful of female players, feeling a surge of joy. Wang Wei tapped the table. 70% of the players at the base have completed their transformation. Next, we need to summon more players to the base, especially those in the novice village. There are billions of players entering the survival game, but only tens of millions of players at the new base. They still have a lot of work to do. Tu Jing crossed her legs. We're already taking action. Don't worry. The new base couldn't accommodate such a large number of people, so the top priorities, besides training, were to expand the base. Wang Wei was already proceeding according to plan. Okay, let's call it a day. Wang Wei stood up, the burden of the base's affairs weighing heavily on her, and she quickly disappeared from the conference room. Tu Jing tapped the table with her fingertips, then suddenly said, Qin Mian is coming to the base tomorrow. She smiled at Song Fuguang. She said she's here to check on our work these past few days. Song Fuguang, Luo Jinchun, Their eyelids twitched wildly, and they couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I see. Qin Mian always tortured them to death, and Song Fuguang could already foresee his own miserable fate tomorrow. After the meeting, Song Fuguang returned to his room, but instead of resting immediately, he first checked on Zhu Ling. Under Zhu Ling's relentless harassment, the people of Angel City were like frightened birds, sitting on pins and needles every day, fearing that the pollutants would one day successfully break into the city and invade. Song Fuguang then offered some flattering words to coax Zhu Ling, who smiled with an ambiguous smile. Song Fuguang and the others wanted to use Zhu Ling to deal with Angel City, but didn't Zhu Ling also want to use the players to deal with Angel City? Since their goals were the same, Zhu Ling didn't expose Song Fuguang. Despite Song Fuguang's personal strength, Zhu Ling didn't take the players seriously. With the players' current ability levels, defeating them would be a matter of minutes. Furthermore, the number of pollutants was far greater than others imagined. Even relying on numbers, the pollutants had a 100% chance of victory. Both sides harbored their own ulterior motives, and in this situation, only Angel City bore the brunt of it. But this was what they deserved. If it weren't for their ancestors' insatiable greed, the number of pollutants wouldn't be so enormous, ultimately causing them to suffer the consequences. The people in Angel City have been enjoying themselves for far too long. It's time for them to return to reality and recognize their true selves. Speaking of which, Zhu Ling was very interested in the weapons in Angel City. Song Fuguang was also interested. After receiving the news from Wang Wei, Song Fuguang sneaked in and retrieved some. It was a bit risky, but fortunately, the reward was fruitful in the end. After handing the weapons over to Wang Wei for use in the base construction, Song Fuguang closed his eyes contentedly. The next day, Qin Mian appeared at the base on time. Except for Wang Wei, several of the base's top brass were present. Qin Mian glanced at Lu Dixiao and Su Yanxiao and said nothing. After all, beating 1 or 2 was still the same. It was a simple matter. After receiving a beating, several people left silently, their faces bruised and swollen. Song Fuguang was about to say goodbye to Qin Mian when she suddenly stopped. For a moment, Qin Mian's aura was very strange, as if she frowned, but suddenly she was at a loss for words. Qin Mian stared at her. What? Haven't you had enough? Song Fuguang quickly shook his head. Enough? She opened her mouth, unsure how to describe the aura Qin Mian had just exuded. Finally, she lowered her eyes silently and left without saying anything. Finding Wang Wei, Song Fuguang bluntly stated his doubts. I feel like Teacher Qin is not normal. Why not? Wang Wei looked up from the pile of official business. Song Fuguang shook his head. I can't tell you. Can you help me predict it? Wang Wei paused, then said calmly, I can't predict it. Some of her information has been covered up. How could it be like that? Song Fuguang raised his eyebrows in surprise. She seems even more abnormal now. Never mind. A fox will always show its tail. I take some time off to pester her for a while, and see if I can find any clues. Wang Wei nodded. Okay. Since you're leaving the base, then absorb some superpowers while you're at it, preferably from those with high-level superpowers. Only by eliminating the cutting-edge advantages can we gain absolute dominance. Song Fuguang, I understand. She smiled slightly, then stirred up some trouble, adding fuel to the fire and making the situation a mess. She was an expert at this sort of thing. After speaking to everyone, Song Fuguang quickly located Qin Mian at the border defense area. Qin Mian wasn't surprised to see her. Since you're here, why not take care of that pile of pollution? Song Fuguang, Qin Mian skillfully used her as a garbage cleaning tool, glanced at her, then at the pollution, and obediently followed his instructions. However, Song Fuguang wanted to conceal her own supernatural powers, so she mostly killed the pollution instead of absorbing their powers. Unless the other party's supernatural powers were truly powerful. Qin Mian's gaze followed Song Fuguang constantly. He had become much stronger now, capable of handling matters on his own. Qin Mian stared at Song Fuguang with an ambiguous expression, making her uneasy. She quickly found an opportunity to distance herself from Qin Mian, finally free from his lingering gaze. A sudden sense of relief filled her. Song Fuguang couldn't help but look back, feeling even more puzzled. The indescribable feeling grew stronger, but Song Fuguang couldn't quite articulate it. After struggling for a long time without an answer, Song Fuguang gave up and focused on his work. She stayed at the border for about a month. Qin Mian grew increasingly pleased with her diligence, even showing it on his face. Song Fuguang pretended not to notice. You can go back now, Qin Mian suddenly stopped her and said, and then another group will come. Hearing this, Song Fuguang excitedly exclaimed, okay. With that, she vanished in a flash. Qin Mian simply stared at her and smiled, his smile growing wider and wider until it finally seemed as if his wish had come true. After returning to the base, Song Fuguang immediately lured Luo Jinchun, Tu Jing, and Su Yanxiao to Qin Mian's side. As for Lu Dishao, she was busy helping Wang Wei deal with the base's miscellaneous matters, so she declined this rare opportunity. Song Fuguang didn't force her, but picked up the report on Wang Yue's desk and began to examine it. This month, the number of players in the new base has reached a full 300 million. However, the base's capacity is limited, so Wang Wei has dispersed these players to various locations, hiding their identities, and catching the enemy off guard. Wang Wei had a photographic memory, and meticulously planned everything. After Song Fuguang confidently put the report down, he asked again, I feel like something's not right with Teacher Qin. What's wrong with her? Wang Wei looked up. Tell me more. Song Fuguang shook his head. I can't really put my finger on it. It's just my intuition. Wang Wei stared at her intently for a moment, then said, then be on guard against her. Don't reveal your true colors to her. I know. I always been on guard against her. Song Fuguang shrugged. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. When do we start the final battle? Soon. Wang Wei pondered for a moment. At most 6 months. 6 months. That's not a short time. Song Fuguang thought for a moment. Alright, I go into the city for a stroll first. She hadn't relaxed in a while, so a stroll through the city was a good opportunity to relax and see if the underground laboratory had been evacuated. Be safe, Wang Wei warned. Song Fuguang waved his hand. Understood. Angel City was now heavily guarded, with patrols at least twice as frequent as before. Even though he only just arrived, the atmosphere of impending storm within the city was still overwhelming and almost suffocating. Song Fuguang gazed at the various lethal weapons on the wall, and finally suppressed his urge to stir up trouble. Today's timing isn't right, or else it could easily lead to losses. After canceling the plan, Song Fuguang quietly wandered around the city, using her supernatural powers to quickly investigate the underground laboratory. Sure enough, the laboratory was deserted, most of the equipment removed, and there was no sign of life. Song Fuguang pondered for a moment, and quickly came up with an idea. She sent a message to Wang Wei. There's nothing below Angel City. We can blow up the ground above it first to disrupt Angel City's order and interfere with them. Wang Wei raised an eyebrow at the message. Okay. After agreeing, she immediately ordered people to prepare various weapons and gunpowder. Song Fuguang continued to wander around the city, quietly figuring out the military's deployment. Sitting in the tea house, she pondered. There are many hybrids born from pollutants and humans in the city. In the future, when war breaks out, these hybrids will work together with them to catch Angel City off guard. But she didn't know how many hybrids there were. Besides, so much time has passed. Those half-bloods from back then should have risen to high positions and wielded a certain influence. If so, wouldn't it be easy to overthrow Angel City? However, Angel City has also been developing for so long, so it must have a wealth of life-saving weapons at its disposal. We must quietly surround Angel City to prevent them from escaping. We must also be wary of backstabbing by the pollutants, lest the players lose more than they gain. Song Fuguang will have to go back and discuss the details with Wang Wei and the others. After gaining a clear understanding of the situation within the city, Song Fuguang quickly returned to the new base without further delay. About 2 months later, Tu Jing and the others returned. The players had been preparing for the final battle for nearly 4 more months. On a starry night, Song Fuguang stood shoulder to shoulder with Wang Wei and Zhu Ling. Everyone move. Chapter 70. Instantly, flames shot up into the sky, rendering the night almost daytime. Song Fuguang blended in with the hordes of pollutants, stealthily swallowing wave after wave of superpowers, soon gorging himself to the point of vomiting. Song Fuguang had no choice but to pause his movements and lavishly consume his superpowers. The players were excited. Ah, a charge. Victory is just around the corner. Fight for freedom. I must break free from these damn constraints and truly be myself. I want to live well. Live happily. Live for myself. Go, 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 we can do it. Inspired by the others, the players' morale soared, and they charged forward like crazy. Wang Wei stood high above. Everyone, stay safe. All right. Weapons clashed, and the surroundings instantly became like hell. Life and death played out in a fierce rhythm. Everyone's movements seemed to slow down, and Song Fuguang could clearly sense all their movements. This mysterious feeling made Song Fuguang pause involuntarily. What was going on? Has her power been upgraded? She subconsciously tried to summon the game console, but then realized the server had been taken down, taking that damn survival game with it. Song Fuguang slowly turned her head, blinked a moment later, and everything around her instantly returned to normal. Song Fuguang pondered for a moment, then tried blinking again. The world slowed down again. So that's it. Song Fuguang let out a soft breath, then, using this seemingly unstoppable supernatural power, she sprinted towards Angel City. To capture a thief, first capture the leader. Once the leader is eliminated, the rest are nothing to fear. She was killing with gusto until Qin Mian's face suddenly appeared before her. Song Fuguang smiled, unfazed by the guilt of being caught doing something bad. Teacher Qin. With a single stride, she swiftly moved in front of Qin Mian. She opened her mouth to say something else, but stopped herself the moment she saw him clearly. Gray energy. Qin Mian is contaminant. Song Fuguang's heart suddenly stopped, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. How could it be possible? The gray energy flashed by, as if it had just been an illusion. Song Fuguang opened her mouth, trying to control her expression. Teacher Qin, long time no see. Qin Mian gave her a meaningful look, saying nothing more. Move aside. With a single blow, she shattered the contaminant behind Song Fuguang, leaving him with a dashing, sleek silhouette. Song Fuguang was practically terrified by her own assumptions. Unable to stop herself, she picked up the communicator and asked Wang Wei in a low voice, "She's mixed race, right?" "Yes." Wang Wei didn't deny it. Song Fuguang raised an eyebrow. "Why didn't you tell me before?" "It was to confirm your ability." Wang Wei explained simply, "If you could see everything in the world clearly, our chances of victory would greatly increase. Therefore, I couldn't tell you." As Wang Wei had said, this was a necessary journey. There was no way to skip it. Song Fuguang was silent for a moment. So what should I do now? Capture the king. Wang Wei watched her from a distance, a smile suddenly appearing on his face. Don't worry, old fox, Fengao, and we will all help you. Go ahead, we always be by your side. Even if she encountered danger, the old fox would teleport her away in no time. Upon hearing this, Song Fuguang subconsciously scanned her surroundings carefully, finally spotting the old fox hiding from a considerable distance. The other party was watching them, or more precisely, watching Song Fuguang, ready to reposition him. Song Fuguang couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth. Okay. I go. This wasn't an easy task. To overcome the numerous obstacles, she could only. The thought had barely crossed her mind when she suddenly realized her position had changed. Taking a clear look at the scene before her, Song Fuguang grasped the upgraded dark light without hesitation and, without blinking, cleared all obstacles before her. She and the old fox had collaborated countless times, so this time their synergy was flawless. One charged forward, bloodthirsty, while the other focused, constantly alerting the other to the surrounding dangers. Soon, Song Fuguang had successfully blended in with the soldiers. Before they could take any action, a resounding phoenix cry suddenly echoed from the horizon. Everyone looked up to see a dazzling, blazing phoenix, a massive, slowly circling the sky. Then, it suddenly swooped down, catching everyone off guard, and Angel City was instantly engulfed in flames. The situation was in turmoil. Song Fuguang, gazing at the vibrant firebird, swiftly turned, seizing the right moment to pierce the general's body with his dark light. At this moment, in addition to Zhang Fengao and the numerous pollutants, the mixed-race people in the city also began to move. The once familiar, intimate faces suddenly became ferocious, like a stranger who could not be more unfamiliar. The soldiers' eyes widened unconsciously, and they tried to speak. But before they could utter a single sound, they had completely lost their vitality. They only wanted freedom, true freedom. They also only wanted fairness, a truly fair world. No more cold stares, no more constant fear of their identities being exposed and then being left without a burial place. The world had once been so beautiful, with all species coexisting. Why, in the end, only one species could stand at the top? That pinnacle of power should clearly belong to them. Hatred and resentment grew in their hearts, and the pollutants and hybrids exploded in strength, far surpassing the players. The players were apprehensive, and finally, when Qin Mian suddenly turned against them and took the opportunity to decapitate the Angel City Lord, they immediately followed Wang Yue's instructions and retreated. They had no chance of success against so many pollutants. Instead, they would rather return to base and hide. The pollutants wouldn't be able to breach the base for at least a short while. The players retreated quickly, vanishing in the blink of an eye. But Song Fuguang, Wang Wei, Tu Jing, and the others remained. They stared at Qin Mian silently until he turned with a half-smile. What are you looking at me for? She showed no aggression, so Song Fuguang stood still. Wang Wei nodded. I go back first. Qin Mian still had to deal with the remaining people. With the pollutant army to help her, she wouldn't face too many obstacles. Besides, the hybrids were already under her command. Okay, Qin Mian said friendly. Come visit again another day. Wang Wei agreed, then without hesitation led the others away, not even leaving behind Old Fox and Zhang Fengao. Zhang Fengao followed at the back, obediently, until Wang Wei stopped. He then walked over and took her hand. Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Fengao was stunned, his eyes instantly red. She shook her head, her eyes reddening. No, this is what I should do. Wang Yue's slight concern instantly made her forget all the conflicting thoughts in her mind. Zhang Fengao smiled uncontrollably at Wang Wei, then cautiously asked, Sister, are you still angry with me? Never. This time, Wang Wei answered solemnly. I never taken my anger out on you. Great. Zhang Fengao, upon hearing this, immediately embraced Wang Wei with a chuckle. I knew you were the best, sister. Luo Jinchun and the old fox stared at her, their eyes etched with indescribable emotion. Who was the one crying so hard earlier? How long had it taken to be soothed? Zhang Fengao, receiving their gazes, turned away angrily, feeling a little guilty. But now that the misunderstanding had been resolved, Zhang Fengao was in a very good mood, so she relaxed and didn't jump up to argue with them. The final battle had concluded, and Song Fuguang sat in the airship. Is everything over? Did we win? No. Wang Wei shook her head, then pointed to the sky. One last step. Song Fuguang hesitated. You mean, we're still going to blow up the moon? Chapter 71. Yes. Wang Wei nodded affirmatively. It's the beginning of everything. Both the survival game and the supernatural powers stem from it, so only by completely destroying it can the world return to its original state. Tu Jing tapped the table. Then how should we solve it? Leave it to Qin Mian. Wang Wei suddenly smiled. Give her some time. I believe she'd be more eager to destroy the moon than we are. Alright. Qin Mian was probably still busy trying to consolidate the mess that was Angel City, and there was no way to escape it anytime soon. So after the meeting, everyone took turns to rest. After so much hard work, today they could finally get some rest. The ordinary players were unaware of the unresolved issues. They thought they had finally survived, and they gathered their friends for drinks and conversation in the various shops of the base, imagining an infinitely bright future. Song Fuguang stood by the window, and saw the modeled figure of number 37 a moment later. She paused for a moment, then quickly caught up. Number 37 stopped immediately upon noticing her approach, and asked, "What's going on? Who are you, anyway?" Song Fuguang questioned, his doubts lingering. NPC? Or some other virtual character? The survival game was ruined, so number 37 should have vanished as well. Song Fuguang narrowed his eyes, and stared at him. Number 37 remained expressionless, when the time comes. Secrecy reigned in suspense. Song Fuguang stared at him, suddenly itching to do something. Number 37, as if knowing what she was thinking, said calmly, "Killing me won't solve the problem. Whether I'm alive or dead, it won't affect the current situation." Really? Song Fuguang smiled faintly, then attacked without warning. "In that case, then you better die. I feel more at ease if you're dead." Number 37 was too abnormal. His presence constantly reminded everyone that they were still in the game, and that the survival game server hadn't been shut down. So Song Fuguang instantly made a fatal move. But number 37 easily dodged her move, and said, "Are you sure?" "Just kidding." Knowing she couldn't defeat him, Song Fuguang gave him a harmless smile. "Don't take it seriously." After that, she continued with a compliment. "You're quite capable." "Thank you." Number 37 glanced at her, then turned away lightly. "That joke isn't funny at all. Don't tell it again next time." Song Fuguang said innocently, "Okay." Despite this, she continued to pester number 37. With such a large, living being, she didn't believe he wouldn't reveal his true colors. If Song Fuguang could be lucky enough to find even a flaw in the opponent, the truth would slowly surface. Number 37 ignored Song Fuguang's reckless behavior, and continued his life and actions as usual. Song Fuguang monitored the opponent for about 20 days. At the end of the third week, news arrived from Angel City. Qin Mian had ascended the throne and unified Angel City. She held military power, and all the generals were under her supervision and control. Furthermore, her own immense strength meant that even if some objected, she would suppress them on the spot. It was said that during this period, Angel City was flooded with blood, countless people were purged, and countless others once again stood in the light and officially gained their own names. Now, Angel City has become a polluted city. Wang Wei didn't react much, so Song Fuguang suspected this was a good thing. Sure enough, under Qin Mian's drastic measures, Angel City gradually stabilized. Humanity and the pollutants had reached a strange peace, and bloodshed ceased. This was a good thing for ordinary people. Survival was already difficult, and if given a choice, they would naturally want to live a carefree, happy and comfortable life, rather than being pushed into battle every day and living a life of fear and darkness. After Qin Mian took control of Angel City, he simply changed its name. Now, on that one pure land, Angel City no longer existed, only the uncrowned city had risen to become the most powerful entity in the world. Qin Mian was not a warmonger, so the new base and the players were completely safe. About half a month later, Wang Wei suddenly stood up and said, "We should leave." "Where to?" Zhang Fengao, clinging to her, subconsciously asked. "In the sky." Wang Wei raised her hand and pointed upwards. "Let's meet up with Qin Mian and the others first. They figure it out." So the group marched to find Qin Mian. While Qin Mian's presence was expected, it was also somewhat difficult to describe. "We begin our action tonight. The moon only comes out at night, so they only have a chance after dark." It was afternoon, and Zhang Fengao simply took a group of people on a stroll through the uncrowned city, looking around and buying a lot of local specialties. Tu Jing and Wang Wei crossed their arms, gazing at the group of younger people. "The old order will soon be restored, right?" Wang Wei nodded. "If everything goes well, it will be quick." Tu Jing smiled. "I'm really looking forward to it." The moment night fell, the few people who had met up with Qin Mian in advance instantly boarded the aircraft and, staying inside, sped towards the moon. There were numerous aircraft, a vast array, like a swarm of locusts. Qin Mian briefly explained her plan. Wang Wei didn't comment. Only much later, with a pale face, did she say to Song Fuguang, "Use your mental power to attack it." Song Fuguang was stunned. "Will it work?" "Yes." Wang Wei replied confidently. "Find out its internal structure, locate its core device, and detonate it." "So that's how it works." "I try my best." According to Wang Yue's instructions, Song Fuguang struggled to move forward. This was no easy task. Qin Mian had already begun. Mysterious sound waves swirled in his ears. Song Fuguang tried to ignore the distractions and focus on the task at hand. After an unknown amount of time, a dense web of unfamiliar frames and objects finally appeared in Song Fuguang's consciousness. She held her breath, concentrating her attention, carefully exploring as if she were navigating a maze. Sweat gradually formed on her forehead, and Song Fuguang had long lost track of time. Suddenly, Song Fuguang instinctively knew she had found the object Wang Wei had mentioned. She perked up, gathering her strength to attack. 1, 2, 3. Coordinated with the movements of Qin Mian and the others, the moon began to crumble before her eyes. The giant yellow sphere gradually cracked, shattering into pieces that fell from the sky. Then, a deafening explosion echoed, as if everyone's eardrums had ruptured instantly. The world suddenly became silent, and no sound could be heard. The moon's explosion produced an incredibly loud noise. Furthermore, the dazzling white light it emitted momentarily blinded everyone. Song Fuguang felt as if she had lost her body, her entire soul floating lightly. She drifted unconsciously through the world, seemingly for a moment, yet also for a century. Finally, her hearing and vision returned, and she saw clearly the changes taking place in the world. Suddenly, a gentle rain fell from the sky. Immediately, green sprouts began to sprout from the barren land beneath the bright light. These sprouts grew larger and darker in color. They covered the barren land at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhang Fengao exclaimed in surprise, "The world has changed." And that wasn't all. As the vegetation returned, birds and animals began to scurry through the forest. Simultaneously, a gray mist began to emanate from the pollutants on the ground that had been touched by the rain. Soon, they were no longer any different from normal people. The world's ecology began to recover. From now on, there would no longer be any distinction between humans and pollutants. Song Fuguang subconsciously checked her own superpowers. They were still there. She then tested the powers of others. They seemed to be gradually weakening, until they finally vanished without a trace. Tu Jing frowned. "My power is gone." Wang Yue's expression remained calm. "This is normal. Order will be restored to the world, and all abnormalities will be repaired." She then glanced at Song Fuguang. "With this exception?" Song Fuguang remained silent, revealing no information. She reasoned that even if the players lost their superpowers, their transformed bodies were still very powerful. Therefore, under the same preconditions, neither Qin Mian nor the players would have the upper hand. The great deed was accomplished, and everyone returned to the surface. After bidding farewell to Qin Mian, Wang Wei led a few people into the base. The players seemed to realize something. "It's over, everything is over. From now on, my fate will no longer be controlled by others. We are free. Congratulations, you've successfully cleared the game." Suddenly, Wang Wei stared in a certain direction and said something cryptic. "Number 37 has disappeared." "Why?" "He is the embodiment of the game's will." The game disappeared, and so did the will. Song Fuguang suddenly realized, that's good. They were the victors. From then on, the sky was high, birds could fly, the sea was wide, fish could leap.